There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase. There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers. Some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there are some ties that even time cannot erase.
death drop, new life reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here, Rocky out the open, the smoke, TALO, strategic. Go! The one in trouble right now. Worry about
honor and trophy. Everyone wants them, but who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PMSL will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points, plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash rule. If no teams have completed the Smash rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on a team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA Summer. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk BTR Raya kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA โมแมนครับเพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang, tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้า
Untuk Raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah, tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KNS ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau nonton di Miseri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่โมแมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีโมแมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga, match keempat lah. Sebab dorang kalau dah last ni, dorang je metal dan endok kan. Dia selalu kalau last ni tak jadi, biar dorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมตช์อีเลนเกลครับเพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Boom akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama Gul.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Super Weekend where the stage is going to heat up even more. And which teams do you think will set the match point target by today? And guess we're about to find out. But first, let me have a chat with our birthday boy here. Please welcome Mormon from eArena. Hi Mormon. Sawadika. Okay, Mormon, first off, happy birthday once again to you. And as the 16 teams that barely qualify to the Super Weekend, do you think this given opportunity is your birthday gift? And how do you feel about coming in today?
ก็ก่อนอื่นขออวยพรวันเกิดให้มอแมนกันเลยนะครับสุขสันต์วันเกิดแล้วก็ในคำถามแรกก็คือในฐานะทีมที่แทบเกือบจะไม่ได้เข้ามาในอันดับที่16แล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับคิดว่ามันเป็นของขวัญวันเกิดของเราหรือเปล่าแล้วก็วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับรู้สึกว่าเก็บข้อผิดพลาดที่เราเคยพลาดมาเล่นในรอบซูเปอร์วีครับเพราะเราได้โอกาสแก้ตัวมาเล่นต่อครับผม
I would say I'm not really feel that much because I have learned from the lesson from the mistake make me learn and improve
And since today is your birthday, any wishes for today, Mormon?
ก็วันนี้เป็นวันเกิดเราอยากอวยพรหรือขอพรอะไรสักหน่อยไหมครับ
คงไม่มีครับ
Not really
Really? Okay. So, Mormon, as we know, you've gone from FaZe Clan to Vampire and now here in eArena in such a short period. And tell us, what is the reason behind these switches?
ก็ก่อนหน้านี้เราเพิ่งย้ายจากFaZe Clanแล้วก็ย้ายไปแวมไพร์แล้วก็ทีนี้ก็ย้ายมาเป็นeArenaอีกทีหนึ่งบอกหน่อยได้ไหมครับว่าแบบทำไมถึงย้ายทีมบ่อยขนาดนี้ในช่วงเวลาสั้น
ๆอยากเก็บประสบการณ์เยอะๆครับผม
I want to get the experience as much as I can
And I want to know what is the differences like you felt between your time when you are in Vampire, FaZe Clan and now here in Arena.
อยากทราบถึงความแตกต่างของการเล่นในแต่ละทีมนะครับว่าตอนเล่นกับFaZe Clanเป็นยังไงตอนเล่นกับแวมไพร์เป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็เป็นเรื่องแผนการลงเมืองลายมูวิธีการเล่นที่แบบแตกต่างกันมากครับเพราะว่าตอนอยู่เฟสเราจะเล่นสไตล์เข้าวงตอนอยู่แวมเราจะเล่นสไตล์แบบว่าใช้สกิลเพย์มากขึ้นครับ
I would say mostly it's about the game plan and moving line. During I was in FaZe Clan, most of the point that we focus is get to the circle. But for Vampire Esports, we focus on the fighting.
And one thing sure, I know like wherever you are, you will always give your best. And now I know like you are now sitting comfortably with eArena. So I want to know, how is your synergy and communication with your teammates now, Mormon?
ก็ตอนนี้ที่ได้มาเล่นกับeArenaนะครับฟอร์มการเล่นของเราเข้ากับทีมบ้างหรือยังหรือว่าการสื่อสารหรือว่าเคมีต่างๆภายในทีมเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็ถ้ามาพูดถึงเรื่องเคมีผมว่าทุกคนค่อนข้างเข้าดีๆครับเพราะน้องๆทุกคนค่อนข้างจะแบบว่านิสัยดีครับแล้วก็เรื่องรูปแบบทีมยังไม่ค่อยลงตัวเพราะว่าแต่ถ้าลงตัวเมื่อไหร่ผมค่อนข้างมั่นใจในน้องๆครับเพราะว่าน้องๆเขาค่อนข้างจะสกิลเพย์ดีครับ
If you ask me about the synergy or chemistry in the teams, I would say yes, it's really great. But if you ask me about the experience or the game style playing, I would say they still have some things to improve, have the room to improvement.
All right. Is there any specific activity like you always do with your teammates to bring you closer to them besides training, Mormon?
มีอะไรที่เราทำให้เราสนิทกับพวกเขาได้มากขึ้นนอกจากการเล่นด้วยกันบ้างไหมครับ
ก็คงเป็นเวลาที่ใช้ร่วมกันครับตอนอยู่แคมป์เก็บตัวได้เล่นไปนู่นไปนี่ด้วยกันครับก็เลยทำให้เราแบบได้สนิทกันมากขึ้นครับ
I would say the time that we spend together that make us closer and closer.
All right. And now for the last questions, we know the Thailand's teams haven't been playing well. Do you think it's because the gameplay or the current meta that's affecting you guys?
ก็อย่างที่เห็นนะครับในวันที่ผ่านมาทีมไทยยังเล่นได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่คิดว่าเป็นเพราะแพทปัจจุบันหรือเปล่าทำให้ทีมไทยเล่นได้ยากลำบากมากขึ้น
ถ้ามองถึงทีมอื่นผมว่าคงยังให้คำตอบไม่ได้เพราะทุกคนมีสไตล์ที่แตกต่างแล้วก็ข้อผิดพลาดที่ต่างกันครับแต่ถ้าพูดถึงทีมผมก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องระบบการเล่นที่ยังไม่มีความชัดเจนครับผม
If you ask me about the other teams, I would say it's really hard for me to answer because we have the different style of playing. But in terms of my teams, yeah, we still have some gameplay that need to adjust and improve.
All right, so thank you so much, Mormon, for this fun interview because you always been such a fun and funny person to interview. And also thank you so much, Pooh, for your amazing translation. And I think without further ado, let's toss it back to our casters to start our game and number one. So casters, bring it on.
Welcome everyone, this is the first Super Weekend for this season. This is the PMSL SEA Summer 2025. I'm Tashman alongside Sir Cloud, and first of all, before we go in, Eid Mubarak, Eid al-Adha for everyone celebrating today as well. Honestly, super exciting for you guys over at home with family, watching this game. Thank you so much. Now, coming into today, this is the first Smash rule for the season, and the first time we're having this on every single weekend before the Grand Finals compared to last season, where we only had it only one weekend compared to the rest as well. Also, happy birthday to Mormon. Very exciting. About, you know what, Sir Cloud, we heard what Mormon said just now about the performance of Thai teams, where he said that he has a lot more to offer in terms of gameplay because there's a lot to change. But what about you? What do you think of the Thai team's performances?
Well, the Thai teams, they've always been a Thai team, right? And they are a very, very strong bunch, of course. And of course, a lot of people will be directing to say that right now, Vampire Esports, they are a super Thai team. They have managed to gather all the best of the best Thai players together. But let's not forget about teams like FaZe Clan, who had players who were previously from Austria that transferred towards FaZe Clan, and to me, they managed to build a very strong team. Even eArena as well, Mormon, one of the best players around to me that they have managed to pick up. And overall, Thai teams, they're still very, very strong. Even if we want to only look at Vampire Esports, obviously they're super strong, but the rest, they're still great. And besides only talking about Thai teams, this will be the prize pool that all the teams will be eyeing a $200,000.
Yep, anyways, from the overview, 10 points for the chicken dinners going downwards as well, which means there's going to be a shift in gameplay as well. We've seen it happen from last season all the way till here. I don't think it's going to be changing at all as we go into the schedule. Now, we've seen the first week go by mad quick, and now we're already on the first Super Weekend for today and tomorrow as well. Now, what is a Super Weekend? Well, let me explain it to you guys. For you guys who don't know, the top 16 teams who managed to get through the group stage will be making it here to the Super Weekend. Now, over on the Super Weekend, what we're going to be doing on Saturday is going through the same format where we are looking for that first place spot. The first place spot will be looking at the benchmark that the team will be hitting tomorrow plus 10 points as well, which means that tomorrow, the team that has the high points today brings those points to tomorrow plus 10 points and a chicken dinner means that they can end the day. That means that the team to get that point plus 10 and get the chicken dinner means that you can play either 2 maps or you can go all the way up to 8, up to you.
Yeah, and it's explained here in written, ladies and gentlemen. So it's all about setting the bar today. Set the bar as high as possible. Try to pull away from your opponent so that you have a little bit of cushion tomorrow. But then again, everyone else can catch up, especially when it comes to the Smash Rule. What's unique about the Smash Rule is that even though if like you're a mid-table team, if you're a behind-table team, you can still end the day with a win. So that's what's unique about the Smash Rule. Much more about the Smash rule tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. You get to see it in practicality in case you don't know what that is. Today, we're going to focus on to the best 16 teams that qualified from the past 3 days into day one of the Super Weekend. And all these amazing teams are here. These are the best of the best teams that we had in week one.
Yeah, it's very fun seeing these teams as well. I'm just seeing a lot of big shifts in terms of roster from last season till here. MEC showing one of the biggest, I would say, surprises for me alongside TODAK. And I think that we're starting to see a shift from seeing CD Alliance as well, the only best team from Malaysia, and the other teams sort of like lagging behind, to a lot more consistency from many, many other teams from Malaysia as well. A bit sad to see some of the big teams like RRQ not making it to this weekend, but this shift in style and play, as well as the shift in teams, the underdog story rising up the top, it makes for a very, very fun watch, honestly.
Yeah, and talking about underdog story, well, the Vikings, they are a fairly underdog team. I mean, they broke into the pro scene as an organization last season, and this season, so far so good, way better than their last season's performance. They ended their group stage at number 3, which is pretty good. Of course, CelcomDigi Alliance, they have a lot of experience. They have been around for the longest time. They still kept the same roster as last season, and they continue to improve by ending week 1 with 141 points ahead of TODAK, who's at second place by 41 points. That is crazy. That is a lot. By 39 points, excuse me. So CelcomDigi Alliance, definitely still an S-tier team for me. And for all the teams here today in Super Weekend 1, they will be going through 6 matches in the first day.
Okay, so anyways, coming into today as well, I mean, we're not going to be seeing the same format that we're seeing over on PMCL. It's very, very different, stock standard stuff. And I think, if anything, since that we're not be seeing those changes in groups every single round as well, means that there's a lot of consistency for a lot of these teams coming into the day as well. Now, into this Super Weekend, when we see people playing, I think I want to go back to what we were talking about in terms of the underdog story as well. Teams like, say, MEC went through a massive reshuffle. I think last season was one of the most heartbreaking seasons for them as well, topping the charts over on the lower rung of that ladder. And this big roster shuffle, including Voki, is singing a different tune. They look very confident in terms of style of play. You can tell that in terms of rotations and map ticks as well, they're looking a lot better. It's very, very decisive on where they want to go. They have a game plan in mind, so I would love to see more from them as well. But before we go into that, if you guys didn't know, Esports World Cup is happening very, very soon. PMWC will be happening over on Riyadh. And I think what's really important, because there's 3 spots here, which means that every single team today is gunning for those 3 tickets.
Oh yeah, absolutely right, because only the top 3 spots will go to Esports World Cup, and obviously a lot more prize pool there for the teams. It's a very different format as compared to last year's Esports World Cup. At this time, only top 3 from PMSL SEA. So the race is going to be super duper tight. But you know what else is going to be tight? Is our official sponsor for this season. Thank you so much to TECNO for being together with us. As TECNO, today's PMSL Summer 2025 showdown is heating up because of them. And guess what? This intense battle is proudly powered by the TECNO POVA 7 series. With its innovative design and ultimate performance, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G will empower all these players and you guys at home to win the battle with ease.
Oh yeah. Anyways, all the players will be playing on stage with the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. If you guys want to find out more about this phone, you can check out on their website as well, because they might not have a few other things in store if you decide to purchase this phone. Now, let's go into predictions for today as well. I think that we've seen, teams play A, B, B, C, but never really a full, all 3 teams together. So today is going to be a very, very different look and take as well as we go into today. That means certain drop spots that used to be open will no longer be open. Some teams will be fighting for that. And for me personally, I went really, really safe with my predictions, and especially Alter Ego, because for them, we didn't really see them, heat up toward the end of the week.
Well, yeah, Alter Ego, sometimes you get the best of them, sometimes you don't really get the best of them. It's still very Rosemary driven, although some might deny it. But it's still quite apparent for me that it is very Rosemary driven. If it performs, the entire team perform. But if it doesn't perform, then it gets a little bit iffy. On my side, well, I took the top 3 teams from the last 3 days, so it's quite an obvious choice there for me. Of course, CelcomDigi Alliance, that is the same team that both of us picked, definitely have one of the best chance to perform very well in Game 1.
Okay, so coming back to your point about what you said about Alter Ego, I think, to an extent, I do agree with you about it being Rosemary and friends. But I think now that this roster shuffle with the newer players is looking really good, mostly because Krypton, I think they had an interview with Rosemary this week and they asked him, what does it mean? Not Rosemary, excuse me, with Alva. And they asked him, okay, so, you have Krypton in the team as well. What does it mean having a player as aggressive as Krypton playing with you guys? And he answered, we need someone who is a high risk, high impact player, which suits the style of play of Alter Ego. And I completely agree. Krypton has been clutch in so many situations, has been the last man standing, able to win multi-frag situations. For today, my question is whether or not they can pull it off until the end. Sanhok, here we go. What are you going to show us, Alter Ego?
What you gonna show us, Alter Ego, and everyone else out there as we head on to our first game here in Sanhok of the Super Weekend. The game that could potentially set the tone for the entire day. As we will jump into the flight path. Flight path is going to be pretty nice. It's going to be cut in the middle of the map. So every team should be able to drop into their regular drop spot directly.
I mean, throughout this entirety of this week, rotation, the circles have been pretty hard. We had a circle right smack dab in 3 of the islands where it went all the way up to the northern side of Ruins that people had to guess whether it's going to go toward a Camp Alpha or toward Ruins Island as well. And people were having it so hard, the ones who chose to drop toward the northern side here. Now, with Camp Alpha fully in Alter Ego's control, I think that in terms of Alter Ego's style of play, they've been rotation heavy throughout the entirety of this week. They've been really aggressive and wanting to take up aggressive fights. Very similar to what we saw in the beginning of the week for eArena.
Well, speaking about eArena, they're sharing Painan with another team here. Could be interesting. Gotta get a zoom in here just to see exactly which team is that. But anyway, the first one to receive damage here in the spy is going to be Sakura. But one of their players from eArena actually went down. So they have to win the fight against TALON. That's challenging them for Painan itself. But TALON, very, very aggressive gameplay from them. They spend no time wasted here to push eArena.
eArena's positioning is good. Top side area as well, held in hand now with Joker as well as another player downed. Oh no, this is looking terrible for eArena. And we were just talking to them in the beginning of the game. Is this a birthday curse? I don't know, because Mormon and the rest of the team could not hold. And TALON, throughout the entirety of this week in terms of fights, their positioning has been a key to how they're able to survive fights and be able to choke teams and still maintain positioning to cross off each other.
I hope it's not a Tash curse though. Oh well. Anyway, it's only round 1, so don't worry, fret not. There's still like 5 more rounds to go for eArena. But, going out early, especially in the first game, it's never a fun feeling. You need to wait for the other teams to complete, and then only you're able to play again. So, totally understand, but it is what it is. And eArena, they'll need to come back stronger in the following round. But great start there for TALON, though they lost 1 player, that is Yoru. But gaining 4 points is great. Let's not forget about D Xavier as well. They managed to gain 1 point for themselves and they drop around the area of Paradise Resort.
This Xavier has had a fairly quiet day too, if you ask me. They aren't as stellar and as aggressive as we used to see. We saw them try to do that on day number 1. The first half of the day, great. It worked out in their favor. After that, it seemed that a lot of teams started to understand their style of play or really have contingency plans on how to deal with aggression. And they went for a more passive approach. They went for an approach where they can just break into circle, aggressively play into sort of the middle side, but they got picked off one by one. They tried different different approach where they go straight to the middle side of the circle early. They still couldn't hold on to the compound. And, for me personally, it felt like it was a very uncharacteristic version of Xavier. Regardless, they still are currently on number 2. Maybe this weekend, that reset, the super weekend start is that reset they needed. But if anything, I would love to see the return for their team, especially since Parajin already did hype up, the rest of the Vietnamese teams as well this week. We saw a rise in their performance, especially from MVKE.
Right, so I'm also just gonna put this out there, right, in case some of the fans might be wondering, like, oh, are we seeing the best of Xavier and maybe some of your favorite teams? So the first 3 days during the group stage is all about securing the top 16. Now, if you're comfortable in the middle of the overall charts, or if you're way up there, then you kind of have the license to not perform or take a chill pill. And when it comes to Super Weekend, that's when you truly show your true stress. You truly show your true performance. So if maybe some of the fans might think that, why is BTR not really performing? Or why is this team, that team, your favorite team, name it, not really performing? Well, they could be saving it for the Super Weekend.
There was that thought as well. But I think that's one thing's for sure, though, especially on day 2 and especially day number 3, a lot of teams are just pulling the stops, especially the bottom rung of the ladder. It felt like from number, I believe it was 12 all the way till almost 20. A lot of teams were just very uncomfortable toward the end of the week because everyone was just gunning to see whether or not they can secure it. Even though you're on at that top 16, the standings were constantly shifting. Even VPE was barely able to make it in the end as well. This is one of the biggest teams that we've seen so far and one of the most prestigious in terms of performance in the last few years.
Yeah, so I'm sure there are a lot of fans will be expecting like Vampire Esports to be performing, right? But I'm just going to put out the benefit of the doubt that, the group stages is all about getting the top 16. Today will be the best way for us to see whether we get the best out of Vampire Esports and all the other amazing teams as well. And speaking about an amazing team, one of the CelcomDigi Alliance just got a knock onto a player from Roy, and it's actually Jimmy OP, just right in front of that player. So let's see if he can actually secure this point, and he will. Hui Kwang's point goes to Jimmy OP.
I think it's great when you look at the positioning right now of CD Alliance. When you are just so confident to play individually, you don't have to rely too much on your teammates to be able to move all around your own. I think we're seeing a lot of that independence coming in from Jimmy. Great at just being able to scout undetected, great at first contact play and quickly securing those pickoffs as well. And, because they're not too far off from each other, we're seeing a lot of rallying calls as well. If, say, Jimmy gets in trouble, the immediate reaction for the team to rotate over and Jimmy being able to just, buy enough time is just been phenomenal. And meanwhile, as we're looking over at Sem9 here, they're also in trouble trying to rotate over. Federalis gets him, but the movement coming in from Federalis is not going to be able to buy him time. The rest of BT are just so far out right now.
Okay, they need to follow up right now, and Snape is on his way though. Kenny is there, representing Sem9, still alive, but sends a nade onto the sniper tower, finishing off Federalis. That will be the point for Sem9, but now Kenny, he has to escape. Snape is here, but beautiful nade by Kenny to knock down Snape. Now Kenny has to heal up. Satar on his way. Razy is there as well, but Razy got down. Who took him out? It is actually 9 from TODAK. Landed a hand to Kenny.
Man, the rest of the team right now, Kenny is the last man standing. I wouldn't count Kenny out quite yet. I think historically he's been able to bring his team some form of success when it comes to those placement points. He can survive on his own. Very capable of taking these 1vx plays, 1v2s, 1v3s are also something that he's very able to do. But on Sanhok, a map that's a bit more small, a bit more fast-paced, there is some cause of concern. Look at the rotation of the map here. Look at how many teams are on the southern side. It is honestly going to be a nightmare for many of these teams here to rotate through Crory.
Yeah, especially if it's like the circle like this where you have like 10-20% of water and it's tucked towards the right side of the map. So it's going to force a lot of teams to rotate together. So for them to bump into each other, the chances is rather high. Now for BTR, after all that, now it's only left with Satar, the main man for BTR right now, to do the business for his team. But being an individual player right now, the best that he could do is just to survive for play some points. And let's see how long he'll be able to do that. Because right now, we still have 15 teams, so he will need to be very, very patient in order to achieve at least the top 8 to start gaining placement points.
Boom is doing a smart move. They're coming in from northern side of the map. It's very open there right now. I think, especially if you want to take, some compounds over to the northern side or other eastern side of Paradise Resort, you can. There's some terrain to work out with as well. And it's, I think, fairly far out compared to the rest of the teams who have really preferred to, to put themselves over onto Ban area. Now, Alter Ego doing the same thing they usually do. They love playing on the side of the circle here. And this time around, it's going to be outside of the bootcamp area is where they're going to hold on to. And it's honestly a good call, knowing there's a road there as well, which means rotations should fairly be coming through there as well. They could, create perhaps the best a web to catch any victims coming through, get a pick off like just now what BTR did to Sem9 as well is very, very possible. VOIN Donkey, I'm quite surprised that they haven't changed their style of play coming into this Super Weekend, because most of the problems they had on that on the group stage was these late rotations that have really been so punishing to them, because the blue zone does not give them a lot of space to work with when they're getting capped out of the circle.
Yeah, just like how they're spending time in the blue right now. But it's the stage number 2, so they still have the time and space to move in. Now, for the Vikings, they're going to play the gatekeeping role against Alter Ego. Alter Ego, some of them still on the outside circle with one player down, but we're going to see what's going to happen here with Kenny. Kenny 1v4 against Vampire Esports. He will not stand a chance, and unfortunately will be eliminated, but at least Sem9 did not go out empty-handed. They still have 2 points.
Vampire Esports still taking a very cautious style play, but still, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit, or in English, you say bit by bit, they will get these points to just really climb up to the top as well, since many of these teams already had a mental reset coming into the Super Weekend. You start again, at ground zero, don't really have to think about being all the way down at the bottom as well. Now, we had a brief talk about Alter Ego in the beginning of the show just now, right, Sir Cloud, about what we expected to see from the team. Is it really going to be more Rosemary and friends? I think at one point last season, I believe there was a critique from the crowd saying that the Malay casters mentioned that, Alva does not have synergy with Rosemary. And for me personally, I want to say yes and no to that this season. I think for Alter Ego, it's a very, very individualistic team, with 3 very heavy hitting players that are individually brilliant when it comes to individual style plays, and 1 player who is stellar at giving support. But what do you think of this comp?
Well, I think considering that they are still very heavily reliant on Rosemary's performance, and what I noticed is that Rosemary has been playing as that Lone Ranger sort of role, sometimes like a support, sometimes a little bit more aggressive in front. So it sometimes just changes, right? So I think that, in my opinion, for Alter Ego, the best is for them to be able to define what sort of style that they need to believe and need to stick to. Of course, changes are needed, but if changes happen too fast, sometimes it gets a little bit confusing. So looking at that debate of like, oh, okay, Rosemary, maybe he is like the key player, or Rosemary Esports at times, it would be best to consider if they can play a pairing like Rosemary and somebody. If it's not Alpha, maybe someone else. That's, of course, for the management, the coach, to decide internally on who works best with Rosemary.
I mean, if you want to ask me about who works well with who, personally, haven't really seen that yet in terms of synergy. I mean, for Alter Ego, it's been, for me, big heroic plays, and I think it works well with their favor. And, when we talk about teams that's improved as well, MEC is definitely one of them, is Keem getting knocked down very early. And you don't want to lose Keem very, very early, because Keem has been one of the big impact makers for this particular team. Voki playing aggressive, rushes up forward, gets a knock, and quickly repositions here. And now for TODAK, they have no clue where to look right now. And Voki, he's positioned on the high ground here, lends him benefits as he's able to take down TODAK very, very early here with 2 eliminations already. MEC overcoming one of the best in Malaysia, but they're not out of the woods yet because FaZe has their eye on them.
I really love Voki and what he did earlier on. Straight go up to the sniper tower, gets a good position, and counters back onto Tora. That's why he's the brains of the team, and Keem essentially the bronze. But now they'll be playing without Keem anyway. But here we shift over our attention towards Boom Esports. VOIN Donkey, the final 2 players just passing by in a vehicle. and they will go straight into barn. One of the places that teams don't really like to be at because there's a lot of open space and you're like kind of in this sort of a ditch position. So you're exposed to a lot of other teams, just like what Xavier is doing to them right now. And the moment they park themselves there, Xavier was the team on top of the high ground. VOIN Donkey gets immediately eliminated.
Rough for VOIN Donkey. A tale as old as time. Same thing again. Maybe next map will be better for them as well. Claw now. Oh my god, that was a very high risk play here. Claw in trouble, but then you have players like Redface who just rushes forward. The first contact play happening very well, but the same thing I could say for the rest of Claw as well here. A 2-for-1. I think it's very worth it. The rest of CD Alliance are now rallying all the way in the backside here. They need to take up this space. They need to disallow Claw from getting a little bit more closer, be able to keep their teammates alive for the time being. But Claw, because they're so far back here, oh no, Redface falls as well, but he still can be picked up as Boboho has been able to go for that reset as well.
Pepeng, okay, I've been looking at this flank. They've been trying to do that. They're trying to find this angle. Zuxi and Pepeng, if they can find an angle, if they can achieve to flank CelcomDigi Alliance, they could eliminate them. CelcomDigi Alliance, they have to be very, very careful in this case. As for Claw, miraculously, they were able to save all their players, all 4 players will survive that one. Well, CelcomDigi Alliance, unfortunately, we lost 2 players. And in this fight, TALON. The moment we shift forward, you blink and you miss a moment. Roy, eliminated by TALON.
Too many fights right now as well. Circle shifting toward the northern side, toward Ban here. And the only team that's right smack dab in the middle was Xavier. We had a conversation just now about what it means for Xavier to be in the middle of the circle early as well, holding on here. And in fact, right now their positioning is in the in the terrain. My concern is whether or not they're going to get crossfired by so many other teams on the other ends of that circle, but it hasn't started yet. So if anything, Xavier can hold on. They have a compound to work with as well. And now for this compound in particular, MEC is holding to it with dear life. You have Redface trying to go aggressive. Amazel, who's currently on fire right now. Both teams taking heavy losses early as well. And from far away, you can see Xavier, their game plan in mind was just third partying.
Oh, and Claw have to recover quickly. They could be third party anytime soon. And here comes Vampire Esports with Mela. Opening it up with a nade. Okay, nobody's in the first building. Everyone's on the second building. A nade will be sent across to the Tony K. Will not connect. And here comes Vampire Esports with a pincer attack on the Claw. Immediately eliminating Claw. Nice, a clean push by Vampire.
Vampire, a little bit less active, but still a very cautious approach, but it's looking very good right now. A nice off-angle play by Nuzi to keep or put more pressure onto the oncoming team as TALON is coming forward as well. FaZe Clan fairly quiet on the eastern side as Ultra Ego, surprisingly, I thought they'd be a bit more active and aggressive coming into the circle. Nah, they're just trying to see whether or not there's people rotating in before they finally make their way into the circle. But as for Vampire Esports here, they take fight after fight. With MVKE has eyes on them as well, and FaZe Clan that's currently getting preoccupied by TALON, who was previously putting pressure onto Vampire Esports, is not going to be easy. Achul falls, the rest of FaZe Clan, they're just going to rally. They rush up forward. Axel's barely holding on for real life. Linux is as well. That nade should come through. Red Bull, is he aware? No, the nade's a bit too far out.
Okay, and Red Bull has his own nade as well. This nade should do the trick. It came from Red Bull. Mr. MVP for FaZe Clan, but Red Bull punished from behind. Who shot him? It was Nate from Xavier.
Superman marking the locations of Vampire Esports here, and since the circle had shifted away, this is going to be one of the hardest rotations forward as well. You have to cross through the maze area, you have to cross through FaZe Clan as well, and MVKE is just, I think, marking 3-4 teams at the same time here. Anything that moves, they're just going to put in a lot of pressure into them. But Vampire Esports, undeterred, they have vehicles, they're going to rush through to the middle side here. Potentially could be a 4-way fight.
But speaking of the fight, involving now CelcomDigi Alliance, but Vampire Esports, they immediately come by. They want to pick up that point, and they stole that one away. It's going to be Shush picking up Leon's. Levi's will get down as well. And from afar, Xavier will finish off CelcomDigi Alliance. Paragin and his Nate landing the final blow. Now it's up to Vampire Esports against Xavier, but Schweppes is now down. It's TODAK and his Nate onto Paragin. Lamborghini on the lower ground when it's saved his teammate, but Tony K receiving damage from the other side as well. The Vikings also putting pressure onto the Vampires, and because of the support from the other side, Vampire Esports eliminated in that push.
This circle is so unforgiving as well, especially if you're a team that's already right smack dab in the middle. But Xavier, they are looking great right now. No, not anymore though. I mean, they still have that compound in hand. Yes, they have 2 players left alive. Yes, also. But at the same time, granted they have lost 2 members, they have collected 9 eliminations in total. And most of these eliminations is them not even leaving those compounds. These long-range fights, these fights of attrition, of people trying to prove and earn their way into the circles, it's all been stolen away.
But speaking about stealing it away, will someone be able to steal this point away out of the hands of Red Bull as he's tapping away on the pawn bit? Yui gunned down by Octa, a response by Boom Esports, and pawn bit might be saved. Mastery, aka Misery, is there together with him to hold his hands, and with that tree, he should be able to be revived. And right now, FaZe Clan, they have to let this one go. They have to figure out how to get into the circle real soon. 15 more seconds before it starts to close. But here comes the push from Boom Esports.
Gonna fall. This off angle, this high ground that FaZe is holding is just very, very strong right now compared to the rest of Boom Esports here. Yummy is gonna try to make at least a bit of space for his teammate to be able to stay alive so that they're able to come up toward him. But the rest of FaZe, they're rallying here. They're gonna rotate over to them as well. They're gonna rush forward here. He falls there because Mystery, it's good. His off angle is just great right now, and the rest of FaZe cannot bring back Shopper QQ into the game.
Oh my goodness, look at this Tash. More teams around the corner besides FaZe Clan and Boom. There's another team inside the circle, on the outer side of the circle now. He's going to be Yummy cooking up his nade. Dewey still in front of him. 3, 2, 1. Nade launch and Dewey, he will step aside. But Dewey responds with his own Yummy. He has to play jump around, hop around, and he will survive those nades, but he's not out of it yet.
Somehow he's managing to be as slippery as ever. I think for FaZe, this is going to be very annoying because the blue zone is rushing forward as well. And if they do win this fight, it's going to be another problem dealing with the rest of Xavier here. But with all these nades coming through as well as other pressure coming from other ends here, Yummy cannot hold. Yummy will fall. And now is a mad dash forward as the blue zone rushes forward as well. But this high ground from FaZe, it's great. One by one, the members of Boom fall. But they're still rallying. Mastery, this is a huge nade to make him survive and prolong his presence in this map.
Absolute master of the nade there by Mastery himself, allowing Boom Esports to continue to fight on. But now on the other side, we have Alter Ego who's on the inner side of the circle trying to block the Vikings from coming in. But the Vikings, they must be aware there's another player behind them. I don't think they know who's that one player. It could be Sata from BTR. Sata, he still survived until now. And here comes Sata with a magnet on the Superman. Woo!
Mid-side area, full control of Alter Ego. They've been very patient to wait for this right moment. As 1T gets that pick off, but immediate response from Satarless as well. Alva is the one to steal away that kill. Mystery is still alive. Parajin as well, waiting for the final possible moment. It feels almost like a situation where it's just formalities here. But these Xavier, they're still rallying. This is one of their best positions yet toward the last second they've been playing in the group stage.
Ooh, and Alter Ego, look at this, Tash. They have the circle advantage, and they are playing by the edge of the circle. Xavier, very difficult for them, and it is very difficult for Alter Ego to not score this chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner in Sanhok for Alter Ego.
Honestly, a good, beautiful start for this team as well. Alva did share with us a little bit of what it means to have a heavy hitting player like Krypton, and Krypton did his job very well. You want to have a player who's able to step up into the big shoes of the team. You want to have a player who's not afraid to die, and that is what Krypton brings to the table in this roster. I think Alter Ego went through some major reshuffles. They suffered severely last season, but this season is looking a lot more palatable for the team in terms of aggression, in terms of what they want. Yes, it's individualistic, but this is is the firepower that they wanted to see in the team. It's very aggressive, it's very barbar in the words of Indonesian, PUBG Mobile, but it worked. But anyways, as we go into that game just now, I have to say that Alter Ego was a little bit more quiet than usual. It was more about just being able to take up space, being able to survive for as long as they can. Playing on the side of the circle, most importantly, was more about trying to catch anyone in the mid of right rotation. Found no one, don't have to aggress, just hold on to position. While every other team was fighting on the end, they go to the middle side, took full control of the circle before anyone else could do so.
And now the players of Alter Ego. Okay, in totality, they scored 4 eliminations. Not the sexiest of numbers, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. So they bought no elimination points, but that's fine. He still contributed by, well, receiving the damage on behalf of the team and being a quote-unquote tank is also as important to allow all your other teams to score big, especially again Rosemary with the damage output of 504, bringing in 2 eliminations to the team as well. It just shows how important Rosemary is to the team. You cannot deny that Alter Ego still needs Rosemary.
Of course, Rosemary, I think one of the few things that we have to realize about Alter Ego here is because how permanent Rosemary has been on that team. And it feels like for a lot of the decisions that's been made in the team as well, it's been more about trying to build a roster around him. Regardless, I'll talk more about this after the highlights.
Well, hell, okay, despite Alter Ego scoring the chicken dinner, but it seems like the Xavier, since we put them up here as the number 1 team out of the top 4 teams, they scored more points. No surprises because these Xavier, they were pretty active in this round to take in eliminations for the team. Now, besides the Xavier and Alter Ego, we also have Boom Esports, who saw a lot of action as well. Same goes for FaZe Clan, and that's why they are up here as our top 4 teams. Can't wait to see the points.
Me too. I'm super excited to see this. And surprisingly, I thought that the one-day break for FaZe would kind of like really dampen them, but no, it's still very, very consistent here in that top 4. I think because we're so used to seeing them, last season on the down at the bottom rung of the ladder, seeing them up here is just such a pleasant surprise, and it's so exciting to see, and just exciting to see this whole new rebuild or rebirth for this roster. Regardless, Rosemary taking that MVP slot. I think for this entire week, we're seeing like a lot of swaps in between the MVP slot whenever we can see Alter Ego up there. Either it's going to be Krypton, either it's going to be Rosemary, and in the last few moments we're going to be seeing Alva as well. But if anything, Rosemary has been so good in providing that the aggression and the space his team needs. What I like about him the most is more of you hear or can predict a team throwing out a utility or a nade, catching them before they can pull out their weapon again, and just striking fast. The way he plays is like a viper in the grass. It's very fun to watch, very aggressive, and honestly, it just screams of Rosemary's signature. I love to see it, and I totally understand what kind of team identity this team wants to bring to the table.
The fact that it was Sanhok, so we had a lot of grass there for him to be the Viper. But the one that was the spider in the grass is the Xavier. 10 eliminations, 16 points in total collected. So that is a healthy amount of points. What about Alter Ego? 14 points, 2 points behind the Xavier, but that's absolutely fine. It's game 1, so let's remember that. There's still a lot more games to go to set the bar. And that message is for teams like Roy Esports and VOIN Donkey, who unfortunately did not score any points. And since we're only playing one Sanhok, well, I'm pretty sure the teams would prefer to play in eArena since there's a lot more space for them to play. It's an OG map. They'll be very familiar with it. They'll be glad to be back in this OG map.
Okay, now we're going into eArena after this. I mean, this is stock standard stuff. You have 3 eArenas and 2 Miramars as well. Now, eArena is where things get a bit more interesting as well, because a lot of teams here, I think as for every one of this week, there are a lot of VODs already available. So everyone has an idea how each team plays. The Xavier, I've seen they've had a phenomenal run onto the beginning of the week and a bit more quiet onto day number 2. But now they're starting to come back here onto Sanhok. They took the first place spot despite not getting the chicken dinner. Regardless, before we talk more about that, if you guys are currently big fans of Attack on Titan just like me, sasagayo guys, because dedicate your heart to victory. The PUBG Mobile X Attack on Titan collaboration is out, and there's a very, very cool game mechanic in this particular collaboration where you can turn into a Titan. You can turn into the Ball Titan, or you can turn into one of the big guys, depending on what serums you get. And you can also use the weapons as well by Eren Yeager. Just really feel like how it feels like to be part of the corpse.
Annyeonghaseyo. Oh wait, that's Korean. But anyway, we're gonna jump in onto our next reminder for all of you, because you can experience the Shelby American collaboration inside of PUBG Mobile right now, and you guys can try to get this vehicle, the Shelby GT500 and also the 427 Cobra. It comes together with exclusive attachments and also amazing colorways as well. Only for a limited amount of time until the 6th of July. So you have at least, about a month from now. But don't wait until the end of the month. Do it right now because you might forget it later. Do it now so that you don't forget and you will get that into your collection. But this is something new that you should try. The new WoW mode inside of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, this is the Elimination Skill Fast gameplay. You can get ready for it now as well. If you want to check out the map, it's on 12886867, where you can show off your skills, push your limit, and become the brightest star in the battlefield. So you can download the game now and check it out for yourself, where you can check out the new thrill of an unstoppable eliminations, adrenaline fuel competition, and even more.
Yeah, I really love World of Wonder. Like, you have tons of possible maps that you can play inside of World of Wonder. So you got to check that out, ladies and gentlemen. Something that you don't want to miss. And obviously, we don't want to miss on the next round. So coming into eArena. So after having a good feel of like game number 1 and some of the teams in this Super Weekend, do you think there will be a level of consistency from like Alter Ego?
It's really hard to say. I think Alter Ego is one of those teams that can go nuclear on one map and just completely silent the next. Mostly because of their high risk and high reward play is very risky. But honestly, I'm quite surprised it wasn't as high risk as I thought it would be onto Sanhok. Perhaps they are changing it up a bit more rather than, going around and knocking on everyone's door and trying to get as many eliminations as they can. They're taking their time with the eliminations. They're playing on the side of the circle and mostly banking on anyone rotating into the circle itself. Mostly just taking advantage of any desperate plays there. And I think it's very suitable for maps like Sanhok, but it does still apply for a lot of different maps here. I think for the entirety of this week, we saw them play the same strat throughout the entirety of all 3 maps, which is eArena and Miramar included.
Well, if it works for them, why not? Although during the group stages, it wasn't the best performance from Alter Ego, but objective secured. As long as you're in the top 16, you see the Super Weekend, that's where you want to be. So this is where we will get to see the best of the best teams. Now, here's going to be the trade-off, right? If every team is going to show the best of the best, well, it's a competition at the end of the day. So some teams have to falter. Now, and of course, if we were to look at the overall teams that qualified into the Super Weekend, some teams have that status or that stature to be like, okay, they are the big teams here, and teams or fans would expect them to perform. But how about some of the newer teams or teams that we don't always see perform in the Super Weekend. Teams like TODAK, teams like MEC. Do you think they'll be able to adapt into the Super Weekend format?
Oh, absolutely. I think they are one of those teams that are looking really good right now. TODAK managing to show us that they are one of the best onto Miramar. MEC quite consistent when it comes to making it into that top 4, top 5 end as well. They are constantly getting into next rounds with at least points in the pocket. So I think that's what's the most important here as well. I mean, it's not just about getting into that chicken dinners, but be able to perform regardless of everything. Most of the Malaysian teams that you mentioned had gone through roster shuffles. Is a big change as well. We're bringing back old legends into the fray as well. And, you know, I think with these, I would say, newer, older veterans coming into the game, alongside the newer blood, you have a nice mix of, say, a controlled aggression. We're seeing that from teams like MEC, especially since MEC, the entirety of this week, I think most of the MVP either is, I think one time it did go to Voke, but most of the time it's been Kim as the heavy hitter for the team as well. It's very, very exciting to watch.
Yeah, he's like the bronze of the team, right? And he even pulled off a big clutch during the group stages as well. But for me personally, if you talk about like the roster changes for the Malaysian teams, I would say the biggest value, or the one that I really look forward to, is Frenzy, who transferred from Boom Esports towards TODAK. He was the catalyst for the team during the group stages. So hopefully he'll be able to bring that team into success here in the Super Weekend as well. But before we head on to our next game, so this will be our teams to focus. So talk us through your teams to focus.
I mean, FaZe Clan and TODAK, I think they speak for themselves. Consistency is key. I mean, with you mentioned a bit more about Frenzy. The interview this week gave us a bit more of a clear picture about what to expect in terms of synergy as well. I think for when you see Frenzy and how he is as an IGL, it's a very interesting mix, because most of the time in team fights, he's been playing that first contact play, very aggressive on the front lines, but he's able to still call as well. And I'm guessing that as he goes aggressive, takes up space, he's calling for the support on the backline as well to provide him cover as he moves forward. So it's a very different style of play, but it works very well with TODAK. And as for eArena, Mormon here, come on, it's the birthday boy, birthday buff. Show me what you've got, guys.
Yeah, Mormon. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a restart for eArena because they were the first team to be eliminated before this. So they have to find their groove here, especially Mormon, who likes to groove on stage when he scores a chicken dinner with his dance moves. So I do hope to see eArena do well, and maybe we'll be showered with some Mormon dance moves here when they score that chicken dinner itself. Now, teams are obviously getting prepared for the OG map, and it's going to be the first eRanker map in the Super Weekend. TODAK, it's their chance here to make a comeback as well for themselves.
Yeah, I think for sure. I mean, for me personally, I had some questions about TODAK. I mean, granted, last season, what we saw from TODAK was big plays, one round, and very, very solid the next few rounds. Very similar to what we saw from last season of SEM 9 as well. But then this season, it looks a little bit better. It looks very, very good. I think for them, especially looking at their player camps, they are a very, very emotional team. You can really tell what emotions are going through their mind when they lose, when they win as well. And, you know, I think this week, day number 1 was the most interesting to me for TODAK, because game 5, they barely lost that chicken dinner by a hair's width, right? They didn't get it. And then game number 2, the second Miramar of the day, you know what? They clinched it in the end. Looks very, very convincing. You know, second chance times a charm for them. And that is why I am currently calling them one of the best teams to watch, or rather the best team to watch at Miramar, because they've seemed to have always a pretty insane finish for this particular map.
Interesting. Hopefully they can carry over that good vibes for Tash Bunny inside of Erangel as well, as that will be our next map coming up soon. Boom Esports, obviously they had a roster shift as well. We did talk about Frenzy moving towards TODAK, and so far it has been quite an improvement for Boom Esports overall, that is. During the group stages, and also at least in the first game, they weren't too bad as well for the Super Weekend. Now, it's all about consistency. It's all about setting the bar here today before we move on to the Smash Rule tomorrow on Sunday. It's going to be a wrangle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to it.
Eyes on Nota Power all the way to Primos. This is a southern side circle, no, it's flight path, excuse me. Now, we had situations where we had SMB circles, great, but I think for most of the time this week, circles have been toward very, very central side, but with a body of water right smack dab through that circle as well, which makes for a very annoying situation where you want to actually put yourself in terms of a checkpoint.
Yeah, so the checkpoint right here, if you kind of think about it as well, for those teams who wants to have a checkpoint on the northern side, because it's going to be a southern side skewed flight path, so they will need to drop somewhere in the middle, grab a vehicle, and move up there. It's going to be SOP for a lot of these teams. Now, that also means that there is a chance for these teams to meet each other while that happens. So even though it's like everyone kind of know where their drop spot is, but because of the flight path, they might meet. We might see an early first blood. So gonna just keep an eye on the potential of that happening.
I'm not seeing a big shift in drop spots, honestly. Whoever that dropped on Nova Noye in the absence of Claw is not dropping there at all. I think I'm understanding that a lot of teams are conceding this spot to Claw. Now, when we speak of Claw, I think it's very important to talk about their performance in the beginning of the week. They were right smack almost last in the charts in the first 3 games of the day. You know, I had a lot of critique for them about their late rotation into the circle, how they liked to play in the blue, and they were getting severely punished for it. It wasn't until the second half of the day, the last mirror of the day, I start to see that click. Whatever execution they wanted to do finally made sense. And this consistency carried out throughout the entirety of the group stage week. I'm wondering if the teams have started to get wind of it. This could potentially be something other teams could exploit. Either, you know, want to catch them off guard over on the blue zone, just really be able to kind of clip them in the middle of the rotations. Or are Claw going to be like, okay, it's fine, blue zone's here. We know we have our contingency plans, and maybe pressure is something that they thrive under.
Well, totally agree on your point on Claw. The first few games wasn't that great for them. And then there were a lot of questions from the fans, especially with the fact that they brought in a legend in Zuxi in the lineup. But once they found their groove, they just never turned back. Not only Zuxi, Redface had an amazing game as well during the group stages, coming up with clutches, bringing the chicken dinner to the team. The moment they found their groove, it feels like they never turn back, and they know how to synchronize with each other. Now, I believe that one of the factors is that because they got Zuxi in after their PMNC qualifiers, so we don't know exactly which timeline, but it's surely after the PMNC qualifiers. So that means that they didn't really have much time to gel together. So it's understandably, if like coming into the PMSL, then you need a few games to like kind of find a groove with each other, and it worked out for them. They adapted really, really fast, and I really like that. So Claw, even though their first game in Sanhok, they only scored like 3 points, but that's okay because there's still more games to come, of course. Claw is one of the teams now to be watched, I would say.
I mean, everyone was really excited for this team as well. I mean, you're bringing out a player from retirement. There is a lot on the line, especially, you know, under a new banner, under, you know, a new roster with, I would say, potentially quite, you know, very, very veteran players as well. I think they had an interview with Redface, if I'm not mistaken, this week, where what they asked is, hey, what were you doing in that time that you were not competing? And he said, oh, I didn't really do much. I went hiking. I know, very weird hiking, very specific. And then I also did a lot of streams. And, you know, sometimes I feel like some of these teams, they need the mental break to be able to move forward and get super, super aggressive. They need to have, you know, a break to be able to bring themselves back into the game. And if you ask me, when you have been competing for so long, when you love, you know, the rush that competing, you know, gives, it's hard for players like even Zuxi to stay away from the big stage, because that was a very, very short retirement.
Yeah, because if you kind of think about it as well, Zuxi, one of those trophies that he has not got for himself is the PMSL trophy. So him compared to his twin brother, Luxy seems to be enjoying his post-pro playing days as of now. But Zuxi, he's still really hungry for it. And he was still technically in the sub lineup for BTR, but kind of inactive. So they saw this opportunity to like, okay, you know what? He still wants to play. He's still hungry. BTR, they've already got a really solid roster. So why not move over to Claw, join up with some familiar faces, like especially Red Face, who they played together when they had their time with TALON. And now so far they're doing, if you ask me, okay, not bad, right? Can they actually challenge for the title? Now, this will be the biggest question, since obviously that's one of the bigger reasons why Zuxi shifted over to Claw.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, it was his decision to go for a break as well. So, you know, while there is a lot on the line as well, I feel like it's the same story for a lot of other teams. I mean, looking at CD Alliance, right? I think Adit Luke also mentioned that, you know, they always come so close. Second place, you know, getting close feels very bitter, but it's something that they're so used to, and they really, really want to change this trajectory. And I'm not surprised. They are one of those teams that do, you know, phenomenally well on group stages, you know, and everyone's just banking on them. And suddenly in the grand finals, it just falls short barely by slips through their fingers. And, you know, while this season looks very good in terms of cohesion, I think they are one of the teams that have been together for a long time, and understandably so. When you have a roster this good, what's there to change other than trying to make sure that you're able to tie up loose ends? And my question to CD Alliance this season is, are you going to be able to do it finally this time?
Well, speaking about CelcomDigi Alliance, just want to take a moment to shout out to Zinya, who's currently watching. Zinya is the brand ambassador for CelcomDigi Alliance, and she loves nasi lemak. Just saying. Maybe one day she can buy us nasi lemak. I wouldn't mind that. So Zinya, if you're listening to this, you know, we're all open for nasi lemaks. But back on the topic of CelcomDigi Alliance, yeah, basically for them, if it's not broken, don't change it. And we can see clearly from the group stages that CelcomDigi Alliance was absolutely dominant. But there's this one thing about CelcomDigi Alliance that has been a trend even before this. Group stages, league stages, they are very, very strong. But when it comes to the finals where it matters, sometimes it's just a little bit off. Okay, we're going to get a replay here again. This was the earlier fight that we saw. Just want to go through that quickly. That FaZe Clan ran into Alter Ego and they got that first blood. But yeah, on CelcomDigi Alliance, I do hope that during the finals, they can be as consistent as the group stages later, because that has always been their Achilles heel.
Anyways, a lot of teams really just moving to the middle side of the circle. Their northern side completely empty. So I don't think that anyone's really banking on, you know, that northern side rotation to happen. Honestly, if this circle does hard shift towards maybe shooting range or Severny, anyone who is choosing the more beaten path should be able to capitalize, like say TALON, even TODAK or FaZe Clan, who is currently parked on north side of the body of water.
But now the one that's parked inside the circle, fairly safe, is Alter Ego. Well, they lost one player early on, so they'll be playing the remaining of the round with 3 players. But we've seen it time and time again that even though with 3 players, you're still able to score a chicken dinner. So don't count Alter Ego out yet. Now, second stage circle. Looks like we're not going to play in the northern side. We're going to focus on the main peninsula. Guess what? Centered around the area of school. So school, we might see more teams entering the ever-popular apartment area.
Matt dashed towards southern side here. Most teams have already gambled very well on where exactly they want to go. So teams in the later rotation, I think like teams like say FaZe, I'm not too sure what FaZe's game plan is here. I do know that there's a package near them that they can loot for a little while, which is fine. But it's more of like, okay, do you want to go in for a rotation through Yasnaya or risk it for the biscuit and go through that small body of water, potentially getting fished out on the northern side of Rozhok?
Yeah, on the northern side of Rozhok, that river side, especially if anyone wants to like drive by or, well, at worst case, swim by, then it will be a big challenge. Normally, you get to see teams there playing the gatekeeping role because they know that there's opportunity to collect points. Now, so far, we have not seen that sort of thing happening yet because it's only stage 2. So if you don't want to take that risk of like zooming past the bridge, you can still make a big rotation, passing by Yasnaya to come back into the circle, or you go all the way to the left side, maybe the waterhouse area, and come back in. That's still fine. Of course, it will be very different if we're talking about like maybe stage 5 or so where the circle is really small. But stage 2, because there's still that much space, so that's why we don't see that happening yet.
Boom still has full control of Rozok right now. I think I did notice that VOIN Donkey did want to have one of the later rotations coming in from the southern side. I think they were all the way toward SMB as well. And it's good that they had a very, very late rotation because a lot of space that was held over toward farm area, toward Pochinki, has now been emptied, which gives them a fairly open area to be able to hold. They have a nice terrain to work with as well. They don't have to go super aggressive. But Sem9's positioning has me in full intrigue. They have a nice slope as well. High grounds to be able to scout the players such as BTR, CD Alliance, Alter Ego, even D Xavier as well towards school side area. But my worry is whether or not they're marking the players such as eArena right behind hot on their heels who have, I think, a slightly better terrain than them.
Oh, speaking about terrain, so BTR, they're going to have a split moment here, sending 2 players up to the high ground southern side of school, one of the key areas, I would say. But we'll check back on them later because right now they're in a bit of a circle. On the elimination feed, we saw another player eliminated from Vikings, and the point was given to VOIN Donkey. And I believe that was during a rotation. Since VOIN Donkey, 3 other players have it high ground, they saw a vehicle passing by, and they took their chances, and they scored 1 point. So that's going to be VOIN Donkey's first point in the Super Weekend.
Talon's very, very separated in terms of positioning right now. I'm looking a nice area in hold as well, but very high risk, especially since Yoru was knocked out fairly early just in the previous map. So I think for them, it's all about just going around, scouting a little bit more. And I think because they noticed the sounds of FaZe Clan coming toward them, they're rallying backwards. They want to keep FaZe from coming into the circle.
Oh, speaking about circle, so right now we're going to get a school-centered circle. And there's only one team inside a school apartment, and that's BTR. Now, since the circle is there, we can discuss further on their positioning. They send 2 players up to the high ground and 2 players inside the compound. So with this sort of position, it will give them obviously information. But the 2 players inside the compound, they need to be aware of any
How
information.
the heck do you do that?
I'll talk about them a little bit more later because right now, FaZe Clan, they're in the fight, and so far they're winning it.
Yeah, they managed to get a car parked on the top of the building as well. I would love to know how they did that. Regardless, this position for Red Bull is good because it gives him a nice high ground vantage to be able to check out anyone in the midst of rotation. And throughout all of that as well, surprisingly, they didn't even lose a member. They managed to get their pickoffs. 2 members knocked down, in fact, in their favor. So that means that they can refresh themselves, get safely into that circle, and on top of that, fend away the members of Talon who tried to take away or deny them the space.
And that's Roy have enough space if they need to move. Not like they really need to move right now. They're in one of the best positions possible in this circle, if you ask me. The high ground of school is not that bad, but they choose to go down to the low ground. I guess they're going to the school compound, which is okay. Because if you want to go to the school apartment, you can as well. Looks like they're making a direct approach into the school compound. And they're the only one there. Because normally teams would aim for the school apartment just because, well, you have multiple buildings and school compound only has this one major building. You have a side building, but that's not really important. So if you're able to pick a choice and you see the school compound is available and you want to play a little bit safer, that's fine. Roy, they went there. As long as they can lock this one in, send some players up to the rooftop, they'll be fine.
I was watching these 2 teams for quite some time here because just now VOIN Donkey, they made it into the circle and they made a mad dash toward the eastern side here where they are running into MEC. Surprisingly enough, MEC is backing off. They don't want to take this fight, but the same could not be said about VPE here. MVKE, one player knocked down already. They rallied off to the other members of VPE as well. They have a nice 3-1 formation, enough spread as well, but Tony K, he's super unlucky, walks straight into that nade as well. But you can always rely on Miala or Mela, whatever you want to call him, to be able to come in from the flanks and win these 1vXs as well. I think throughout the entirety of this week, there are so many situations where he's able to come in clutch. But a lot of throwables used here between both these teams. It's hard to really discern or really figure out where exactly the members of MVKE are planted. So with Duke rushing up forward a little bit more close toward the compound of where VPE is, he's trying to deny that space or that reset coming in from Vampire Esports. And they are able to, the smoke will dissipate as well. But somehow Vampire Esports has managed to reset, catching him off guard, and now suddenly MVKE has just been more than they can chew.
What? Okay, MVKE, they started the fight, but they lost that in the blink of an eye to Vampire Esports. Man, That's also the brilliance of Vampire Esports to reset and to defend their compound. Gotta give it to them as well. But MVK, gotta take their chances a little bit better next time. But there's still rounds to go. But coming here onto the school apartment. 3 teams right now in the school apartment. We have Boom Esports, eArena, and BTR, who was the first movers into the school apartment, locking down 2 apartments for themselves, and expect more teams to come by. I'm looking at the mini-map. Teams just gathering information, especially the Xavier passing by. They're looking at which compound is available for them to stop. But for MAC, they will lose Smokey to the hands of Rosemary. And Rosemary, he has 2 other players from MAC to deal with.
And it's really hard to pimp out where the other members of AE are. They can go for isolated fights if they want to as well, since MEC has managed to knock down 1 player already. And I think Keem understands that. He's trying to find an angle where he's able to rush up forward at least one of the members of Alter Ego here. And Keem manages to do it, but Amazil falls. And he, for the rest of the team as well, Keem is barely alive. He needs to go for that reset. He needs to deny them some space as well as CD Alliance rushes forward, trying to deny Alter Ego for being able to pick up the pieces. Krypton is still alive, but he's slowly getting flushed out of his compound here. 1 by 1, they're gonna fall here. Daybot manages to get the reset, and so does Keem. Keem is not out of the game yet. He's still very much alive.
Keem, the bronze of MAC, will be served. The CelcomDigi Alliance specialty that is third partying, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes Daybot. Daybot, he wants to go out to the second floor, but Kim is ready for him. Now it's only Krypton. It's going to be a 1v1 as he will finish off Kim. Krypton, 10% of health. He has to reset super duper quick before CelcomDigi Alliance rushes in. But here comes Claw as well with Red Face. The sole player of Claw here is taking a little bit of risk, trying to push alone. The other members of Claw still behind him. Now in the vehicle, trying to reset himself while Pepeng arrives. And here is Ripface with his own need. Is he able to land it onto the members of CelcomDigi Alliance? Sends it onto the second floor. Adelup behind the wall. He will be fine. But the Ripface can't say the same for him. Jimmy OP got him.
Can see FaZe Clan just really hanging around outside as well, waiting for the right opportune moment to just completely overwhelm. And CD Alliance, they have 1 member outer side, 2 more members just hanging around inside of the compound as well. My question is, there's not a lot of space for them to move right now, and they're just getting chunked in from so many different angles. As Red Face is there, they're still trying to secure those pickoffs and kills, and Pepek is doing a phenomenal job of denying CD Alliance that opportunity.
Oh, look at this dash. Even FaZe Clan, they want a piece of this. This compound is by the edge of the circle, so they want to get exit frags. But here comes the rest of Claw. They crashing onto the compound where Alter Ego is at. Bobo Hood together with Zuxi, the duo that's going to do well on the other side, while Red Face will be picked up by Pepeng. And Bobo Hood, the moment he stepped into the compound, he didn't expect Krypton to be there. Immediately gunned down.
Mercuries just also waiting for that right time, putting in a lot more pressure. You can tell there's panic because you don't know who's who right now. And every shot is coming forward as well. You can see Talon doing some long-range pickoffs as well from the mini-map as well here. But the blue zone is shifting. Like it or not, this 3-way fight is gonna have 1 victor. And even if you do have 1 victor, you know, as soon it's not gonna be someone that's gonna be running away scot-free, because as soon as you win this fight, there's gonna be VOIN Donkey in the middle. Talon waiting for you as well. Jimmy is low already. Goes for the reset as well. And I think for CD Alliance, the biggest problem right now is that they're running out of utility.
And they need to defend against Claw because now they're pushing in. Claw, they're not wasting any more time because they don't have the circle. They have to win this fight against CelcomDigi Alliance. Bang in the same building, navigating around the ground floor. Jimmy OP will be spotted out. Jimmy OP will be down on his knees right now with 10% health. 2 days sent on the second floor, but the members of CelcomDigi Alliance, they relocated themselves to the ground floor. And while they do that, they found Pepeng. Pepeng got down. CelcomDigi Alliance fighting back. And Red Face right now, the only active member picking up Zuxi. Can he make it in time? Because Alter Ego is coming in. Alter Ego, the 2 players. No time for Zuxi. Red Face, he has to do it alone.
Tries to go for his enemy. What he does, isolate 1, steals away the kill. Krypton is alone. And here comes the question. Are you gonna push or are you gonna hold? And he's gonna try and risk it. Pokes his head up, finds nothing. Here's that reload. That means a lot of pre-fires coming through as well. Krypton could potentially rush up forward here. A lot of pre-fires abound here, but Red Face is potentially quite low as well. But he's at least still gonna try. Out of bullets, out of time. But the other members from the team as well. Oh my god, Krypton. This is 300 IQ. He's all the way outside of the area. Repositions himself, drops down, and suddenly the biggest problem that he's gonna have here is meeting up the player on the top side. Eventually, they're gonna have to go down. Krypton could potentially find him in the end as well, but he's gonna try and rush 1, 2, 3 and push. still nothing. These players are wasting so much time with each other.
Oh, still the jump shot here by Krypton. And Krypton, he's still finding his way. Only 20% of health, but Krypton can't let his shot down. Krypton being shotted from the other side. Another team's actually looking at this compound. If he steps into the window, into the line of sight of other teams, he could be gunned down as well. But he managed to heal up himself, allowing Redface to do the same. Now both of these players back to 80% of health. It is still a standoff between Redface and also Krypton. Who will win this fight? Time is still available as they are still in the circle.
No one's really trying to commit to this fight as well. Let them just, demolish off each other. Whoever that remains alive is just going to be easy pickings for us as well. One more point. And I think Krypton is understanding the severity of this issue on how long it's taking for him to be able to win this fight is number one. And number two, he has to get into a vehicle, something, be able to get away from the blue zone and rotating as well. He has to also stay alive. This is one of the hardest decisions and also big plays that he has to do here. And Redface rushes out, tries to do a jump shot through the window, still finding nothing. These players have been trading positions time and time again.
Oh, that's what happens if you put Triangle IQ with Triangle IQ. And here comes Krypton. This could be the finale here. Krypton, he landed the shot, but Redface still has a DBS! Redface! Nothing will stop this guy!
My goodness, this is really good right now for Redface, but still not very safe for him either. He's not out of the blue. There's no space for him. Open areas inside. And in fact, the FaZe players are also marking his position. If anything, right now, the biggest winners for this entire circle is VOIN Donkey. They have a compound right smack dab in the middle of that circle as well. So anyone fighting into the area, all they have to do is just pick them off one by one, because there's potentially going to be a big three-way fight coming in from school. And for DX, they have a 1-1 formation because they only have 2 more players left, and you have to give it to them to be able to play like this because they are so confident in their own skills.
Oh, look at this dash. The circle actually move away from the school compound or the school apartment. So all these teams will need to relocate outside into the open. But who's going to be able to survive this one? One of them. The question is for 30K. 30K. Oh, he missed the shot. They whiff. He missed the shot. Now 2 on 1. 30K. He finds back. He gets 1. Can he get all 3 of them? It's going to be impossible. If not, if only 30K did not miss his first few shots, he could have come out with one of the biggest clutches this season.
Not the easiest outcome for eArena as well. I think for them, from the very rough Sanhok all the way to here, they still haven't been able to find their groove quite yet. But Roy is also in trouble here as Boom Esports just keeping them away from that circle as well. They're getting picked up one by one, either by BTR, either by Boom Esports as well. And they are very, very much in a very, very desperate play. Kong trying to rush forward a bit more, try to go to a place with a bit more cover so they don't get pressured through those smokes. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for Mango to be able to pick him up, as the other members are so preoccupied with each other as Clock finally falls here. Redface cannot prolong his presence in this map.
Oh, that took a while, but it's Redface, ladies and gentlemen. Still gave us a very good show. Now, speaking about the show, we're going to come back to this. 8 teams with a circle out in the open. And BTR, they're trying to relocate themselves past this circle. And it looks like they managed to come in. Okay, they are safely in the circle. Now, Roy is still in the school apartment. And the zone is closing in. And it's not only Roy, and the team on the other apartment as well is in a similar situation. But now on screen, we see Roy and BTR right in front of them. The moment they step out, BTR might stop them. But Mango, he found a high ground. He found an alternative entrance into the circle above BTR.
BTR, Boom Esports have done sort of like a nice little wormhole for them to go and reposition themselves over a little bit deeper into that circle. But I'm pretty sure that VOIN is keeping a close eye on them, and the same could be said about Federalis here.
Whoa.
Look at that, they have being sandwiched between 2 teams. The only cover they have is that rock as well. And at the same time, if BTR pokes out their head, other teams as well are marking them and immediately just throwing and just peppering them with nades and with bullets as well. As Roy finally does fall in the end here, BTR finally, tying up those loose ends.
Well, now they want to tie up loose ends with Boom Esports. On the other side, Boom Esports by the edge of the circle. Same goes for BTR, that is. Stage 7 is going to be upon us. Will they still get the circle? The answer is no. The circle moves away. And now only 2 teams at the circle, VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan. It's going to be super duper difficult for Boom Esports now. Only Bobbit left.
It's a high ground area as well. Big open terrains for them to go down on. Even with vehicles, this is not going to be the easiest rotation as well for them. Like it or not, they have to work with those blue zones. Their only hope is to hope that, say, VOIN Donkey or even FaZe Clan get a bit more preoccupied with each other, give them the opening to overwhelm and take away the compound from VOIN Donkey. Because you can see a lot of pressure coming in from TALON as well from the northern side. But as for VPE and BTR, they're deciding to play it a little bit more safe, a bit more quiet on the southern side. But they still are not in the circle either.
They do have the option of going up to the high ground down south, but they must win another fight. Oh man. Okay. Looking at the vehicles, it's going to be a bit difficult. One blown up. That buggy, not too sure how healthy it is. Not too sure if the vehicles are punctured or the tires are punctured. But the worst one right now is VOIN Esports. They have nowhere to go. They can create a smoke bridge. There's a tree right in front of them. That's going to be the next checkpoint. But then again, even so, they are still not in the circle yet. And easily, VOIN Donkey, they're going to rain down the nades into the smoke, hoping to land something on the VOIN Esports. But Bombit, he knows that's the obvious choice. That's why he pivoted towards the right side. There is a empty vehicle, but, well, never mind about that. It's him going out still. There's just too much open space. It's so difficult for him.
Consuela has been keeping a close eye on him as well. I think they are already thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead right now, knowing that if he's not going to be in the smoke, he's going to be popping off over on the other side as well, especially since they're getting peppered and flushed out by so much utility. Now for our BTR, they're doing a great job of slowly moving in tandem with those circles, and they're having a nice tag team formation here where they have one player put in a bit of pressure, and while the other one just tries to go in, but unfortunately for them, getting fully overwhelmed by the members of VPE. The high ground is a bit much as well, because TALON is just slowly keeping an eye on them as well. Gewi falls. The rest of FaZe on the back end here. They can't really move forward to pick up Gewi as well. Like it or not, they need to try and take this fight somewhere else, put in a little bit more pressure to be able to peek out. But I think at this point, US wanna send out a nade like that, flush them out, get them down, and here comes the collapse. But as they try to, FaZe Clan is understanding that the teams such as VOIN Donkey have been watching them from a while away. They have advantage in terms of terrain as well as the high ground. How are you going to cross unscathed?
Oh, that's so difficult. So difficult. So much open space in the circle. But speaking about the circle, Lady Luck smiling on the FaZe Clan right now. They can still hold this position against VOIN Donkey. The pressure will be on the VOIN Donkey to move forward. Same goes for Nuzi as well. Now, the best part is that I'm not sure if FaZe Clan knows that Nuzi is there. Okay, maybe they do, because Mercuries is actually looking at the high ground where Nuzi is currently positioned at.
Possibly not sure where exactly he's going here now. VOIN Donkey is just slowly in a position where they're just losing members one by one, but you could just give it to them because every time someone shoots out, another team will also shoot. It's a free-for-all right now. It doesn't matter who's fighting who. There's no decisions to be made. You take one fight with another team is going to join in. There's no unspoken oath right now as well. As Potato should fall, and so does Vexy. FaZe is taking full advantage of the situation. VOIN Donkey from a 4, a full healthy team, right smack dab in the open. Sitting Ducks being picked off one by one by 2 members of FaZe.
Ooh, if VOIN Donkey is somehow able to score the chicken dinner, this round is huge for VOIN Donkey. Okay, anyway, they will still try as they might. They could probably still slide into the circle up north. Now, the next biggest question is that how will Nuzi survive this one? He's still not in the circle yet. 20 more seconds before we see stage number 9. And by that time, Nuzi will be forced out in the open. No chance for Nuzi. Mercuries waited for him. And finally, he'll get that point out on Nuzi.
Slowly but surely making their way into the circle. VOIN Donkey now back as a 3. Axel could do the funniest thing, try and cripple down one member of VOIN Donkey or even FaZe in the middle of these fights. Maybe stake away, a point or 2. Why not? Or even we've seen Olio win a 1v2 yesterday for the chicken dinners. Nothing is impossible quite yet.
Well, as long as you're still in the game, I do agree, nothing is impossible. Anything can happen. FaZe Clan, TALON, VOIN Donkey, who will score this chicken dinner. It's still a fairly 50-50 right now, but if I were to zoom in onto the space, maybe FaZe Clan, they have a little bit more space, but now Axel putting pressure on the VOIN Donkey. The blue at the same time will force him to move forward, and he might stand up soon. The moment he stands up, he will be an easy target. But looks like FaZe Clan, VOIN Donkey, they're exchanging blows with each other, allowing the final player of TALON to survive.
Now FaZe Clan is the one in trouble here. Mercuries and Chopper QQ out here in the open. That smoke is the only saving grace for them. And every time they shoot, there's going to be an answer. And Axel falls, third place. Very, very respectable already. They have survived this long. And now with the amount of pressure coming in from FaZe Clan, they steal away every single advantage that VOIN Donkey has and makes it till the end in a 2v4.
FaZe Clan 3.0, ladies and gentlemen, scoring the second chicken dinner here in the Super Weekend. High fives all around for FaZe Clan. That was a very, very patient move by FaZe Clan. That they hold their ground, they know which angle to look at, they know that Nuzi is on the high ground because the Nuzi could have been the Kingmaker if they are not aware of his presence. And Nuzi was eliminated first. They deal with Nuzi. They put all in focus onto VOIN Donkey. And that's how they wrap up this round's chicken dinner.
Honestly, good positioning by them as well. And if you think about it, VOIN Donkey had every single advantage in the world, from terrain, from compound as well. For me personally, is because they weren't really proactive in terms of holding on their positioning. They could have, set a 2-2 formation out, one inside of the compound, two a little bit more aggressive out forward as well, with the cover fire from teammates all the way there to be able to secure themselves a little bit more space. I would say their indecisiveness, or rather their stubbornness to hold on to the compound, is their downfall, and players on the outer edges of the circle have full control of the areas they hold, and FaZe Clan is just not shy to be able to take advantage of this situation. Now in this situation here, I'm talking about 7 eliminations coming in just from Mercuries. Very aggressive, marking up players from so many different angles and teams as well, keeping them at bay and also very much in the game till the end.
And wow, look at the numbers here, Tash. Mercuries, the original member from FaZe Clan 2.0, comes up with the most damage of 1,347 and 7 eliminations by himself. And altogether, they scored 12 eliminations, so that's going to be 22 points collected by FaZe Clan and Mercuries. That's why he's still the original member that is currently in this lineup, joined up with some of the players who were originally from Austria, Thailand, together to form this current FaZe Clan lineup. And it brought them the chicken dinner. So great work here by FaZe Clan. Surely, Mercuries will be the MVP. But before we get on to that, we check out the highlights.
Okay, coming into our top 4 right now, FaZe taking the lead, and I have to say this is one of the most interesting ways that they have in terms of their playbook, whether it be 2-player or 4-player. They have very, very good protocols and SOPs in play to be able to play as a team till the end. VOIN Donkey just now is all about positioning, but the circle betrayed them in the NS. For BTR by Vitality and VPE, it's all about just survivability.
Hey, but still, VOIN Donkey, this is a big recovery for them in this round. In the previous round was 0 points, and this time, second place with, I'm pretty sure, a decent amount of eliminations together with it. And based on the stats, they maintain a full squad time longer than all the other teams of 26 minutes, 22 seconds. So perhaps they were looking forward to this map rather than the Sanhok map itself. But yeah, it's going to be, if that's going to be the case, then it's an advantage to them since we will be playing 3 Erangles back-to-back after this. Other than that, Vampire Esports up here together with BTR as well. Now, of course, our MVP undoubtedly is going to be Mercuries from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, not surprised. I think for him, it's a bit more of a different mindset when it comes to the game. I'm pretty sure that in terms of the roles played, Mercuries was pretty much the guy that they said, okay, you can go do whatever you want, can go a bit more active, aggressive. And he has been very proactive in terms of game sets as well, yeah? About marking the positions of so many different teams and angles as well. You'll see one team shooting toward FaZe Clan, he will be the first contact to shoot back. A lot of eliminations as well as damage put into these teams. It doesn't have to be eliminations. Knockdowns are enough. Chip damage is enough to cripple the teams and keep them at bay. And he has done his job wonderfully.
And because of that, he allowed the FaZe Clan to collect 22 points in this round. VOIN Donkey with 13 points, Vampire Esports with 12 points. That's the double-digit club. But there's also a lot of these other interesting numbers. I'm looking at Claw. No rank points, but 6 elimination points. That brings them up to number 7. Same goes for eArena. Who needs rank points when you can score like 5 points through eliminations here to put you in page number 1? So these are the teams that did very well. Now on page number 2, we might see some teams unfortunately did not score anything. So now because it's only one day, right? So we're also we also want to see like how big will the gap be by the end of the day, because tomorrow will be the Smash Rule. MEC, Sem9, Vikings were the teams with no points as well.
Honestly, really unlucky for Sem9 and VKE, even D Xavier. I would say TODAK and CD Alliance as well, because that rotation was just rough for them. A lot of teams just coming in from that southern side means that the rotations are going to be heavily convoluted. It's really hard to really hold on when you have so many teams coming at you one by one by one. That one fight that happened where we had one team take over another team, take over another team, you can tell how hot that area is in terms of rotations as well. Meanwhile, for FaZe Clan here today, they are in the lead, a huge lead by Juya with 33 points already and only 1 chicken dinner. And for them, they have a nice, I would say, balance between survivability as well as elimination. 21 eliminations means they're actively taking fights and winning them as well. Meanwhile, still surviving all the way to the top 4. Top 4 on map 1 and now chicken dinner on map 2. You can really tell where they are as a team in terms of style of play.
And it's interesting to see CelcomDigi Alliance on page number 2 with only 4 points so far. Because they were very dominant during the group stages, so I'm sure a lot of fans would expect them to do a lot better. But of course, we still have like 4 more games today, and then it's fine because tomorrow will be the Smash Rule. That's where any of these teams have a chance to make a huge comeback again tomorrow. But today, of course, if you have the opportunity, just like FaZe Clan, you want to stretch it as far as possible to set the bar, set the gap as wide as possible so that you will have a more comfortable Smash Rule Sunday.
Honestly, I think for many of these teams, I don't think that they've played all together as a 3 group yet. Because you're only meeting 2 groups throughout the entirety of that group stage. There's still that understanding, that moment where you have to figure out where exactly are these checkpoints going, where exactly or how exactly teams are playing off each other as well. And in terms of rotations, I think the group stages, we saw a lot of Malaysian teams meeting with Malaysian teams, but somehow today that hasn't been happening onto Sanhok, onto Erangel quite yet. I'm not sure if it's going to be happening later, but perhaps a lot of teams have changed up the way they are rotating into the circle or even the game as well. So if anything here, I am curious to see what exactly is going going to be changing after this, because this is going to be the Senka in Wrangle, which means that introductory moment where all these three teams that haven't really been played together as a whole are have started to fade, and now things are getting spicy. You have that 5-minute mark, right, where coaches rush to the table, figure out where are you going to change, what kind of micros you have to figure out, how exactly you want to play together as a team. This is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting as well because of those adjustments.
Yeah, and it's also that eArena before the extended break as well. So you want to walk out of this eArena, have your dinner, have your extended break in a good mood, in good vibes as well. So you don't want to be the, we did very bad, we're the first team to be eliminated and all that. You want to walk out like a champ here after this eArena, because there's nothing you can do until the game resumes roughly after maybe more than half an hour break. So this will be around that. Will be very important for the teams to be able to maintain a level of good vibes in the team.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right on the nose for that as well. And, for a lot of teams, I mean, when you are looking at it like, say, Sam9, D Xavier, Roy even, I think you can start to see a bit more of a struggle coming into this day as well, as everyone's just really trying to figure out their rotations. But, survival-wise, I think a lot of teams are trying to take a more proactive, more aggressive approach. I think Claw as well as eArena are on the same page here in terms of aggression. They're understanding that relying only on those placement points is just so 50-50. You got to take fate into your own hands at one point, play a little bit more aggressive and take away these fights. But for me personally, I think on day one toward the last 3 maps, eArena was just quiet, mostly because they weren't able to win out those high risk, high reward plays. They changed it up a bit more. It's a bit more quiet. I think it's more calculated in terms of risk this time around. But being able to bring 5 points forward, regardless of whether or not you go out with any placement points, is to me enough. It's to make sure that in terms of consistency, you are going to be, leading in terms of points instead of going in with like maybe a big bombastic amount of points and then going completely quiet. We saw that happen to SK as well as, I think it was SK throughout the entirety of that week that had that one huge chicken dinner, and then there was nothing else.
Yeah, but if you kind of think about it, it echoes what Mormon said during the interview earlier, right? Like the difference between his previous team, FaZe Clan, and also eArena is that FaZe Clan, they are a little bit more aggressive. Well, I mean, they're showing it through the numbers here, even though it's FaZe Clan 3.0. And the current eArena, they're a little bit more calculative in their approach. But like what you said, right? Being calculative is okay, but they will still need to rank in those points as well. Doesn't matter sometimes whether it's by placements or by eliminations. But looking at how the other teams are playing, a lot of these teams have phenomenal firepower. They must be able to find a way to match up to the level of fight that the other teams will put onto eArena.
I think it's already undisputed to say that for teams like these who like to take these fights as a team that you have to have a little bit or exercise a bit more caution on how exactly you want to approach these games, mostly because when you are going to get caught out very, very early, you're not having any, I would say, protocols to deal with these fights. It could be very, very detrimental. I think one of the biggest problems EA had towards the last 3 maps on day number 1 was because they wanted to breach into compounds, but they didn't really have the right timings in terms of breaching together in as a team or getting caught out one by one. CQCs are dangerous and they didn't do their due diligence and they're not able to break into teams' defenses, and that's the most important thing as well that you have to really worry about, especially if you want to take these aggressive sort of fights. Teams like Alter Ego are really great at breaching compounds. They're very scary to deal with, but eArena does not have the same sentiment. So for me personally, I think being calculative is a right move for them. They can take their time, really figure out their risk management on whether or not they want to all in on a fight or just really go in for that third party. Because if anything, CD Alliance have been doing that third party strat. It's been working wonders for them, except for map 2. I don't think they could really get into the circle at that time. But when in a situation where many of these teams have the ideal situations to be able to third party, to be able to have most of the space to work with and terrains as well, you want to be able to not lose out on that advantages.
Yeah, and I like the point that you mentioned about the CelcomDigi Alliance. Third partying is their specialty, and they've been doing that kind of strat for like multiple seasons now, and it works out for them. Yeah, there could be some moments in the finals, but that's very individual moments. But in general, third partying is the specialty. If we were to zoom in onto game number 2 when they did the third party, maybe there were just too many teams for them to handle, because after they come in, then it was followed by like Claw, which they probably didn't expect. If it was only them and Alter Ego, then they obviously had the numbers. It was 2v4, but because Claw came in and then you have Alter Ego on the other building who can shoot from the window as well, suppressing them on the last building. So they didn't really have that space to really show what they can do as a team that's specializing on third partying. But of course, there will be more opportunities for them to come in the upcoming matches for them to do that again. And I believe CelcomDigi Alliance can make a big comeback.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. I mean, for them, consistency is very much there. But the thing is, whether or not they can beat the allegations of them being that league stage team, right? Regardless of whether or not that is a thing, I think there's a lot more teams that we do have to look out for as well. I mean, Sem9 surprisingly in day number 1, and this has been something that's been a big problem for them, is that they do pop off on day 1. They put this high expectations on the players, and you're thinking, oh my god, could this be the rise of the brand new Sem9? And then suddenly on day 2, they're quiet. They barely, I think they were in the middle of the pack when it came into coming into this Super Weekend, but we haven't really seen that full potential that we want to see from the team in terms of cohesion as well as playstyle. For them, sometimes it's a bit too passive, it's a bit too aggressive. Sometimes it feels like they just really tunnel visioning into those fights as well. So for me personally, that adjustment is needed. We need to put our players into a position where they need to do their roles well.
Yeah, and these teams, we're hoping for them to do well because they are our teams to focus. So you have Boom Esports, CelcomDigi Alliance, and also Vampire Esports. Mine is very different. I have TALON, I have Claw, and I also have FaZe Clan, who, well, they just got the chicken dinner. So I guess the results answer for itself. And for Claw, well, they're still a good team. And individually, they're very strong as well. I mean, you just saw how Redface actually pulled off a big one there earlier on, and players like Zuxi can do the same as well. So I'm still looking forward to see how Claw will be consistent in the upcoming rounds. And also for one more thing that I'll be looking forward to is that will players like Pepeng be able to step up the game as well? Because right now, yes, Zuxi has his moments, Redface obviously has his moments, Bobofu, he's the brains, he's the IGL. If Pepeng can match up to the pace or the gameplay or the gunfire power of like Redface and Zuxi, Claw will be a very scary team.
They have been a very scary team this entire week. I think, once they figured out how exactly to execute their late rotation style play, as well as that, their aggression toward the last few maps toward the end of the week number 1, it looked really good for the team. It really just hit me like, okay, this is what they're trying to do here. This is the type of fight you want to see as well. I think it took them 3 maps to really, make their way into the game, find their groove. But in terms of consistency, it's definitely there. What they wanted is still there from day number 1. They're not going to be changing out their SOPs. They're going to be doing the same thing, that they are used to, but it works. More so in the terms of, because of their late rotation, there's a lot of space left by other teams who are running toward that middle side of the circle. When you are this late into the circle, you're also in a position to take a lot of space toward the side of the circle, be able to lay some crossfires for anyone in the middle of rotating into the circle a lot later from number 1. Number 2, if there were these team fights in the middle side of the map, you are going to be so easily able to just really hit them and just take away those kills before teams are able to pick up the pieces after a big fight.
I was just looking at, so that's about Claw, right? But I was also looking at like Sem9, and when we had them on screen earlier on, I know a lot of community, they were discussing about like, oh, when are we going to see Yuhai and Mika play? All right, so I'm going to give all you guys some tea here. The reason why Kenny and Deb is starting is that during off season, so they evaluated like which duo is better. Will it be like the Kenny, will it be like the Yuhai Mika combo or the Kenny Deb combo? And apparently the evaluation is that the Kenny Deb combo gave them better results. So they are basing off that off season results, training scrims, and also whatever tournaments that they went to create this starting lineup. Now, whether it is the right timing for Sem9 to deploy the Mika Yuhai combo, obviously it's really down to the management. If we were to look at the current results, maybe it's something they will consider, but maybe they consider that after the extended break.
Could be. now for VPE, okay, you know what? Interesting enough, when you look at VPE, they're very quiet. They aren't a team that's been very bombastic. I mean, in terms of team identity, it's very different than who they used to be back in 2023, right? I think it was a downward spiral for 2024, a bit of a, and then now in 2025 into this season. Last season was all right. I wouldn't say it's the worst season they had, but it's still a big change. Mormon leaving the team. For me personally, I thought to myself, hey, I thought Mormon was that last puzzle pieces you need. I thought it brought enough aggression for you to play with each other, but I guess the synergy just wasn't there. And now you bring in a whole new team with so many, with a whole new different player, changing out your style of play as well. Team identity be damned, because this is a whole new empire of Vampire Esports, and they're quietly making it to the top. My question is whether or not this momentum will go as we go into the second air angle of the day.
I do miss Mormon's dance, not gonna lie. Hopefully we get to see that as we will check out if that might happen here in Erangle number 2, game number 3 for today's game before the extended break. And this time we're going to see a very different flight path. Looks like it's passing by Gatka, so it's going to be from Ferry Pier, from Primos, all the way up to Saverni, a left-sided flight path this time.
Yeah. Okay, Sam9 could still drop over onto Ferry Pier. It shouldn't be a problem. I think for Claw, they could still go up to a Novorab Noye if they want to. They can drop off SMB and just go through the military base, go all the way to Novorab Noye. They can choose if they want to just rotate upwards from there as well. And I think this might be the game plan for this particular team.
That could be a choice as well, although it's fairly far, but then again, you can still grab a vehicle, you can still travel there, that's okay. You don't really need to force yourself to drop into a near spot. Unless you're Vampire, that is. They're probably the only team among all that has the absolute license to drop as early as possible depending on where the flight path is. In this case, obviously it's going to be Primos. But in theory, to explain that, in case the flight path was the other way around, like it starts with Saverni down, then they will go to Zarki. So that's something to be observed for Vampire Esports. Circle! Not too far from the previous circle. We're still going to get a somewhat similar-ish circle. Obviously, the final circle we don't know, but as a start, it's pretty similar.
Yeah, very centralized circle. But if anything, since the flight path was skewed for the left, that means that we're seeing a lot of heavy fights coming in left side here, especially from those. eArena could potentially be running into MVKE as well if they're a little bit more late. I think I wouldn't be surprised if eArena said, you know what, I didn't see someone dropping through this particular vicinity. We can get a bit more active, aggressive, try and isolate fights, especially since it's inside the urban area of Georgiapol, especially if they are in separate buildings. But for me as well, I'm also keeping a close eye out on Sam9 because they haven't moved at all in terms of their dark spot throughout the entirety of this week. Are they going to be maintaining the same style of play, or are they going to just, could teams be potentially, kind of marking them and thinking, okay, they always drop here, this might be their location. Do we want to fight them? Should we keep an eye out on them? This could be something to watch out for.
Well, you got to watch out on TODAK's substitution though. So Brian is out and Tam is in. The guy that has the skill set on IGL. eArena, they're changing their lineup as well. So NC2 is going to be stepping away, and we're going to see Mormon coming into the lineup. Okay, so now with Mormon in the lineup for eArena, this is the best opportunity for eArena to score a chicken dinner. Just because if they do that, we're very likely to see the Mormon dance.
What does the Mormon dance look like, Sir Cloud?
I wish I could show you, but clearly we're not on caster cam. So.
Okay, let's describe it with movement. Is it the hand in front,
okay.
and to the left, right?
Imagine you put your hand underneath your shirt and then you just do a pump.
What?
Yeah, you put your hand underneath the shirt and then you do a pump, like pump to the front, like you pull your shirt to the front. Yeah, you do a pump. Yeah.
You know what?
That's the Mormon dance.
If anyone in the comments know a video, just link it, share it with everyone, I guess, just to give a bit of an expectation of what you can expect from this team.
Yeah, I'm sure there are clips out there, ladies and gentlemen. And if you know what I'm talking about, you can leave like links in the comments so everyone can get an idea of like what the Mormon dance in. I couldn't give it like an actual name, so I just call it the Mormon dance because it's only him that would dance if they score a chicken dinner.
I mean, it's very him. I think for the team, we talked to Vampire Esports, we talked to FaZe Clan before when he was on the team. Every time we asked the teams, the players, like, hey, whenever we see Mormon on the table with the team, he's very loud, he's very aggressive, he never sits still. What's it like playing with him? And they're like, he's always the guy that brings in the vibes. He's the vibe merchant for the team. He's funny. He keeps it light and easy. He's also one of the best players, and I'm not surprised that he's able to bring that sort of personality to the team.
You know what? Speaking about vibes, when I see Mercuries and his picture, he reminds me of Mela. Sometimes I wonder, are these two brothers or something? Because they look very similar.
They do?
They do. They're so same. Like if it's like a player cam and you don't get a frontal view, like you get a side view, you'll be like, hey, is that Mela? And you get a front view, it's like, oh, that's Mercuries. It's like they're brothers, like from, I don't know, brothers from different mom and dad or something. But yeah, they do look very similar.
Sure. I think we could ask them maybe in an interview, like, hey, you guys look similar. Are you guys doppelgangers? This could be something that we could ask. Could be very fun. Anyways, coming to the map. Okay, this is a team that, I have a lot of concern for. Sem9. They historically do well on day one, go quiet into the next few days. Maybe they'll pick up a chicken dinner or two, but most of the time it's quiet. Why do you think there's a hot cold moment for Sem9, Sir Cloud? I think you're very, very familiar with the team.
Don't expose me. But yeah, I want to give my thoughts, but we might see a potential fight here. Okay, we can continue on the Sem9 conversation. So here's the thing. So Sem9, they retained the same lineup as compared to like last season, right? And the thing that was also mentioned, I believe Yuhai was asked in his live stream by some of the fans, and he did mention about they want to retain the same lineup because they want to increase the level of chemistry. And I do agree. I think what Sem9 is lacking right now is team chemistry because there's almost no other explanation to Sem9. On paper, they have some of the best players around. I mean, you got Yuhai Mika, you got the Kenny Tab, you got an excellent IGL in Trexie. It's just about finding that X factor, finding that spark, not as an individual players, but as a team. Now, if I want to put it out objectively, right, other than that, it's probably they need a coach that can really gel them together, because right now it's Superboy as a manager plus coach. They do have Loyu as an analyst, but maybe they need some extra help with that, just like how Adelu needs help right now. Yeah.
Man, can't do anything as well. And okay, this is great for Sem9. Great opening as well. Could potentially just boost their mood a little bit to go into this particular game, since they are currently at 15th place. They only have 2 points from the previous 2 maps as well. So this could be a massive for them. Now, coming back into the rest of the teams here, Claw still up to the same tactics. Very, very slow on that rotation. Hell, they're still very much in the southern side, even inside of SMB here as well. And I think I may have to take back what I said in the pre-show about how a lot of rotations have changed. Perhaps Malaysian teams are no longer running against each other. No, this is a very early meet between 2 Malaysian teams already. I highly doubt that this trend will be changing. We saw it happen throughout the entirety of this week. At one point, even we saw a 3-way, 4-way fight by all the Malaysian teams at one point as well. And I'm just like, what the heck is happening here? Is this coincidence? Or what?
It's sometimes like a relationship, like even though we are far apart, but because of the vibes, we're always pulled together and we always meet. It's same like how with all these Malaysian teams from the group stages and even to now, the overalls, if we were to look at it, like they're stacked up each other, and that's actually not good for all the Malaysian teams because obviously they're all down there and all of them with a single digit. How are they going to work that out? Well, there's almost no answer to that, because when you rotate, you don't really know who's in front of you. You just shoot and then you find out later after you eliminate an opponent, and then you go oopsie, but it's too late by then. But it's all for themselves, right? It's not about like only, okay, because we are Malaysian, you're Malaysian. It's about who becomes on top, because it's also club-based as well at the same time.
The Xavier just made a beeline for this compound as well, and this is massive. Gives them a lot of space to work with as well, and cover potentially to meet against teams like TODAK. And Nyan cannot do anything. He's stuck there. He's all alone. He's very low. I don't think it should be a problem for him to go for that reset, but to be able to pick him up is going to be a problem. Yes, he has smokes. Yes, he can buy some time here, but he doesn't have that mobility. So because of that, I can notice already. I think it's Tum that's trying to rush up forward a little bit more, maybe take away some space. Put in a bit of pressure as well to the members of the Xavier so they're able to pick him up. But for Nyan, I think there's a rock there as well that he can hide behind.
Oh, okay. Now it's Vampire Esports against Sem9. They took out Traxi, Mr. IGL for Sem9. Vampire Esports, they obviously had the numbers. Okay, now utility after utility onto the other side. Firen is still at 50% of health. Mela launches his nade onto the side of Firen. Will not connect as they will be on the other side of the hill. Vampire Esports, they are having a 2-2 formation. If you look at their minimap, the two other players trying to find a flank onto Sem9 as 9. They did point out on how difficult his position he was at, and he was eliminated from there.
DPE wants to get a bit more active here. They can potentially just choke Sem9 inside of this compound and rush in together. Deny Sem9 from being able to leave. Just flush them out from these corners as well here. But they're in trouble. You can see that Dep's trying to go a bit more active and aggressive, but he just walks straight into the crosshairs of VPE as well. And the rest of VPE, they flood. And this is one of the cleanest takes of a compound I've seen in a while. And Sem9 with only one elimination. This is the third map of the day, and they have not found their groove at all today.
An average of 1 point per map for Sem9. Definitely not the groove that they would want to be in. So hopefully this extended break will bring them dividends because they definitely need it. They need to find a way on how to manage this super weekend, because obviously it's very different from the group stages. Group stages, you still have a mix of teams from different tiers. But when it comes to the super weekend, you put the best of the best teams in every single round. So they have to manage it very differently. And it's something for Sem9 to figure out once they come back from the break later on.
Esnaya Poliana has been left behind here. I don't think that eArena wants to stay too long in that area. Perhaps they can take the front side or the southern side of that compound area. They don't have to really hold too far in. I think what's really important right now for eArena is if they want to play aggressively, they want to be able to play together as a team, most importantly. Set up those crossfires to be able to play off one another. But in this situation right now, with D Xavier running out of members, running out of space and time, they thought that they could make a beeline away and take this air compound away from BTR. They're getting picked off one by one. They tried to go the aggressive, the aggressive style of play, and because their timing was a little bit off, they weren't able to get off the vehicle in time. It allowed BTR these small windows of opportunity to take these isolated fights without having to worry about quick trades from D Xavier.
You know what sort of beeline did D Xavier make? A BTR line. I try. But Levi is making another line away, but at the moment he stepped away. Potato surprised him. He totally didn't expect Potato to be there and gunned down immediately. But Potato, last man standing here for VOIN Donkey amongst all these other teams. He's holding his breath now.
Yeah, couldn't do much at all. Honestly, a shocker seeing D Xavier getting knocked out this early as well. You think that, they had one good game, they're able to, really get into that groove, and then suddenly whatever strat they had read like a book, they didn't have protocols on how exactly to play off each other and rotate into the circle. Granted as well, this is a wide open area. There's not a lot of cover as well. You want to rotate into the circle, fine, but with most of the prime spots, with the terrains and the buildings pretty much already filled up on northern side and southern side of the map, what are you going to do here? I have to say, and looking at where Boom Esports has planted themselves, is the wide open, southern side of Yasnaya or Poliana, where it's just straight up fields there. The only player there is Mystery, and I think what he's done is he probably has like either a small shack or cover, or even hiding behind vehicles and just proning, waiting for people to slowly pass by them, and just slowly but surely setting up shop. But my question is, if the circle does push toward that area, you're going to be right smack dab in the middle with no cover, barely any space. It's going to be a problem later.
Oh, okay. Frenzy quickly turns to the left side when information was given. The fact that Vampire Esports was by the edge of this circle on the high ground. A great relay of information there. But that might force TODAK to break up. Alright. They're all moving towards the northern side. Okay, great call there by TODAK, because you don't want to be caught by Vampire Esports where you don't have that level of information of where they are actually at and you're still at stage 3, might as well use the opportunity to just rotate away up north into the circle. Get your own high ground.
Could potentially be great for Boom Esports if they're able to really, work this off together as a team. And I think they have read this very well, putting 2 members on the open side area. And in fact, having Pawnbit go a little bit more closer in terms of positioning to where eArena is. You can have Pawnbit, become the guy to keep a bit more quiet as eArena gets aggressive and gets, a bit more distracted by other teams. He could potentially go in for a backstab. In Boboho, I think it's about to join him as well.
Okay. Not yet, it seems. Okay, everyone's taking position. But there's still a team on the outside of the circle. That's going to be interesting. And that's going to be TODAK because the circle shifted. In front of them, it's going to be another team waiting. But we get back onto that later because right now, the Vikings, looks like they managed to gun down Zuxi from afar. Now on his knees. But a lot of trees in between. So Superman, he doesn't have a good clear shot of the Zuxi. Now, whether they can save it or not will be the second question. And looks like they're starting to lose patience. They send a nade across, but that will not connect at all on the Zuxi yet. But the blue might connect first.
MVKE could potentially be great here. I mean, we talked about how the rotations from Claw is very high risk and how exactly they are potentially or most likely going to be gate capped out of the circle. It's a very high risk play, but somehow they've still managed to stay up as a 4. They had one player rush out, become the distraction, while the rest of the team just really, pull themselves together, pick up the pieces to go back into fighting form. As Redface rushes out here, he gets clipped. He's so low right now. That was a very high-risk play. And I'm wondering what made him decide to go as aggressively as that. Was it a desperation plea? Or rather, a situation where he thought that he's going to be able to just jump down, get a really good spray, and then move out of the way?
Yeah, but Brick was not able to move out of the way. Out of the way of Axel, that is. Axel for Talon immediately takes him out. Gonna be point number 3 for Talon. Okay, they've been racking up points this round. While MVKE, the Vikings, force their way straight into somewhere, well, not really in the middle of the circle yet, but at least they are close with the middle. So if the circle shifts, likely they will still get this circle. Now for TODAK, they've been on the outside for quite a while now. And the one that's blocking them from coming in is FaZe Clan.
Great heal as well for TODAK. Good recovery, but the same could not be said for the rest of Claw. As soon as they get away from one area, they have to traverse up this terrain, fight their way into Talon's compound to be able to get their right to be in that circle. Linux gets tagged by the nade, Yoru as well. And from a different angle, you can see that Redface is still very active, putting in damage onto Rosemary. And I think that the team has been very, very, adept at really figuring out where Alter Ego is and how they want to play in terms of third partying. Krypton, a high ground play. This is a very desperate and dangerous ploy as well, because for Claw, they don't have the sprint advantage, they don't have firepower either. Pepek cannot do much, and Alter Ego, they waited for the golden opportunity to get active, get a member away from Talon because they're so crippled. But the same could be said because now Alter Ego is in the same predicament where that previous team they took down is at.
And the moment Talon shows up, Alter Ego gets eliminated. Now we're back on the TODAK versus FaZe Clan. TODAK, they somehow managed to slide into the circle. But at what cost? Now it's only Frenzy and Tam going up against FaZe Clan. Why? Another fight's happening. Hang on, people. Now we have Talon and the Vikings. Looks like these two teams, they're not in the circle. And circle update, ladies and gentlemen. CelcomDigi Alliance in the circle together with Roy up north and MEC at the southern side. Now, the fight on the outside. Talon versus MVKE. The Vikings. Now we continue on.
1T knocked down. I don't think MVKE is going to have a problem bringing him back into the game here, but Talon has suffered... Actually, no, they didn't really suffer too much losses out of that as well. They still managed to stay intact as a 4 here. And I have to say, Alter Ego, they played their cards right. They're understanding that they cannot take advantage of both teams at the same time. Chose to overcome one team. And then they're understanding as well that going up this terrain and taking a fight against Talon is nigh impossible. So they took their chances, get away with as many points as they can, and then tried their best. But in this situation, position where MVKE is holding, Talon was also doing a very desperate play. They had to break into their compound to get their right into that circle. And whatever that Talon did to Alter Ego, to Claw just now, is felt the same way as Talon right now.
Desperate play was your key point earlier on, because that was what Linux did. The moment he stepped into the compound, he moved in, he didn't check his corner, Superman was waiting, and he got immediately eliminated. Now the pressure is going to be on to these two teams. First, it's going to be on to Talon because the blue is just right behind them. Vikings, they can still kind of wait for the blue to force Talon to push them up, and then at least they might score those elimination points, and then they can move into the circle because the circle is just right behind them. Now here comes Talon. They try to breach in. Axel receives a little bit of damage from that nade. Now down to 50% of health. Acho on the left side with his UFP spraying into the smoke, not able to land any shots at all, taking a lot of damage instead. While Axel breaches on the other side. At least he got something, but finally the fought ended with MVKE winning that one against Talon.
BTR also in a very desperate play. One member knocked down already. I have to say that Tony K's nades today have been pretty scary to deal with. He's managed to get a 2-for-1 situation, and just now he managed to get another member of BTR. Now, Snape is the final man standing, and VPE understanding that they don't have to push. They don't want to be caught in these isolated plays in these CQCs where it's so easy for you to walk into a crosshair and just get caught off guard. No, they're going to try collapse together as a team, as a three. And as soon as the shots come out, they knew exactly the general vicinity of where he is, and they completely overcome. This is a great choke as well as teamwork coming in from VPE. It's looking so much better for them this weekend.
Well, now the choke is onto MVKE, but we shift over to FaZe Clan. The moment we stop over, looks like Boom Esports made good work out of them. FaZe Clan eliminated at number 8 with 1 elimination point, only 2 points collected this round. As Boom Esports, they managed to collect 5 as of now. Woonti will be eliminated from MVKE. The Vikings only down to 1 player, that's Superman, and he's not in the best position. Mormon, Mr. Danceman for eArena, will secure that point.
It's great. I mean, for them, we were questioning about how dangerous it is for them to hold on to such a big area of terrain so far apart from each other. But, when you look at it at a more interesting way, right? Because they have so much terrain and space, 2 in the backside could go for a long-range support cover fire, while the other 2 can just really go in for that cripple just to clean up house. And now, Turney K does have a bit of the north side of the circle to work with. His teammates are going to be rallying together and slowly making their way up. They have, a package that they can go and pick up as well. They can play on the side of the road. And if anything, I don't think they want to get too active right now, because the lower side of the terrain on this right side of the circle could potentially be their saving grace as we go into the last few circles later.
And we are approaching those last few circles now with some of these teams on the outside, including Vampire Esports. And the blue is right behind them. 5 more seconds before it starts to close. Okay, they have this smoked up vehicle, not the best, but it's probably the only vehicle that they have that's able to be used right now. Okay, they'll force their way through. Are they going to take this fight? Or are they going to just go straight in? Okay, looks like they choose to take this fight against MEC. We're up to the high ground. MEC better get prepared.
Very patient play here by Vampire Esports. Lying in wait, hoping to set up the perfect ambush. But still, with so many teams moving around here, teams like MEC as well have to find the golden opportunity to break in. It's Boom Esports here. They did move into the area of the fields. They have a nice little off angle to work with as well. But if a team pushes and they're down here at a very flat lay of land, just lying in wait, this could spell doom.
Or it could spell boom. If they could come out on top, that is. Roy is the team on the northern side, but the closer team is going to be Vampire Esports. Shrubs takes a lot of damage. In a critical situation right now, he has to reset himself. Gets into the vehicle, gives him a bit of cover. Tony K receives damage from the other side, but look at MEC. They're making the active approach against Vampire Esports. Right now, Vampire Esports, pretty sandwiched. But at the top, looks like Roy. They're making their move as well against Boom.
Nice sprays. Newsy's low. And VPE, understanding this predicament, decides to move back. Making the space and understanding how to go aggressive and even passive is key here for how they want to overcome. And somehow from another side of the map here, Juke gets caught out. And Boom Esports is currently understanding because they're in a sandwich position. They go for a reposition and instead takes the fight toward Roy themselves.
Oh, beautiful position here by Mango. I love his position on top of that roof. But Tony K gets yummy. He's looking for Pombe right now. He gets a double knockdown. Can he get a third one? Looks like it will not happen just yet. Tony K will be eliminated by Octa. The rest of Vampire Esports, they need to follow up, and they will finish off. The final member of Boom Esports, Vampire Esports, will continue on.
He drove the car with a shotgun in hand, slowly made his way toward the player and shot him in the face. That is disgusting. And I have to say, that is a very genius move as well at the same time here. And now, in terms of positioning here, eArena still very healthy as a 4. This is one of the more quiet games. The 3 eliminations they've gotten have mostly been stragglers, not really full-on fights either. They did one big fight, but it wasn't really a full commit, if you think about it. And now the rest of the team, since they're all the way tucked into the western side, this could be hard because the circle is shifting that side, and most importantly, it's a wide open area as Kim. What the heck was that? That is insane tracking from this player.
Oh, absolutely right. And because of that, Shrubs had no space. He cannot run away. MEC collects that third point. But at the same time, look who got the circle. It's CelcomDigi Alliance with the circle, with the compound, looking good. But on the northern side, we now have Roy shifting towards the area where eArena is at. eArena, they're moving towards the south. And for them to get into the circle, if they go there, they have to breach the compound that's held down by CelcomDigi Alliance. They don't have a choice. They must do it soon.
MEC deciding to go toward the western side is a good call. Now, the call is just to survive, to extend your points in terms of placements. It's a wide open area, yeah, but it puts you so far away from the rest of these teams. With CD Alliance on the southern side, gatekeeping eArena, this could be a full-on 4-on-4. Roy, I wouldn't be surprised if Roy would try to go in for this long-range pickoffs as well. One of the players are already sort of moving on the northern side here, trying to get a bit of an idea where exactly everyone is. But this full fight will be starting first by CD Alliance with their throwables. They get a clip onto Sakura. It puts them away because of their Molotov, so one of their smokes cannot be pushed into as well, as Olio as well does taste the same with his own medicine.
And we can see that eArena, they're still deciding on where to go. One player knocked on the outside. They don't have much space. They have to pick their poison. It's either CelcomDigi Alliance or Roy at the north, or at the south it's going to be MEC. They have to pick one. They don't have a choice. They cannot avoid any fights. And now Tony K, okay, he needs to heal up. One of the players currently picked up. But Roy now is the one putting pressure onto eArena. It's so difficult for eArena to even cross this road. Look at this. And the smokes are dissipating. Okay, they're forcing themselves in. They have no choice. They have to go in somehow.
If they're going in right now, Roy as well as CD Alliance can put in the pressure. Turney K is low, and the cars are already smoking as well. Sakura falls. Mango is the one to do that knock. And as Olio there, that was a bit more of an over-aggression. And MEC pops their heads up, takes full advantage of the situation. And every single team is being eaten up by these cats. These cats show their claws, their fangs as well, and waited for the three-way fight. And all they have to do is capitalize by putting in the pressure from the other side of the map.
What beautiful timing by MEC! And they took out Roy, but at the same time, eArena, they survived, but the nade came from the other side. It is Mormon! That's why you need this guy in the lineup. One day to rule them all. Now it's between eArena and MEC for the chicken dinner.
MEC is rallying. A lot of movement happening toward the eastern side of that circle, but eArena undeterred. They also have 2 packages that they've managed to loot, so this could give them a big edge in terms of utility, in terms of in terms of armor, in terms of guns as well.
Well, and now it will be a test of utility, like what you said. Okay, Mormon gets smoky. Mormon again and again and again and again. Can he actually be the catalyst here to seal the deal for eArena? They definitely need the points in. They're going to focus on the Kim right now. It's going to be Joker, Sakura, Turney K in front of him, while Mormon's going to open up the other space on the southern side. And Kim will be get out by Joker. 2 more to go for MEC.
It felt like MEC was a little bit scattered here right now, and Kim wanted to play the heroic play. Wasn't able to get the nice timing, the angles as well. Not enough eyes on to other players as well. As Voki will fall, Turney K takes him away. Mormon all the way in the back here. This could be the perfect backstab, but no. He's been spotted out by all the other members of MEC here. Still very aware and adept, but the amount of bodies coming in from eArena is too much, and they fully overwhelmed, and they fully choke, giving them a chicken dinner. A birthday boy, Bob Mormon, is the key to this game.
birthday boy superstar Mormon, the catalyst to bring the chicken dinner to eArena. Man, he showed nades, shots, long range, short range, everything by Mormon. You need this guy in the lineup. He's telling his coach that I want a permanent spot in the lineup, and he's proving why to his coach, giving them a good headache to have because Mormon deserves a spot based on this performance itself.
Honestly, super exciting watching him play, and the way he moves around was just giving such a headache to many of these teams. He was taking away space, he was moving around the area as well. Kim tried to be the hero in that fight. He tried to go for an off-angle choke onto the other end, hoping to pincer the members of eArena. Little did he know, he was the one getting pincered by the other end. There's too much cover, and it was, I think for MEC, because of the pressure, because of the amount of distraction put in by the members of eArena, it was so hard for him to pinpoint where exactly the members of eArena have already moved around. MEC did a great job of surviving till the end and taking away fights as a third party, but eArena great on recovery to bring them back to the top spot with that chicken dinner.
And with the chicken dinner, they bring together with them 11 elimination points, 21 points for eArena this round. And it's not only what we see in the battleground, it's also on the stats as well that Mormon is the performing player in this round. So 4 eliminations, and he dished out the most damage as well, 644. And obviously, well, if you take out that amount of damage with that amount of eliminations, you will need to receive some damage as well. So that's fine. And he's also the player to deal the most throwables use. So he was very tactical with his utility usage as well. So again, Mormon definitely deserves a spot here. They need Mormon in the lineup.
They really do. I think for Mormon, one of the biggest impact players is not only in terms of damage when it comes to gunplay, but yeah, what you mentioned before, those throwables. How he plays with throwables is a very interesting one. It's very selfish as well. You throw in a nade to get those kills. You rush up forward when you see someone get clipped. You put those smokes down to allow yourself to take up space. You can move inside of the smoke and even weave out the other as well. eArena looking real good right now. Birthday buff or not? Let's talk a little bit more after this highlight.
Shout out to Muiz Ahmed Guman, who actually DM'd me another version of the Mormon dance that I happily forward to Tash, so she gets to see what we were talking about. But I was a bit disappointed the fact that we didn't get to see the Mormon dance. But hopefully maybe later. But of course, fans of eArena, you guys can cheer because they are obviously part of the top 4 teams, and the fact that they are placed at this number 1, that means they are the team to collect the most points, followed by Vampire Esports, and then we have MEC, followed by Roy. And this round is a big comeback for MEC as well.
This is huge because they rallied back in terms of positioning this time around. They rallied in terms of not getting too aggressive. They rallied in terms of, putting up the positions first. Sometimes you really got to get a bit more tactical. I know some teams, they want to get a lot more points. They want to go a little bit more active, get a little bit more aggressive. But these styles of play are very, very punishable. And when you're already on the back foot, it's just so hard to really come back from this. But sometimes it's okay to play a bit more passive. I think Vampire Esports also displayed this as well. But Mormon this time around, the big guy, the birthday boy to bring in the MVP for the day in terms of throwables, in terms of eliminations, in terms of damage. He was very, very adept in being able to become one of the heavy impact makers for the team to really rally back. And not only that, because all eyes were on him, it gives so much space for the rest of his teammates to be able to pull off the impossible. The rotations, the chokes, the flanks as well. It was all down to this guy to become and steal away the spotlight.
Yeah, and he definitely stole the spotlight here with his nades. Caught in 4K, ladies and gentlemen. Because of that, eArena, they scored 21 points. Followed by Vampire Esports, looks like it's a top 2 Thai team here. 12 points collected by them. MEC, 10 points collected. And among all these teams on page number 1, TALON. Who needs to play some points when you can score 8 elimination points here, putting you up still at page number 1. Interesting enough, for Vampire Esports, they had a rather difficult end circle, that the circle kept running away from them, but opportunity was presented to them in the sense that, okay, bodies came towards them, teams came towards them, and they took it well. In that sense, they scored the 9 elimination points.
Yeah, I think if anything, many of these teams that did, find dividends in their early aggressive play this time around were punished very early. VOIN, Donkey, Claw, even Sem9, D Xavier, as well as TODAK. Surprising enough, I'm quite shocked, honestly, because, we talked about that late rotations and what it means to be, to be able to play off that. I talked about the secret recipe to be able to play aggressive into that late rotations as well. But a lot of these teams were not understanding or did not foresee that the terrains getting into the circle was going to be a hard terrain to work with. And on top of that, compounds as well. It's hard to really get into the circle that's being held on to teams such as, TALON as well. So many of these teams did fall because of that as into the situation. But regardless, as FaZe still maintaining that number 1 spot over on 35, but Vampire Esports and eArena just shooting up to the top here, and I have to say it's looking mad competitive in the top 3.
And you did open the topic about the Thai teams when we started the show, and now they're stacking up there. 1, 2, 3, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, eArena with the points not that far, obviously, because we're only 3 games in. But yeah, obviously the teams will need to set this bar and set this gap here in preparation for tomorrow. Today is all about just setting the bar. And on page number 2, looks like all the Malaysian teams are still here, including MEC, knocking on the door on page number 1. So it's still fine, because whatever it is, it's all about just setting the bar today.
Yeah. I think on this day, because again, remember, because it is still the Super Weekend, the top spot is what you want to aim for, right? Getting that top spot means that tomorrow you have an advantage, plus 10 points only, and a chicken dinner to end the day. That's a huge advantage to have compared to the rest of the team. But, from my experience, when you are over at the venue, when you are trying to make sure that you want to end the day, especially D Xavier, I think that was a team that was over in the venue that was trying to end the day. It was hard because of the mental pressure, not only coming in from the game, but also outside the game, knowing that the other teams, the staff, the players, as well as, the teams rallying against you, saying, hey, that team, you have a mark on your back, you cannot end the game as well. So, I think if anything today will, as you mentioned before, will be that benchmark to be able to get that most points. To be able, if say that tomorrow you're not able to end the game, at the very least, you're able to stay consistently at the top in terms of the points.
Yes. Consistency is going to be key, and also tomorrow, if we do go all the way 8 games without any team smashing it, obviously consistency is going to be the top requirement. Of course, and then we talk about will there be a plot twist of any team smashing it? But of course, that will be tomorrow's conversation. Today, it's going to be 3 more games after this extended break. So I'll be we can give a little bit more attention onto the teams on page number 2 as well to see how close can they close the gap at least with the top team so that they can stand a better chance in smashing it tomorrow as well.
Anyways, we're gonna be right back. We're gonna go for extended break. Do not go anywhere. More PUBG Mobile PMSL SEA Summer 2025 after this.
There shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. One day, the fuel tank might run empty. The flame would go out. But there were some ties that even time cannot erase. fight begin. You did great.
Magic right now, but right amount of players barbecue to death drop. New line reset, but it's not gonna be. It should go wild. Members of SEA already here. Rocky out the open. The smoke. TALON. Strategic. Go. The one in trouble right now. Worry about
Honor and trophy. Everyone wants them. But who will be the next champion? The 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League SEA Summer will be held in Jakarta. 24 teams, including the 16 directly invited teams, and 8 teams advanced from the PNMC will compete fiercely from June 4th to June 22nd for this proud championship and a total prize pool of $200,000 US. In week 1, we will have the 3-day group stage. The 24 teams will be randomly divided into groups A, B, and C, and they will take turns to compete. The top 16 teams in the group stage will advance to that week's Super Weekend. Smash rule for Super Weekend. The 16 teams will play 2 days matches. At the end of day 1, the top performing team's total points will be used to set a match point target, which was top 1's team's points plus 10 points. The teams must first reach match point and then win a winner-winner chicken dinner in a subsequent match to end the day. If after 8 matches of day 2 still no team achieved this requirement, then the match will end as well, and the team will be based on the points ranking to set the weekly ranking. In week 2, the rules are identical to week 1, but during the group stage, teams will be regrouped based on the last week's ranking. After the 2 weeks matches, teams will receive league ranking points from Super Weekend ranking. The top 16 teams will advance to the grand finals. League stage ranking points will be carried over to the playoffs as a head start bonus. In the grand finals, we will be playing 3 days matches, still following Smash Rule. If no teams have completed the Smash Rules after 6 games on day 3, the final ranking will be determined based on a team's points ranking. After that, we will award the champion of PMSL SEA SUMMER. We will compete in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. Teams will need to seize every opportunity to challenge again for honor. Get ready to welcome the new king.
ก็ระวังไว้นะครับโมแมนเพราะว่าผมจะยิงคุณให้คุณเต้นไม่ออกเลย
Untuk BTR Raya kan, kalau kau ada peluang dapat main ke apa, main lah betul-betul. Kau jadi camat lah sampai habis season ni.
ฝากถึง AFP นะครับ ถ้าพร้อมแล้วก็เข้ามาเลยครับ
Untuk Bu Masri, aku harapin yang terbaik lah buat kamu dan timmu, dan semoga kita bisa sama-sama ke final.
ก็คงไม่พ้น EA Mormon ครับ เพราะว่านิสัยกวนดีครับ ผมอยากเน้นเป็นพิเศษครับ เพราะว่ามีอลิกันนิดหน่อย
Tim kita orang nak bantai sangat season ni DX lah. Sebab dekat screen diorang selalu kejar kita orang. Tak berhati lah dengan diorang.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นน้องโทนี่เคครับ เพราะว่าน้องมีศักยภาพที่ดีแล้วก็ไม่เคยฟอร์มตกครับ
Kalau dari aku sih nggak ada, karena menurutku jika kita berpatokan pada satu tim gitu, pasti nanti akan berbalik hal yang buruk kepada kita.
ก็ระวังตัวไว้นะครับ เพราะว่าเดี๋ยวผมจะเอาถ้วยแชมป์ที่พี่หนีออกจากทีมไปโชว์ให้พี่ดูตรงหน้าเอง
Untuk Untuk raya nah, dekat PMSL saya tengok dia gendong-gendong gila lah tim dia dekat PMSL ni lah. Tapi saya rasa dia jadi camat je lah.
ส่วนตัวผมก็อยากฝากถึง XSP KNet ครับ เพราะว่าเขาชอบแย่งคิวผมแล้วก็ไม่ค่อยชอบเท่าไหร่ครับ
Aku mau nonton di seri karena kita akan lebih baik tanpa dirimu.
เกมไหนที่มอร์แมนลงก็เกมนั้นแหละครับที่eArenaจะโดนเราฆ่าหมดตีเพราะว่ามีมอร์แมนที่เป็นตัวฟรีในทีมอยู่ครับ
Saya rasa untuk tim DX hari ketiga match keempat lah. Sebab diorang kalau dah last ni diorang punya meta yang rendok kan. Dia selalu kalau last ni tak jadi biar diorang.
สำหรับผมนะครับผมคิดว่า XSP น่าจะโดนผมยิงในแมปอีเลนเกลครับ เพราะว่าลายมูฟทับกันครับอาจจะเจอกันบ่อยแล้วก็อาจจะโดนผมยิงจบในอันดับ16ครับ
Aku rasa Bung akan struggle di map Miramar karena komponnya ditabrak sama glue.
Hey, welcome back everyone after the short break, and back again with me, Windy, as your host. We've had 3 amazing and surprising matches so far, and we still have 3 more games to go before we know which team that's gonna set the match point today. And before we jump into the next game, I have someone special with me right now. Please welcome Mercuries from FaZe Clan. Hi, Mercuries.
Hi.
Sawadika.
สวัสดีครับ
Okay, as one of the only 2 players who stayed with FaZe Clan last season, you are looking good now by taking the MVP title with 7 elimination in game number 2. What are the main gameplay changes you've made so far?
ก็ในฐานะที่เป็นหนึ่งใน2คนของผู้เล่น FaZe Clan ที่ยังอยู่จากซีซั่นที่แล้วนะครับในซีซั่นนี้เราทำได้ดีมากเลยในเกมที่2ก็คือได้ไก่แล้วก็ได้ MVP แล้วก็บวกกับอีก7อิลิมนะครับทีมเรามีการพัฒนาวิธีการเล่นหรือแผนการเล่นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็มีการพัฒนาผมต้องเข้าหาแบบ3คนที่เพิ่งมาเข้ามาใหม่ครับเลยทำให้แบบออกมาแล้วแบบนี้ครับ
I think I need to improve myself and adjust myself into those 3 new players so yeah this is the result
All right, is there any difficulties at the beginning?
มีความยากยังไงบ้างครับในการปรับตัว
ก็มีบ้างครับผมกับ3คนที่มาใหม่ก็เล่นคนละสไตล์ครับเลยอาจจะต้องปรับตัวนิดนึงครับ
Quite difficult at first because those 3 players all of us have the different style of playing so yeah we need to adjust a lot
Alright, and remember, fix what needs to be fixed and keeps what's already looking well for you. And next, I also noticed most of your other teammates are from Austria, Thailand from last season. And are you fitting well with them right now in your opinions?
ก็ทางทีมงานสังเกตเห็นว่าผู้เล่น FaZe Clan ชุดใหม่เนี่ยมาจากออสเตรเลียซีซั่นที่แล้วล่าสุดหมดเลยก็มีการปรับเปลี่ยนยังไงกันมาบ้างครับว่าเคมีในทีมตอนนี้หรือวิธีการเล่นต่างๆเข้ากันได้หรือยัง
ก็ตอนนี้ครับก็ยังไม่ได้เข้ากัน 100% ครับก็พยายามเก็บข้อผิดพลาดเล็กๆน้อยๆเรื่อยๆครับ
I would say not the 100% fully completed but we still learning from the mistake and adjust it
And I want to know, is there anyone in your teams that might be lighten up the mood to bring you guys get closer together
ก็อยากรู้ว่าในทีมมีใครที่เป็นแบบตัวฮาหรือว่าตัวที่คอยสร้างสีสันเพื่อให้ภายในทีมสนิทกันมากขึ้นไหมครับ
ก็น่าจะทุกคนเลยครับทั้ง5คนเลยในทีมครับผม
I would say all of us
Alright, so for the last questions, last season, FaZe Clan finished at the last place of the standings. Do you expect to come back stronger compared to a last season and what is your goal?
ก็ในซีซั่นที่แล้วนะครับ FaZe Clan เนี่ยจบเป็นอันดับที่สุดท้ายเลยแล้วก็เราคาดหวังไว้ครับว่าในซีซั่นนี้ทีมเราจะกลับมาได้แข็งแกร่งกว่าเดิมแล้วก็เป้าหมายในปีนี้คืออะไร
ก็คิดว่าน่าจะกลับมาแข็งแกร่งกว่าเดิมครับแล้วก็ซีนี้ก็คิดว่าน่าจะขึ้นไปจบท็อปตารางท็อป3ได้ครับ
I would say of course at least we expect to come back stronger and for this season I would say at least top 3
Wow, always aiming high and hopefully this season you will guys got the turning point from previous season. So good luck for today. So thank you so much for this amazing interview, Mercuries, and also thank you so much Fu for the translation. And I think we all ready to start our game number 4. So casters, take it on.
Man, the more I look at Macarius, the more I hear him speak, I feel like I'm looking at Mela. But anyway, yes, top 3 is going to be their goal because it's going to be the ticket to PMWC. And FaZe Clan today, they've been doing very well.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, throughout the entirety of this week, we have seen nothing but consistency for this team. And most importantly, it's just more of like them being able to kind of figure out when and how they want to navigate through these very precarious situations. They won a 2v4 to get that chicken dinner previously as well. And interestingly enough, consistency for them looks more of like being able to balance that aggression as well as survivability as well. I think it's really good. I think for them, I think it's a good telltale to see how they're playing it is toward the fourth all the way till the end of the last few circles on how exactly they navigate their rotations here. They like to play on the side of the circle but still take full control of that pizza or pie area of that circle and be able to create that space between them and the other teams. And I think that's the reason why they're able to have these huge successes.
And these are the teams that, well, we can't say it's the biggest of successes yet, but it is our top 4 teams that use the most smokes. So it looks like Vampire Esports with the most smokes by far. And I guess that if we were to just generally based on what we've seen in the first 3 games, one of the reasons is because like the circle kept going away from them, so they always need smokes to move further and further into the circle, and that's why we see them deploying these many smokes. But it's great that if you have the capability of using these many smokes, because it just indicates that your team lasts this long to be able to deploy them.
Yeah, and I think on top of that as well for VPE, I think Tony K is also one of the big hitters when it comes to using the util. The frag grenades that he's been throwing, knocking 2 to 3 players as well, have been really, really impactful when it comes to flushing out corners and even players out of smokes as well as inside of compounds. Regardless, as we go into this final air angle, a lot of do or die moments here, especially as you come into one of the last map, in fact, of the comfort pick, the El Clasico for many of these teams. And I have to say, looking into today, we had that question, especially from our host just now, Windy, about what it means for Thailand this week. It's a bit more of a quiet week for them. Are they going to be waking up? It turns out the answer is yes. I mean, FaZe Clan this week, they were a bit more quiet, but they were still consistently getting points. But today, getting 2 Thai teams on that top charts for those chicken dinners is already a big display, a show of power itself. Not many are really, kind of like expecting this kind of a show up, especially from teams like eArena. And I'm really hoping that this streak keeps going on because Thai PUBG Mobile is one of the, I would say, strongest in this region.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? They have been not only like for the past season, but also the seasons even before, even doing the PMCO globals, that era as well. Thai teams have generally done well, and definitely there will be a lot more expectation that we can expect from the Thai teams here. Now, the group stage, of course, we review that again. It wasn't the best for the Thai teams in general, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting into the top 16. And a lot of Thai teams, obviously, they're here, and so far they're doing well with the 2 chicken dinners that they have gotten so far. But you know what else is doing well? It is Esports World Cup coming up soon. Then this is where the road to Esports World Cup will begin here in this season's PMSL. And Esports World Cup, of course, will be a celebration of esports itself. It will be held in Riyadh again this year with a lot of prize pool waiting for these teams.
Oh yeah, I think for this PMWC coming up as well, a chance to etch your name in history. This is a situation where many of these teams want to take advantage of to go up against the best, because it's very rare that we go up into a global stage to really showcase the best here from Southeast Asia and how we fare against the likes of, say, Americas or even Europe as well. Now, coming into this last air angle, I think that it's going to be an all-out. I mean, personally, maybe a lot of teams are going to be a little bit more passive. And as these teams navigate throughout this map, we also are going to be giving a shout out to TECNO, the POVA 7 series, because this is the phone that these teams are playing on the big stage as well. The POVA 7 Ultra 5G is the phone you want to look out for with the intense, innovative design and ultimate performance. This is what we are seeing in terms of power and display over on the PMSL SEA Summer players as well. If you want to know more, do check out the website. It's definitely a phone that you want to look out for, especially if you're an avid mobile gamer.
Yes, and I mean, if it's used by all these pro players to play PMSL, not just any tournament, then you know that this is the phone for you guys at home as well. And coming into our final Irango here, so we've been seeing like two different maps with almost similar circles, not too far away from each other. They're still in somewhere in the middle of the map and in an open space. I do hope that we get to see a different circle. And I guess everyone will know by now, my favorite circle, military base. Come on, one more game to go. Let's bring it on.
Honestly, I think that when it comes to centralized circles, it's a little bit harder compared to these, I would say, irregular circles. And for me personally, is because when you are playing a very centralized circle, everyone has an idea in mind on how exactly to approach these circles. Everyone has strats. And this is something that teams have done many, many times in terms of rotations, preps, drills, and etc. When it comes to these circles that are a little bit more irregular, like Sir Cloud's favorite circle, which is the SMB, or rather the northern side circle. And I think during PMCL, you and I both saw circles over on the PUBG as well as Milta Power Cloud. These kind of circles kind of like put these players' decision making to the test. How your rotations are going to be, how fast you want to get into the circle, and if you're late in, rotating into there, how tenacious can you be to be taking fights between 2 to 3 different teams at the same time?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's the thing about like the centralized circle, if it's like a kind circle. And that's also affected by the fact that you have like so many areas that you can play with. You can come in from multiple angles. You can make big rotations. You can make small rotations. It's going to be very different if you get a very off kind of circle. Like, I'm not even talking about a military base. Let's say if it's a circle like tucked into the left or the right, or wherever at the north side where you have like first circle, you already have like maybe 40% of water in it, then your choices are kind of limited. So that's where the teams will be tested on their level of versatility on how they adapt to different situations. And that's always the fun thing about PUBG Mobile, right? It may look like, it's the same map again, but because every circle is different and you got so many teams, you got up to 16 teams in the map, you don't know who will do what, and that's where the variety will come in. So that's why it's always kind of difficult to identify like, this team will surely do well. It could just change just because of these variables.
Yeah, I think for a lot of times, so the ping pong circles are one of the most hardest to navigate circles as well. And I think in a lot of situations, we rarely see a lot of teams staying intact as a 4 unless you're already at the prime spot very, very early into the game. One of the few teams that's managed to pull this off as a 4 in these very unnatural circles, I believe one of them was the Savior, as well as teams like, I believe it was eArena as well, because they dropped northern side and they were able to quickly just pivot up northern side, hold on to the northern side of the terrain over on Severny and be able to survive to the end. So that is I would say the advantage of being into the circle early. You don't have to go right smack dab into the circle. The advantage of being, holding on to the terrains over at the very left, top, bottom, whatever side that you are, means that there's less angles to worry about, as well as the terrains to work with as well. But the downside is, if the circle shifts away with you, moving away from those areas, the open areas, as you climb up those rocky terrains are going to be a big problem to deal with. It is a give or take, like it or not, it is still a battle royale. It's still going to be, a big chunk of, whatever you choose will come with consequences. And you need to be able to foresee this to be able to deal with these consequences later. Now, as we are going into the game right now, I'm so sorry, guys. We're going to have to, take a bit more of your time here as we prepare to go into the last air angle. I would like to see more of the teams at the bottom really rise up. I'm honestly quite shocked at the fact that, we had a stellar start from teams like 7-9 on day number 1, but now they're completely quiet. They made it into this top 16 by the skin of their teeth. And, based on interviews and how they play, I think we had a bit of a conversation from them, Sir Cloud, about them just now, about what it means for this team. They had a few roster shuffles. They have 2 iterations of players as well as dynamic duos. For you personally, what differentiates these duos, or rather the comp coming into each map and the styles of play?
Well, I guess the main differentiator is that if we talk about the duo of Mika and Yuhai, historically they had a lot more success, especially during their duo time with GeekFam way back then. And then obviously they were separated and now they're back together with Sem9. So they do have that track record. But the thing about this duo is that in recent record, it wasn't the best. So what changed for them? Normally, if we talk about like what enables the duo that's in front is how adaptable your backline is for the team, or basically the support player. In this case, it's going to be Trexy as the IGL, who mainly plays a support role. And so he obviously brings a very different playstyle as compared to Damroot with GeekFam. So I believe that the one that will be the main differentiator here is what level of support that can enable the front two to do their best. So I'm not saying that Trexy is a bad support player. It's just that he comes with a different playstyle as compared to Damroot. And his playstyle might be better suited with Kenny and Deb's duo. Now, this is of course based on the evaluation of Sem9 during the off-season. But I know why you bring up this topic, because right now the results are not really showing in the overalls, and SuperWeekeend is obviously way more important than their mid-table ending during the group stages. And I believe that there will be a cause of concern as well for the fans out there. And to extend this point a little bit more, is it time for them to make this change or maybe bringing the Mika UI duo for the first time this season? Based on the results, I guess it's quite obvious that it's worth a try.
Yeah, it definitely is worth a try. I mean, we did talk about result just now about what we expect from the team. I think Yuhai and Mika combo, it's very firepower heavy. It's very frontline heavy as well. And you are correct. They do need a very, very solid backline to really enable them. And in a lot of situations I've seen from the last few years, if we were to see these two play together, is that you'll lose Yuhai fairly early because he's playing frontline, because he's so aggressive. And the whole idea is for Yuhai to take that space, play aggressive, maybe pay with it with his life, him getting knocked, and kind of bank on Mika to be able to refill that space that he's not able to take and trade him off. And that's the biggest problem because it's such a high risk style play. And for me personally, I think that, Sem9 hasn't really been showing, more pages in their playbook. I would love to see a little bit more of, that different styles that you can bring to the table. And I think that's the reason why they brought in this other iteration of players as well, to be able to really, be able to press on the bricks, to slow down a little bit, to play a little bit more of a tactical approach rather than a brute force approach. And it's understandably so, because Yuhai did play in Indonesia for quite some time. Indonesia's style of play has always been very, very aggressive. It's just very much in his blood to be playing that way alongside with Mika. But at the same time, as the circle shifts, as so many of the styles and tacticality goes in the Southeast Asian stage, you have to bring a little bit more variety. And I think it's good that Sem9 does have these two styles of play. But my question is, how long or how dire does the situation have to be before you can call in that swap?
Ooh, that's a rough question, right, to answer. And it is a reality because it's a tournament at the end of the day. I guess, well, without knowing what's happening behind the scenes, right? Obviously, for people who is just from the outside looking in, I would say it's a worthwhile for them to really try it out right now, just to bring it up. Because during the group stages, we did not get to see the Mika UI combo at all. It was just Kenny Depp all the way. It was an okay result, but can it be pushed further? Now, this is where I'm sure the fans will be curious to find out. And the only way to find out is by just putting into the lineup and just do it, right?
I think what's really important to know as well is the fact that Kenny does have some bit of, I believe, IGL experience as well. So in a way, having Trexie and, Kenny into that lineup does give a different perspective. I think they can go in for a second caller, Trexie calling in that first caller. And then because Kenny can be, quite independent in itself when it comes to decision making and 300 IQ style plays, he could also either join in those calls, giving his own opinions, or be able to go for a more tactical style play himself. It's a lot more calculated, less in terms of firepower. But for me personally, I'm liking this change of pace coming in from many teams here. eArena has shown us that, you don't have to press, you just push forward all the time. You can just really take it easy and then pick your fights. FaZe Clan is definitely proof of that as well. I think back in Austria TH, it was a very aggressive team, right? Seeing this roster before, it was very aggressive, taking fights left, right, and center. But coming into this roster, I think they've really taken a step back and trying to understand what it means to play here on the bigger stage with teams from so many different regions and, adapting to so many different styles of play, which is also equally as important, if you ask me. And I think that this transition is looking good for them as well. So if Sem9 can manage to find, that sweet spot as well, it might be even well. I'm not too sure. I would love to see if there's an interview maybe with Superboy or something as to why they're doing a fixed duo instead of trying in many different, styles of iterations for the team. Maybe it's something that it doesn't really work out in scrims, who knows, but I would love to get a deeper insight on that as well, because this team, there's just so many layers to how exactly they want to approach this game. But again, these layers are just not, really showing results right now on paper. Regardless, we can finally hear over onto predictions. For me, I still have a lot of hope for this team. Maybe that shift is what they need. Maybe this break could be something that they could really fix, because I think Sem9, historically, when it comes to, you look at their mic checks or even their vlogs, the way that the coaches approach them in terms of, figuring out things are quite tactical. So that break might be something they really, really needed.
Well, just well, I don't know. Okay, I'll just share this out, right? So maybe it's not too obvious because sometimes it's not being mentioned, but they do have a new analyst, which is a returning X79 player that is Loyu, to kind of help them as well. So let's see what sort of changes they will make coming back into the game after the extended break. Hopefully Loyu will be able to share some insights as well. Maybe it's not Superboy. Maybe we get Loyu on the interview, because we'd like to hear like some of these thoughts as well from not only like the top teams, but also the teams that maybe don't really do well, so that we can get an idea on what's actually happening behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think also, when we talk about the lower rung of the ladder right now, I think a lot of teams are still, not safe in the red yet. I think teams like eArena just now, they started off the day fairly cold and then suddenly just shot all the way up to the top spot there. It's showing a lot more of diversity. It's number one. It's showing the impact that Mormon can do for the team as well. But for me personally, I would love to see a different dimension on how exactly EA approached this game as well. It's very fun watching them, play aggressive. We've seen them play very, very passive. We've seen them play, a wait and see situation as well. But I would love to see a step up from the rest of the team and not just seeing a Mormon and friends situation.
And that one player that's still playing the wait and see, since we had BTR on screen, is BTR Ryan, the new Malaysian player with BTR, who is the MVP from PMNC. Unfortunately, his team did not get a slot to PMSL because they got third place during PMNC. A lot of the fans from Malaysia, I noticed they're still waiting for Ryan to make an appearance. So with BTR's current performance, number 7 with 19 points, it's obviously not the worst performance. It's not the best as well. Will we see Ryan yet? In my opinion, not yet, because there's no cause for action. And plus, putting in Ryan might be a little bit of a risk since it's his first showing in the PMSL. He might have those jitters and so on. So with the game still in the middle of the day or the league itself, perhaps we might see Ryan later. Not now yet.
BTR as well, I think when you mention them, they're very hot and cold. I think for them rallying into this grand finals was a big, big thing, especially toward this whole day one, very, very quiet, the beginning of day number 2, finally finding that groove to make it here as well. I think in terms of position-wise, they're not in the worst spots as well, but if anything, with the track record for the team, bringing in Federalis, I think Federalis last season was one of the biggest impact makers and also game changers for the team. I haven't really seen Federalis super activate quite yet. Perhaps the second half of the day could be the calling for BTR by Vitality. Who knows, as we go into our last Erangle of the night.
Final Erangle of the night. It's going to be Erangle number 3, so by now these teams should be accustomed to each other on how to play the Erangle. But the first 2 Erangles, the circle was pretty similar, somewhere in the middle of the map. Now, we might see a very different circle, but we'll find out that later, because for sure, we're going to see a different flight path. We're going to start from Novo all the way up to Jogopo, cutting across the map, so it's a fairly balanced sort of flight path. Every team should be able to reach their drop spot fairly safely.
So far, no changes in drop spots, but there are a lot of things that I'm interested in today, especially CelcomDigi Alliance that showed us a very insane start this week on the league stage itself. Today, they had some hot and cold moments, but it's mostly been placement point heavy compared to the amount of eliminations they were able to pick off in every single game. Their rotations have been heavily, stopped. A lot of teams are starting to really figure out how to deal with them, especially since, Adit Look and Jimmy plays a very, I would say, individualistic style of play, which means that if they get knocked down and you are not close enough to rally, you're gonna fairly lose your players very, very soon. And even if the situation where you get knocked as well, right? Oh my god, Sir Cloud, there's your circle.
And this is the time where VOIN Donkey did not drop in military base. They'll be kicking themselves in the back like, we should have dropped in military base like how we did in the previous round. Now, we're going to see a military base circle. Okay, slight advantage for 7-9 since they dropped in Ferry Pier. They can either do a quick loot or they can quickly grab a vehicle, past the left bridge into mid base. If somehow they have the information that mid base itself does not have point donkey, they have to go straight there into mid base and continue looting.
A little bit more, I think, if anything now, is trying to figure out how to get into this circle. I've already seen that Matt dash by Sem9 straight into SMB, and this is a good call. Because from Perry Pier, yeah, you want to become the gatekeeper fairly early, but with the amount of bodies coming toward you, it could be wave after wave after wave of teams. And I think for Sem9 right now, they can take a more passive approach, just really collect points through those placements, since they seem to be, they haven't really been able to figure out how to play together in terms of firepower to really rally back against teams, right? So this could be a big shift on how exactly they want to approach this. I think on day number 1 for Sem9, the days that they've been doing well were the days that they were one of the few teams very early into that circle. And I think it's great that they're doing that. It's just a matter of whether or not they can hold on to that compound. I think today has not been the greatest for them when it comes to that regard.
You know what else is great? Zeta coming in for Consulate. And Zeta will bring a lot of firepower for VOIN Donkey. So I look forward to that. And we're going to reintroduce Brian into TODAK, but this time the one that's being subbed out is Real. Interesting. So Brian is one of the newer players in TODAK's lineup this season, just transferred in. And Brian, his name has always been popping up since way back then. And a lot of people are saying this guy has a lot of potential, but his potential has yet to be fully realized yet. Hopefully you'll be able to find that in TODAK. But the one that brings a lot of firepower, Kim, for MEC, unfortunately will be the first one to go out.
That's rough for him. Now, coming back to your point about Ryan, I think Brian is great. I think especially for this week, he was one of the biggest impact makers for TODAK. Very aggressive in first contact play, not afraid to really go up close and personal in terms of fights. So you can really rely on this guy to bring in extra oomph to the team. It's very similar to what you expect to see in terms of playstyle to Rosemary or even Krypton from Alter Ego. So, for TODAK, bringing in some extra firepower could be the answer to a more quiet day for them, because in a lot of situations, these team fights with Brian in them have been very successful.
And Boyche will be looking for success as well, coming into TALON for this round. And I do personally like Boyche. Of course, former BTR brings a lot of firepower, and they want to try to bring in the elimination points. And you talked about Krypton. Looks like he's going to take a break this time, and they're going to introduce MAQNA into Alter Ego's lineup. Overall, Alter Ego is still all right with the 21 points collected, still keeping themselves afloat in the top 5. Let's see what sort of pace will MAQNA bring. What do you think?
I'm honestly not sure. I didn't really see too much of him this entirety of this weekend. I think even when MAQNA was in the lineup, I didn't see that big impact play that we expect to see from Krypton. Perhaps it's a slower pacing that MAQNA can, give to the team compared to a more aggressive approach. To have like 3 insanely high firepowered players, just holding on and playing aggressively. What the heck is that? That is a bit sad seeing, one of the members of FaZe getting knocked out like that.
But if Rosemary can bring the sadness to the one that's on the glider, it'll be interesting. Oh, glider blown up. And who's on the glider, I wonder?
One of the members of FaZe.
Still?
It was FaZe, yeah, but it was only one player. So he got knocked down already, and he fell to the ground to his death. So there's no saving this guy. It's a very high risk play. I mean, it's great. When you go on a glider, you are able to see a lot. You're able to move around the map a lot, but it's also a very high risk vehicle. You're very vulnerable up there in the sky. It's so easy to get pinched off, just like what Rosemary did. And wow, actually FaZe took 2. Okay, with the Red Bull going for a safer approach on the waters of Novorep and fair enough, because it means that all of them are going to be able to cross southern side here. But for Sem9 and MEC, they already have an idea on how exactly to deal with these southern stragglers, whether they take the water vehicle or even the skies.
Okay, I thought there was another player on that glider, but yeah, okay. Anyway, like what you said, right? High risk, high reward, and unfortunately, it was riskier than the reward. But FaZe Clan, not only they had 2 gliders, now they actually have 3 gliders. Okay, I wonder who's that one player left who was left behind. But we'll check that out later. Mercuries, Red Bull will safely make it. Too bad for Canary, who I believe is his first game today because he didn't play in the previous round. But right now, Mango from Roy past the bridge. Xavier waiting.
And Xavier wants to collect the toll. There's a lot of teams crossing that particular bridge. If you ask me here, Roy stuck in the middle. Boom Esports on the other end. Could potentially be a sandwich. But there is some space to play with underneath the bridge as well and on the side. So Ka, understanding this, going to just retreat over to one end. But, potentially as well, right? How are you going to move? You have to find a way off this bridge because eventually the blue zone will shrink and other teams are going to rush you as well. Maybe if Roy will be able to stay fairly hidden and just pray that DX and Boom don't push, they could just really force a fight between the other two teams and Roy could just maybe drop in the water, quietly move away, or maybe they could just even overwhelm because Roy's firepower is not bad if you ask me.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Like players like Juke, especially shown to have a lot of firepower and obviously experience as well at this stage. So he will be one of the key players for Roy. And besides praying for no push, they'll be praying for the circle to also favor them in about 20 seconds. Because if the circle moves away from this bridge, then, well, it's going to be a disaster, not only for them, but also for Boom. Slight advantage for Xavier, obviously, because they are already on military base side. Well, we'll find it out in about 8 more seconds here. While we check out the right side bridge, there are a good amount of teams as well over there. Talon, BTR, who has yet to cut across. But now, looks like Roy, they're part of the circle, so the pressure's on the Boom.
Yeah, so the Boom Esports going to push toward them. And honestly, when you see how aggressively Boom Esports going to push, it's going to be annoying for Roy to be able to stay alive. And on top of that as well, you have players like Xavier over on the other end of the bridge. They can potentially go for some long-range snipes, just really catch them in the midst of those fights as well. So when you want to approach these fights, you have to make it super tactical. Make sure you're hidden from the other end of that bridge to be able to really focus your efforts onto one team instead of being sandwiched by another.
The sandwich might happen now. Not only on the left side bridge, but on the right side bridge as well. We have Talon here. We have BTR, who has yet to cross, and they're still around the area of Milta. Now 8 more seconds, and the zone will start to put pressure onto them. Boom! Okay, on the left side bridge, looks like Ka will be knocked down, and Boom might have that entry to push onto Roy.
Honestly, I'm not surprised. Ka has been one of the more aggressive players, and I think for him, he was just trying to find that opening to be able to just really, collapse into the rest of Boom Esports. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. I don't see a collapse quite yet, at least from the mini-map. But looking at the rest of the teams here, BTR is in the same predicament as Roy, if you ask me. And the same could be said about the teams over on the eastern side, where since Alter Ego is going for a later push, potentially Talon could become the gatekeeper, or it could be a four-way sandwich. And I'm very interested in that because you saw the amount of teams that is just so convoluted over there. And this time around here, because Ka did get knocked down, the members of Boom decide to push up, and Juke is flushed out of his corner. He's bleeding to death. He's on fire as well. That Nate gets him. Oh my God, Kobe! Wow!
While he was running away, he thought that, okay, I got out of fire, okay. But then a nade landed on the other side. Absolute Kobe, like what you said. Now Hui Kong needs to save him. Okay, they're still keeping a good distance between themselves and Boom, so the pickup will happen. But Boom is pushing forward. Okay, they passed the smoke. Now they still have nades. And they see Hui Kong goes down. Ka, 10% of health, heals up to 80%. But Boom is now still pushing in. So it's down to Ka. Can this nade actually stop Boom? Short range nade, not enough to knock down anyone. And it's going to be the numbers that overwhelm him at the end of the day.
It's a tale of us all this time. A very Boom Esports style play here. Get one knock and just quickly rush forward as well. And throughout all of that, the members of Xavier had already left the other end of that bridge, which means that Boom Esports are going to be able to enter this bridge fairly scot-free without much consequence. But for the eastern side circle here, this is where things are going wrong. There's a huge traffic jam. No one can move. Everyone's forced to fight. And even if you do make it out alive in this fight, you still have to deal with Claw because they are keeping you off the island itself. And Alter Ego, understanding this, they're going to try and swim their way into the circle.
And guess what? Sem9, okay, inside military base together with MEC, CelcomDigi Alliance, Xavier, and TODAK. Okay, this time, all the Malaysian teams actually in the military base itself, including FaZe Clan as well. But we have Alter Ego. If you look at all the way on the right side, they are taking that swimming approach into Novo. Now, that's a bit of a risk because from the bridge, you can actually see them. So it depends on whether Sata, is he alert enough to try to fish them out? Or they might be busy dealing with the other opposing team on the other side that wants to come in past this bridge as well.
BTR has a lot of elevation to work with on the top side of the bridge. You have the outer sides alongside BTR with Federalis, So for them, it's all about just making sure that they're able to survive as number one and number two, be able to hold off this onslaught coming in from Talon. If they're able to overcome this, great. They can refresh themselves with whatever drops they get and then slowly make their way to meet up with Claw later.
Well, Alter Ego not making that slow approach no more. They got a boat, so quick work here into getting into Novo. They'll be safe and sound with this boat as they can like make that long approach away from the bridge. Speak about the bridge. Now this is the left side bridge. Vampire Esports, unchallenged as they cross the bridge. Interesting, but okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Boom Esports, they're still there to get the points. They got one, they got two more to go. Vampire Esports make that only one. It's going to be only Schwabs now that managed to make across.
It's a very, very insane brute force method, and I think Vampire Esports had already made peace that they are potentially going to be losing players as they cross this bridge as well, because this is a very desperate style play. VOIN Donkey also doing the same style, style of strat as well. One knockdown, another one. Could it be as well? No, barely. He manages to get over that hill and away from sight. And Boom Esports, whatever eliminations they have here, has mostly been the entirety of Roy and those extra pickups. Two members coming in from, I believe it was Vampire Esports just now, and also VOIN Donkey. And they're going to be happy to collect the toll for this, as Reza with a slower approach crossing this. My question is, how exactly are you going to approach this fight? Are you going to try and go for a longer rotation away from the circle, or are you going to try and wait out Boom Esports? But I'm not sure if Boom Esports is very eager to wait out here as well, because there is a slower rotation coming in from eArena. And okay, VOIN Donkey, was that a very smart move, because you are alone there on that bridge? Not too sure if you have cover, and on top of that as well, I'm not too sure if they have, in terms of bodies, they have enough firepower.
Well, what we're sure is that Boom actually made the right move here to relocate themselves onto the high ground. They can still gatekeep the incoming teams from the left bridge, but the circle actually went away from Boom. It moves towards the right side, and teams like Sam9, MEC, they are right smack in the middle of the circle. Let's not forget about the teams on the right side bridge as well. BTR and Talon, they're still locked in with each other.
Been there for quite some time, and I believe that it's gonna hurt, because in terms of utility, you're gonna run out eventually from that damage from the blue zone, and because you haven't moved, you haven't been able to get that refresh. But no refreshers needed here for the rest of TODAK as they look to completely obliterate FaZe as they try to rush their way into into the military base. They couldn't move, and TODAK this time around were very aware onto the onslaught coming forward as well.
And it actually came from Brian, the sub player for TODAK this time. Now we shift over to Sam9. So it looks like they have Alter Ego in their hands, but Rosemary knocked down by Kenny from afar, and that will gladly go in to collect that point. A little bit of a risk, but because he has enough cover, Alva will not be able to shoot him at all. He'll be fine up there for now. But on the other side, Claw, wait, you blink and you miss a moment. The moment they crashed in onto BTR got eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about how long, that team has been waiting for the right time to just really overcome the teams as well. And now as TODAK, they weren't able to fully pick themselves up from the previous battle, and Boom is just slowly walking up to teams, taking like the Grim Reaper, just knocking on doors and taking lives away, as Claw now in a very, very desperate plea, trying to be able to survive this onslaught. But Talon falls eventually, and Claw somehow barely scraping by, and still, I think they are still very much alive with 3 or 4.
Okay, I stand correct. The BTR still have one active player somewhere. But anyway, Claw looks like they're starting to be very active. But Alter Ego also still very active with Sam9. Okay, Sam9, they're playing a 2-2 strat right now, sending Traxi and Kenny on the other side. It looks like it's going to be the duo, Viren and Deb, to get the kill right in front of Alter Ego. But BTR still eliminated. No points this round for them. Alter Ego. Now, it won't be easy for them to breach the shelter just below them, where Deb and Viren is at. but it's not like they're too desperate for that move yet. If they can get it off, cool. If they don't, well, they still have the circle, and we'll see what happens next.
Sem9 understanding that they have a lot of space to work with as well as cover. They have a 2-2 formation. My concern is if, say, Alter Ego decide to go a bit more aggressive, take the space away from two of the members of Sem9, do they have, protocols on how exactly to deal, to rally forward with the other two to make it there on time? And now over onto the other end of the map where Boom Esports was fully able to overcome TODAK earlier, MVKE is serving Boom Esports a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, the moment Boom came by, TODAK got eliminated. But MVKE, they will still push onto Boom. Okay, they will take advantage of their knockdowns onto players of Boom. Bombit is currently down. And right now behind them, they need to follow Superman. He is playing alone. His other teammates is around him, right behind them. And this is MVKE. One push is all they need to finish off Boom Esports.
I mean, this area is a very terraneous area, and on top of that, Boom Esports let go of that high ground on top of that plane as well. That was a prime location to snipe out players and create that perfect opening for your team to really collapse into the area itself. Now, when you look at the rest of the teams, I'm quite surprised to see some of them as well in terms of rotations, because many of them did opt to go to the military base north side. Rotating out is going to be the biggest problem here because it's open areas as well. And there is some form of cover, but a lot of, I would say, advantage will come for those inside of the circle here. As Alter Ego, they've been holding on to this compound, or this area rather, that Sem9 has been hunkered in, and Sem9 is just really pressing on the brakes. They are not reacting at all to the fact that Alter Ego is close.
Yeah, I guess because if the two players of Sem9 inside the bunker, if they would step out, then they will be in an open area and they will be an easy target for Alter Ego. So for now, it's for them to hold, since they have the circle anyway. Wait for Alter Ego to come towards them. That would be their best bet. And for Claw, their best bet right now is first to manage to cross that road that's just right in front of them. But the fact that Sem9 is also in front and then Claw, they would need to maybe make a longer rotation towards the left or create a smoke bridge to cut across, or just rush in, take a bit of risk. But eArena, they're taking that risk to go straight into the circle now.
I mean, they've been fairly successful today, and it was just a really slow push into that area. But this time around, CelcomDigi Alliance are showing their claws. This is a very aggressive team. And I think because they've managed to pull themselves together, they're saying, okay, anything that moves, we pressure. And I think me and Contra talked a little bit more about what it is like looking at Olio, Adit Look, even Jimmy, in terms of their micro play there, in terms of how they can really handle these very big, heavy hitting guns, from long distances and still managing to make those bullets matter.
Well, now Claw needs to make the bullets matter against Sem9. They got depth, and that's going to be Firen. And Firen will be knocked out by Zaxi. And Traxy's on the other side. Can Traxy actually at least have a trade-off? But so far, Traxy's so good, but he's been gunned down as well. Who shot him? Okay, waiting for the elimination feed to flow. Boboku got Firen. Okay, Joker got Leon. Okay, a lot of fights happening elsewhere as well. That's why the elimination feed right now is going insane. But Sem9, they're not out of it yet anyway, because Kenny's on the other side. Speak about the other side, now we have eArena with a nade on the Joker, knocking him down.
This is insane. There's just so many fights happening from so many different trajectories and angles as well. It doesn't matter which team is who, but MVKE right now is the team that's still pretty much relatively intact. They have a full control of that western side circle, and they want to try and wrestle away control from the members of MEC. I believe MEC have, I think, an elevation point to play with since they are inside of those buildings. Now, for the rest of the teams right now, we saw, CelcomDigi Alliance get completely just chunked down, weren't able to hold on to their compound because they were getting third-partied from another side of the map as well. And the same could be said about Sem9. But still, Kenny is alive there somewhere. I'm not too sure in terms of movement who else is around to be able to really, challenge him since he is hunkered down inside of the bunker.
Well, the bunker still be valuable though after the circle shift. Two players of these areas there. Okay, the bunker is still valuable. It's still in the circle. But then again, well, unfortunately, Kenny will be eliminated. That is the end of Sem9 this round. Now, circle-wise, it's favoring the Xavier. Look at that 2-2 split, and now they're getting together on another bunker on the south side, where MAQNA is at, and MAQNA cannot do anything against the Xavier.
I mean, it's hard to. Xavier has strength in numbers right now. Positioning is great. They have a full control of that terrain as well. Now, many of these teams are going to have a problem coming into the circle itself. And one thing about Xavier that we all know is that individually, they are sound. You cross them, almost instantly, those sprays are going to be massive. And I think Bobohu is so aware of this. As soon as Parajin pops his head up, that spray, that one spray is enough to knock him down. And then they rally back, put down those smokes, move him to the back to go for that pickup. And despite everything, Bobohu is not stopping that pressure.
Yep, he will still continue on. He's trying his luck to spray into the smoke to get another knock. But even if he gets a knock, it's not easy to get the end. Because they have so much cover here. They even park like 2 vehicles in the front door just to give them extra cover in case anyone would spray them down, just like what Bobohu did. And the Xavier, they will recover back as a 4. Not a problem for them. In the middle of the circle, they are very likely to even get stage 7 circle.
The hot spot there toward where Xavier is. Alter Ego had been eyeing there for quite some time. And it's not the easiest to break in terms of defense either, especially with a team like Xavier that has, only have to worry about one corner to work with. Vexy has somehow still managed to survive all of this and stayed fairly quiet. I'm not too sure if MVKE is marking his position. I would love to know that. But as MEC is happening right now, Kiddo, I think he just debuted into this game previously. That nade barely misses him right now. He's going to try and figure out how exactly to stay alive just a little longer, maybe make a bit of space for his team to rotate slowly into that circle. But for now, his team is not out of the blue. They're stuck in the corner. They cannot move out. As soon as they move out, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in from many angles. And Claw, they have a nice pizza formation to crossfire him, regardless of where he peeks out.
Yeah, beautiful angle. Really stopping the at least one more player from MEC from coming in. But it's not only Claw, another team on the left side as well doing the same. And that's going to be the Vikings. TODAK currently down. Superman will be together with him. Unless this nade could land. Okay, nade a bit off perhaps. Yeah, on the outside. So Superman is still alright. It will be back up soon.
No space for Amazel as well. Running out of space. He goes out. He's going to fall. I think for him right now, it's all about just... Oh, beautiful tune. Thanks, Amazel. Denying points, I guess.
Yeah, not going to get the point away onto anyone. It's now only the IGL Voki left who's in the circle. And it seems like Claw doesn't know that he's there. Alright. Okay, invisible Voki now. Can he remain invisible? We'll find that out in about 5 more seconds in stage number 7. If he's lucky enough, the circle will hard shift towards the north side. But looks like it's not that lucky. Instead, Xavier still at the circle together with Alter Ego.
One thing that's great about looking at Xavier this entire week is that once they have a nice compound to work with, it's really hard to wrestle it away from them. There are those rare moments where Alter Ego is able to break into compounds and take it away from them as well. But in these rare situations where we're already at the last few stages of that circle and they have full control of the area, they're intact as a 4, they don't have to worry too much. You can tell that because they only have to worry about in front of them as well, and they have a lot of cover, it's looking great because they don't have to move as well. Other teams can fight it out and they can just third party if they want to just steal away kills. We've seen it happen on the group stage. My question is, if this circle does not value them later, moving out of that bunker is going to be a pain. You have to not only fight your way out, it's wide open areas. You are bound to get crossfired. And this is what makes me super excited. But the same could be said about Claw, who a red face probably did bite a bit more they can chew here because Xavier was watching him, MVKE was watching him as well, Alter Ego was close. It was a very out open area and he was not able to get out of there scot-free.
Yeah, and 2 other players of Claw, they also need to move forward. Similar situation, a lot of open space in front of them. And I wonder how many smoke utilities do they have. This might be a good time to consider to deploy them. Boboku will be knocked down. And Vexy, the final player of VOIN Donkey, he managed to cross this road. Okay, that's going to be mission number 1 done. And he can actually move towards the right side. But so many crosshairs onto him. And finally, it's a nade by Break to break him down. There's the end of VOIN Donkey at number 6, MVKE. They should be able to find a entry into the circle from the left side.
Cool, they have a lot of space to work with, but still, that spine on this terrain is still going to be a pain in everyone, toward everyone on the outer side there. Voki slowly proning his way in, but Zuxi has marked him for quite some time. it's not going to be the easiest. And Zuxi, despite him being alone, he's still able to steal away a kill, an elimination, before he finally went down to the members of Xavier. And Xavier's looking good right now, 4 eliminations already, and just gunning to survive all the way to the end. And granted that this is stage 7, there should be another one more shift before we go into stage number 9. I don't think they're too concerned because, yep, here we go. They're still very much there, safe in that circle. And on top of that as well, it's fairly toward the middle side.
Yeah, it's hard for them to not get the stage 8 circle with the position that they are at currently. And this is a big advantage for them. Okay, MVKE, somewhat by the edge of the circle. My bigger concern is for Alter Ego now. They have a few players without the circle, but they can still move up to where Alpha is at. But then, if MVKE moves a little bit forward, they can still shoot the members of Alter Ego. So, for Alter Ego, they are still in the toughest position. Although they have some space to play, I do foresee that Alter Ego should be able to survive this one. And we'll see stage 8 with 3 teams.
Honestly, this terrain is really favoring Alter Ego. They're in prime position to be able to steal away eliminations from the side of MVKE should they get desperate to rush into that circle, is number 1. And number 2, they could just really wait. If say the circle does, move away here, they have a lot more space compared to Xavier, who are gonna be hiding in the backside of that bunker. The biggest problem they're gonna have right now is survivability, because one thing we know about Alter Ego is that in terms of utility, they can be fairly scary. They can throw out utility, throw out those nades, put some smokes to deny a bit of information, and Alter Ego will give themselves so much space to work with, and Xavier might just be choked in.
Now that a lot of discussion earlier on was between Alter Ego and Xavier, if that fight happens first, MVKE will have a chance. If that fight doesn't happen, then MVKE is in a difficult position, because in front of them is going to be all open space. They are hoping for that fight to erupt before they can move forward. Now, Alter Ego, they're still holding the ground. Now, we're at stage number 9. Unfortunately for MVKE, they're closer to the blue, so they will need to move first. Okay, now they're creating the smoke bridge. And Wunti is in the tree right in front. That's going to be the next best bet.
Nice opening there onto Wunti. Wunti cannot hold. Alter Ego, I think they've already made up their mind. This high ground will benefit them as well. The nades are rolling through, clips onto Wunti, steals him away. Duke cannot hold that micro angle, that micro pixel even, that Duke probably showed through those smokes, gave it away. And Superman, what are you gonna do here? Barely enough space. Parajin a little bit more forward inside as well. I think he does want to steal away a few kills if he can.
It's just too bad for MVKE. That fight did not happen first. So now Alter Ego can all in focus on the MVKE. But they got Lamborghini. But then again, it's not going to affect them too much. They still, ideally for them, is to get the members of Alter Ego. But it's so difficult at this point. And now with the Molly. With this Molly, okay, did not connect. Superman is still okay. Break is being picked up. But Break has he been eliminated? Okay, no, not yet. But Break immediately falls back down to the Molly of Daybot. And there's no way that the Vikings will be able to survive this one. Now it's Alter Ego and Xavier.
Alva falls so quickly and the other members cannot hold on, but Daybot playing a very close sneak. You see through those smokes, a game of smoke and mirrors here. They're jumping in from top side, making it rain from above here. MAQNA trying to find something, anything to just really dwindle down the numbers. But at the end of the day, Alter Ego, that high ground will benefit them. Jump shots abound, being able to move 2-2 and just playing off one another. It's perfect. Xavier may have the prime compound, but without any space, you cannot hold on.
Wow. Looks like the substitution made it happen for Alter Ego. MAQNA coming in, and MAQNA means family. The family of Alter Ego showing their power together against Xavier, who had that bunker. Oh man, I thought at some point that Xavier actually had the advantage, because all they needed to do was wait for Alter Ego to come in, and they don't really need to push it. But when Alter Ego came in, they got 1 knock. They got 2 knock immediately without wasting too much time. And that's where Xavier was broken up by Alter Ego, allowing them to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think Ultra Ego was very patient throughout the entirety of that time as well. And, you know, they held on to the terrain despite knowing that Xavier was inside. They didn't really want to rush this fight. And I have to say, a different style of play is really good for them. Being able to, you know, press on that brakes, a different look for this team who historically loves to play very, very aggressive here. Daybot great on that support. His last minute push into, you know, the smoke to be able to follow up with his teammates that are already being knocked out really caught the members of Xavier off guard. The rest of the team putting in the damage as well, but honestly, Daybot, that was phenomenal.
They got a little bit of help from Superman, who actually landed the nade onto Lamborghini, knocking him down. And that's why Alter Ego told themselves, hey, Lamborghini down? Okay, let's quickly finish up MVKE and then we go down and deal directly with Xavier without hesitation. So it was a great read of the elimination feed by Alter Ego to make that call. And with that, they scored 11 eliminations, 21 points for Alter Ego. Last we checked, they're at number 5. There is a chance they'll be at number 1 after this.
Ultra Ego's start to this week was rough. It felt like they were losing fight after fight after fight, getting eliminated a little bit too early. You know, they do bring in a few handfuls of points now and then to make it here into the Super Weekend. But you know, in this situation where you're able to say, you know what, we're a bit too aggressive. We need to slow down just a little bit more just to really recalculate how we want to, you know, play with the circle. This is one of the hardest circles we've seen today as well, yeah? In terms of rotations, they took a long rotation coming in from the northern side into SMB, finally making it southern side, sharing an area with Xavier and being able to decisively say, okay, we have MBKE on the other side, we have high ground, let's capitalize off this. But let's talk a little bit more after this. 11 eliminations, Ultra Ego, this is phenomenal.
Ooh, that jump shot by MAQNA is family towards the end. Beautiful indeed. Giving Alter Ego the chicken dinner. And besides Alter Ego, of course, we gotta celebrate Claw, MEC, and Xavier here as our top 4 teams.
Yeah, Xavier is all about positioning. Claw is all about survivability. They fought tooth and nail to get into the circle, gatekeeping some teams out in that process, picking up a fair amount of eliminations as well in that process. MEC, for me personally, I think throughout the entirety of the day, they've really changed their tune on how exactly they want to play here, especially since Keem hasn't been able to make that big impact play that he did on this week as well. So because of that, they say, okay, since we're not able to get Keem activated, let's play a little bit more of a passive approach. We're seeing that tune sang by so many different teams as well. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely different to everything that a lot of teams knew about, about each other in the beginning of that group stage.
Wow, but the one that is obviously not a bad thing is Daybot as the MVP with 7 eliminations. So he equalized the same amount of eliminations as Mercuries today as the individual with the most eliminations by himself. And other than that, bringing in 1,106 damage and obviously survived to the end. So 28 minutes, 34 seconds for the team. Congratulations to Daybot for this. And because of that, Alter Ego, 21 points collected, followed by Claw with 10 eliminations, 14 points. MAC, without Keem at the very beginning, they're still able to score 9 eliminations, bringing them 12. And we got up to 5 teams with a double digit. That includes Xavier and MVKE.
I'm liking this shift, honestly, for MEC here. They were one of the few that were toward the middle, not exactly the best placements possible here, but because they were able to find a few handfuls of elimination as a 3 toward the end as well, I was a bit worried when I saw Keem knocked down very early. He was the one to start off these fights. He was the first contact player, but without him, they still have, a decent amount of firepower without him in the team as well. Sem9 this time around surviving a little bit longer, but still, the amount of points they bring in is not enough to really push them or all the way up there into the higher or first pages yet as well. We still have a few fairly amount of games to play, like 2 more maps of Miramar to go through. Maybe that might be their calling, but for now, at least from last trends, TODAK is the team to really fare well on this particular map, as Alter Ego will push FaZe down, since FaZe did have an early exit toward this one. And I have to say, with 22 eliminations and 20 ranked points, I've been singing a lot of praises about the aggressive style play for Alter Ego, but today they're showing us a nice balance of both.
And they're also the first team in this Super Weekend to score 2 chicken dinners as well. Now putting them in front of the leaderboard, 42 points. Of course, it's not too far for some of the other teams as well. But on page number 2, you did mention about TODAK having a good track record in Miramar. They will be hoping for that because nobody wants to be at the bottom here. Number 15 for TODAK as of now. Sem9 still not able to find their tune yet, even though they have an early access into military base, but they couldn't hold the military base itself when teams combine.
It's looking dismal, honestly, for both TODAK and Sem9, especially TODAK, if you ask me, since they had quite a fairly, great run onto the group stages, getting second place. But again, they've been doing really well on Miramar. I'm not sure whether or not this would put, a bit more scrutiny on their style of play onto the desert dunes, whether or not teams are going to be understanding on how exactly to deal with them. But for me personally, I am praying that this will be the 2 maps that really pushes them to the top as we head toward the last 2 maps of this day.
Yes, and they'll be hoping for the same as well, because you need to at least close the gap to give you a better chance at smashing it tomorrow. 2 more games to go. And obviously, this is the first time this lobby will be facing the map of Miramar. So who knows what might happen. Depends on the flight path as well. Depends on what sort of drop that they will do. But what we do know is happening right now is the PUBG Mobile X Attack of Titan that is currently live inside the game. And there's Titan transformations, there's new OTM gear, and a lot more in this new event. So log on to PUBG Mobile right now to experience this new event. As they say, the only way to live is to fight. So fight!
And Anyways, we also have another collaboration coming into here, and we're going to be looking at the PUBG Mobile X Shelby American collab. This is a really, really cool skin for those of you guys who are made either, you know, vintage car enthusiasts, or if you guys just want to add more to your car, if it's just cool, get it. Because right now we can have the legendary Shelby GT 500 and 427 Cobra for you guys to be able to get exclusive attachments alongside stunning colorways and more. So you can get it between now and July 6th. So please don't miss out. And if you guys are going to be making content out of it, please hashtag Shelby 427 Cobra as well as PUBGM X Shelby.
Yes, you don't want to miss out on collecting this one. And I'm sure all of you out there would have your vehicle collections from the previous collaborations as well. But you might not have tried this. You want to try it out. The new WoW Elimination Skill Fest gameplay is currently live. So check this map out, okay? 1, 2, 8, 8, 6, 8, 6, 7. Again, 1, 2, 8, 8, 6, 8, 6, 7. Now, this is a map that you definitely want to try in the World of Wonder. World of Wonder is definitely a wonderful game mode. I really love this. There will be a lot of maps that you can try out, and this is an official one for you to try out itself. 1, 2, 8, 8, 6, 8, 6, 7.
Now, we go into Miramar after this. It's gonna be the last two maps before we go into that Smash Rules Sunday. You know, again, the top spot place will have a lot of priority. I'm seeing reaching 10 points and hitting chicken dinner to be able to end that day. So a lot is on the lines here for a lot of teams that are not in that top place spot. Regardless, prediction-wise, coming into these next map, I'm gonna be leaving it to TODAK just because of their run. But honestly, today I'm getting kind of scared about this prediction because it hasn't been a really good day for them at all.
So are you declaring that it's the Tash curse somewhere?
Nope, I'm just moving off of stats.
Okay, so we're gonna throw the stats out. Well, I'll be honest, my prediction is based out of like how I took it was like, okay, the group stage, I just go like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know, I don't blame you. Again, I mean, it's a battle royale. Anything can happen. The circle shift can really, you know, put a dent in many of these teams. You saw situations where it's a 1v2, 1v3 even at one point, and a player like Olio was able to come up on top with the chicken dinner. At this point, I'm not shocked.
Yeah, but are you shocked with Sem9's performance now?
I wouldn't say shocked. I think it's more of like I had predicted this to happen and I really hoped it wouldn't. So for me, it's just praying whether or not they can get back into the game as well. Because we played, what, a total of, I believe it was like 4 maps already. And they barely even hit, I don't even think they hit the 10 point mark, excuse me.
Nah, they have not hit the 10-point mark yet. Yeah, so tough times for them. That includes TODAK as well, who have not hit the 10-point mark. So yeah, well, hopefully with a switch of map, that will also switch up their, whether you want to call it luck or whether you want to call it destiny in this round. So coming on to Miramar up soon, it's going to be the Dusty Dunes. A lot of these teams will be very familiar with the Miramar map. The team, and this is in general, right? The team that gets the high ground in Miramar, that prioritizes the high ground, generally would do well.
I completely agree with you in that sentiment, generally, unless of course the circle decides, you know what, you got that high ground, never mind, forget it. We're gonna shift over to the other side of the map and making you go down that terrain to the wide open areas. Yeah, we've seen too many of that as well. Again, this map is so 50-50 when you really want to place yourselves on the high terrains. I mean, if anything, you know, being able to snipe people from across the map is really good. Catching people in the mid of rotation also very well as well. It's just really difficult to navigate this, especially if you are the team that has to go down off that high ground. Regardless, I'm sure a lot of teams have different ways to deal with this situation because it's been many years of been playing this map. We're seeing high fives around. We're seeing teams just really, you know, hyping themselves up. It is the last 2 maps of the day before that Smash Rule on Sunday. I think especially for teams at the bottom, this is a do or die moment here, especially for teams like TODAK, especially like teams like Sem9 as well. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen, into Miramar.
As what the new head of esports for TODAK, Abang Lord, would say, bring it on! This is the round that teams at the very end, teams like TODAK, teams like Stem9, will need to bring it on the points to their team. 2 more games to go, at least to just close that gap with that number 1 to give them a better chance of smashing it tomorrow.
TODAK had dropped fairly early here as well. I'm seeing a lot of them as well trying to just fight off onto the southern side area here. Could be exciting, especially when you go for these rotations early. That terrain over on Minas Del Val could be very fun to watch as well. Teams are going to be a bit more quick. Now, Brian is still in this lineup. They haven't changed or subbed him out yet, which means that the firepower that he's shown earlier, despite them having, I think, a fairly decent early exit, was still enough to really convince them to say, hey, this firepower is good. Let's just go off this.
Yeah, so at least, well, he did come up on screen earlier on, and he did put in a good performance, so he definitely warrants himself to maintain in the lineup of TODAK. Now, obviously, they would need more than just him to perform. They need the entire team to perform, since they're number 15 right now with still a single digit after 4 rounds. Circle-wise, okay, it's going to be centered around Power Grid. I'm looking at the hills around the area of Power Grid to be one of the key areas in this circle, and BTR has the best access since they dropped into Power Grid itself. Might be challenged by Vampire Esports once they come out of Picado, or if they choose to come out of Picado later on. But Roy, what's happening here?
Long range pickoff by Claw. I think we saw a few of these earlier as well from Rosemary, getting very proactive, catching teams early before they even could rotate over. And now that they have a vehicle, they could potentially go forward and just secure this kill. And for Roy, this could be a heartbreaker, honestly. They're currently on 11 points and only 11 right now. And as a 3 on this bigger map, it's not going to be the easiest to be able to negate forward here. And I think his teammate is rallying forward, going to try and fight back, but they're not going to be able to do much from this. So if anything, if say, Kong try to do something, I think he's not gonna push his luck. Go as a 3, not impossible. Try to rally back later, maybe just survive.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? Well, you get that first blood, and you only have 12 bullets left in your QBZ, so it's okay to let this one go. That one other player go for now. Well, can meet them later. Not gonna be a problem. But the problem is for Roy, obviously. Now, if they are somewhere up there, say top 5 or maybe top 8, something like that, then it would still be okay. But the fact that they are number 14, they're only 3 points above TODAK. To lose that one player early, not the best of situation for Roy.
A lot of teams, centralized circle, not going to be too much of a problem for many of these teams. With teams like BTR, like you mentioned just now already at Power Grid, and eArena choosing the outskirts and playing off that high ground terrain could be huge. It gives them a bit of a space to just really loot over onto Hacienda de Patron, keep away teams from being able to enter the city because the amount of information they're going to be getting from that high ground area they're playing on as well. It's more about just teams trying to wait out to see if their commitment to that mid-side area is going to pay dividends later in the next 2 or 3 circles.
And both CelcomDigi Alliance and Boom making a substitution with Leo, and he's going to be stepping out and allow Ita to play, making his debut today. But now we have a replay here on screen. So it was actually when that one player of Roy or Car was still gliding down on his parachute. He received 70% damage, and the rest was when he landed. So yeah, he stood no chance. It was just unlucky for him.
Yeah, it was very unlucky, but honestly, that pickoff from Redface was very opportunistic. That means that as soon as they hit the ground running, they saw someone dropping down with them. Redface had already had a game plan in mind to quickly, and on top of that as well, getting that weapon early as well, right? I think it's also something that really benefited him, and he used that to its full potential here. Now, still, FaZe, they did have a brief moment stint onto the top charts before being taken over by Alter Ego 6 6 points ahead on top of that, which is quite a sizable amount of numbers of eliminations and points as well, if you think about it. I think they want to try and rally back here. They have a lot of control on northern side. They left Canary over onto Torre Al Homada, over at Cruz Deval, 2 players, and Gary is getting a little bit more adventurous. He's the only guy inside of the circle. Potentially he could find a compound, just hold on to it, and just, if say someone does cross it or just gets him into trouble, the other 2 should quickly just try and collapse as well to save him.
And we have Daybot's stats here. All right, might not sound the sexiest, right? Like average eliminations, number 11, average damage 15, average assist 12. But I guess it's all about being consistent for the team. And at the end of the day, it's a team effort. And it's not the biggest factor if one player actually brings in everything. It's great if it does happen, but is it the biggest factor? Not really, because like the points or the eliminations, the damage can be well spread across the team. And that to me is a better stat. And speaking about stats, we're going to get more of it. Top 5 eliminations. Is Tony K now? Well, no surprise, it's Tony K.
Yeah, his utility usage has been phenomenal. Most of his utility of his kills did come from nades. I think he managed to get a 2-for-1, I think twice today already. So that is something to watch out for. And I think he is one of the constants for this team in terms of aggression, survivability, and even firepower as well. Now, MEC this time around, they had 1 member already on the high ground, which is Keem. I mean, we spoke a little bit about Keem and what it means to have him in the group stage, in terms of firepower, in terms of impact as well. He has been phenomenal, but today he hasn't been able to be activated. In fact, he's been caught off guard a lot on his lonesome without a lot of support as well. I think timing or communication breakdown, I'm not too sure. Would love to know more in terms of what happened there quite yet. But a lot of teams still very much out there in the open. There is a long line of teams over there coming in for southern side as well as the middle side of the map. The rest are all pretty much scattered here. And as for the Xavier, okay, this is huge because we're seeing fights happening from 2 different areas of the map. With 1 member of the Xavier getting knocked down, Parajin does rally back for a time being here. But for MEC, that high ground gave them so much value.
Well, your words might have activated Kim. He was the one to knock down Levi's. But because he's on that high ground, he doesn't have that angle to finish off Levi's, and Nate will save him. Not going to be an issue. So Kim, the best part about MEC, right, is that they are not overly dependent on Kim. Great if Kim is able to be activated, but even if they don't activate him, they're still the best performing Malaysian team. So the other players are showing that they're able to pick up the pace, which is great for MEC.
Now here comes FaZe. A lot of aggression coming through to take this space away from Roy. And Roy, knowing that they are still as a 3, they've suffered a lot of damage fairly early in the game. They've been knocked out of the game a little bit too early than usual in a lot of other maps as well. So they're just going to concede and go for a more passive approach. I mean, if you hold on into one compound, means that it's easier for you to be able to play off each other, set up those crossfires, and punish anyone breaking into the compound itself. They have Mango on the outside as well to provide a bit more support.
And for Dewey, he could use a little bit more support if they want to crash into this compound. Is it still going to be worth it? Definitely yes, because if they win this fight, they will have an easy entry into the circle. So it's a matter of execution right now. But not all the members of Roy are together. One player is taking a off-angle approach all the way down south in the circle. But look at the minimap, Tash. There's actually another team lurking down south there. They're looking at this compound.
It's a lot of teams there, actually. It's very, very packed already here. And it's only stage 2. Every single team fighting for terrains. I think there's that preference over a compound on the lower ground. If you have both, great. And now FaZe, they're not looking to let go here. They're going to try and move in as a 2. Nades forward there, clips a bit of damage onto Mercuries, but the same could be said about Juke. Canary on one end there. Beautifully played by Juke. This is unfortunate for him because the nade bounced off, hit his own teammate here, and Canary, all he can do right now is just laugh all the way to the bank with the amount of eliminations he has and just get those 2 points. And the same could be said about Mango because he's been watching this terrain for quite some time, catching Alter Ego as they try to third party.
I was actually looking at Juki cooking and it was like, don't do it, don't do it. And he actually angled it to his teammate. Oh no. Oh man, that was a disaster for Roy. And now the disaster will continue on with the fact that Alter Ego is among Mango. Okay, can Mango pull this one off? He gets a nail on the Moana. Needs to pull off a big clutch here against the remaining two members of Alter Ego. Lobs a Molly, tries to secure that elimination point. He will at least get one out of Moana. The other two members of Alter Ego stalled down because of that Molly, and Moana moves out and wants to come in from the back, but Daybot, Mr. MVP, is ready for him.
Still not done. With FaZe on the outer end here. Could potentially take this compound away from Alter Egos, especially since they had already lost two, but you don't want to mess with this duo, especially since Daybot has been showing a lot of tenacity as well in terms of firepower, showing us that he's more than just a support player, and he can also bring as much firepower and damage to the team as much as Krypton does. Mercuries, he's not going to stop and try. In fact, they have a nice cross on the outer end, which means that Rosemary, he popped his head out, tried to go for toward one member, and immediately the other member of FaZe Clan that has a crossfire reacts, and now it's all about just collapsing into the air together. Daybot cannot go to pick up, and Gewi on the outer end quickly just sprays up here on the top side as well, and Alter Ego cannot hold. We talked about how great this team was in the beginning of the day, but FaZe, they are unhappy that their first place spot have been taken away.
Well, they might get a good chance of taking their first place spot back. The fact that FaZe Clan, they scored 4 elimination points already, and the one that they took out is Alter Ego. They're very close right now. But wait a second, Claw actually knocked down Dewey. Okay, no follow-up yet. It could be a long range now. So they should be able to recover since they have that compound. As long as it's not Claw crashing in. And I doubt so that will happen. If not, we would have seen it on screen. But what we're seeing on screen right now is got the MVKE coming to the circle. And they're zooming past by one team, two teams, praying that Dido will be able to make it, and Dido survives.
Duke makes it as well. This is great. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of teams really want to show their hand quite yet, and understandably so, especially the ones at the bottom side of of the charts. And surprisingly enough, barely even hitting 10. They have 11 points here is CLComDigi Alliance. I was expecting a very hot day for them, and because this is the first time that all three groups are playing at the same time, they haven't really found their groove on how exactly to deal with the different styles of play, I suppose. But for now, with Iftar in the mix, I'm curious to see how this would change the momentum.
How will the momentum shift now for Levi's? 1v3 at least. His other teammates are on the other side. Okay, he needs to run. He needs to get away. Okay, 6 damage, 50% of health, and Sakura from behind will take him down. Almost no way for Levi's to be saved. Yeah, his other teammates need to let him go, and Sakura will lock that point in for eArena.
This terrain is just so valuable, and a lot of teams are just, really showing that. I mean, this is one of the few compounds that is on the high side of a terrain. There is a lot of value you can get out of it, even early into the game as well. And if the circle shifts good, you can easily find your way coming out and just play with the hilly sides as well for cover. But now with so many of these teams, with D Xavier getting, knocked out of Power Grid, you can see a shift from them. They're going to try and find a different way to go down south. Sem9 hasn't shown their hand at all, still fairly quiet, but the team that's been quite active this entire game has been MEC. They're going for these long range picks, but not enough to really secure them those kills.
Yeah, they might need to focus on getting into the circle, which shouldn't be a problem for MEC. I also want to take a moment to shout out to our fellow caster on the other side who's currently watching, Maxman. Yep, he's the very good-looking gentleman that you guys will see on screen very often. And for D Xavier, this beautiful, handsome gentleman managed to make it into the middle of the circle, but they only have 2 players, so we can expect them to be playing a little bit more passive.
FaZe Clan has a nice terrain over on the eastern side of Power Grid. They could potentially just wrestle away the northern side of Picado from BTR as well. But meanwhile, for TODAK, they are in a very dangerous predicament. I mean, they have a compound, yes, but you know how tenacious Claw can be when it comes to these compound takes. They're always very late to the circle. They want to really force these fights, but their positioning for TODAK is good. They have a nice triangle formation. They have a 2-2 to be able to crossfire off each other. Brian rallying, waiting, buying time for his teammates to get a little bit more close so that both these two units could be able to choke them off one by one. But you have to also really watch out for Redface. This player has been one of the most scary players in terms of first contact, but they are being very meticulous to mark him off as well. So as soon as he pokes his head out, there's a lot of damage to come through, a lot of pressure as well, and a lot of information is denied from the members of Claw.
Red face can turn your face red if you are not careful, or turn your health red, whichever it is. And that's why he's red face. But red face and Cole, they will need to fight their way into the circle against TODAK. TODAK trying to block them off. They do have at least 1 or 2 players in the circle. Try to stop them from coming in, playing the gatekeeping role. While 9 is that one player of TODAK on the outside, holding off a different angle. But we'll come back to them later, because right now, Yoru is among the Xavier. And for Yoru, he's not the final player of TALON. The other members of TALON are across the road. So Yoru is in a peculiar position that could potentially surprise the Xavier if they somehow overstep in front.
I don't think Talon's going to over-aggress here. I think in the last 2 matches, we're seeing a very passive Talon compared to, I would say, a big contrast from the rest of the week. Who are a little bit more proactive, loves the open areas and prefer to play the sides of the circle. But, you know, in this situation, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially when there is that first place spot on the line as we go into that Super Weekend tomorrow. And, you know, despite losing, you know, a member already for Claw, you could tell that they're not really, you know, pressing on the brakes. They still are trying to go for those long-range pickoffs and slowly make their way into a safer area of those circles. The same could be said about VOIN Donkey here on the back foot. They don't have a lot of space to work with, and they are also could potentially be, you know, choked in from 2 different angles when it comes to eArena. So there is this desperation style play coming in for VOIN Donkey. In fact, they're going to try and relocate themselves at a higher terrain to work with and just try and challenge EA for this hold of the compound. And they weren't aware that Mormon is holding somewhere very, very close. Manages to slip away barely by the skin of his life here. But eArena here, because they've already shown their hand, it puts VOIN Donkey in a very defensive position.
Yeah, with the fact that now they will lose 1 vehicle, so they have to play a little bit more defensive. But it's okay because they're in the circle. But then again, they are among all these teams. It will be interesting if actually Stage 5 Circle moves away from this area and they'll be forced to move. They might be the first target by then. Now, it's not the end of the world for VOIN Donkey. They do have other vehicles, and I'm sure they are well stocked up in terms of utilities, especially when it comes to smokes. They can still find a way to manage that. But step 9, they have to manage themselves getting into the circle with MVKE actually lurking on the lower ground.
This could be a very nasty surprise if Sem9 isn't aware, but I think Depp knows. So for the time being, Depp is just going to keep a close eye on these stragglers toward their compound, toward the area, excuse me. In terms of rotating elsewhere, I think we did see a brief confrontation between TODAK as well as Claw earlier. And for some reason, that confrontation has not been resolved. Claw going and opting for I believe, a 2-2 formation, you know, leaving 1 member toward the area of the Picado and the other toward the southern side there. And if push comes to shove, if the circle shifts northern side like this, they're going to try and meet again together and move together as a unit. But like it or not, both these teams, if they want to go northern side, Talon is that team to beat.
Look at this dash. 3 teams inside of Picado that needs to move out. But BTR having a high ground of power grid for the longest time. Now they will be challenged by FaZe Clan. Mercuries will get Razy first. Eliminated immediately with DBS. And now FaZe Clan, they seem to be the king of the hill.
Yeah, this is huge. This is great positioning. And it's so high up, so far away from the other teams. Vampire Esports and VTR are going to have an annoying time to even challenge them off this terrain. Now, the circle will eventually shift away from them unless it's a hard shift right. So for FaZe Clan, they need to find a different way in case this were to happen. They're going to have to fight their way down. The high ground will benefit them, yes, but the very steep terrain will not do them favors to jump off that as well, especially when you have teams that are holding on crossfires.
And here comes Claw pushing their way through Picado, but so many teams still inside of Picado, including CelcomDigi Alliance. Not a straightforward push here by Claw. And Claw, T-Peng currently down. They're in a very difficult position now on how to breach through. They have to find an alternative. They cannot just zoom pass by Picado just like that because, okay, CelcomDigi Alliance on one side, Boom Esports on the other side. Bobohu, he's taking a little bit of risk. He managed to breach through, but then the moment he does, then is the high ground where FaZe Clan is at on top of the hill.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan is doing phenomenal, taking advantage of the high ground while they can here. A lot of rotations, stragglers being caught off guard, stolen away. They've already have 5 knockdowns just in this moment, just being able to play off that high area as well. Now, Leon's may have been more than he can chew, and I understand it's a very desperate play. You have to go out of that compound, out there in the open, when so many teams and players are already marking you. But Iftar has another thing in mind here. Losing one player, fine, but let's try and learn from that mistake. Let's try and make a bit more space for us with these smokes. Move together with the vehicles, but I have to say this is not going to be the easiest push either. Even if they do brute force their way into that circle, you have TALON with the crossfire from compounds as well as the high ground already, and MEC getting completely obliterated. No, it's not, it's the other way around. MEC with Kim playing that first contact, being able to turn the tides of that war.
Okay, we're getting a lot more fights here with Boom Esports turning the tides onto CelcomDigi Alliance, but right after that happened, one player from Boom immediately eliminated. Yoru on high ground. Yoru with a nade. He sees Zero right below him. Okay, tossing a nade onto Zero. That will miss. Zero is still alright. Now he has his own nade. He's cooking it up. But Yoru, he moved away as well. So unlikely that nade will connect.
Playing the corner very well as well. It's a game of smokes and mirrors, and he's managed to really steal away, the attention somewhere else here, as Yummy does make it as well to this corner. They should feel fairly safe. Don't have to worry too much about the other sides of the map for the time being, because they understand that TALON is also very, very preoccupied with other teams over on the southern side that are rotating into that circle here. With the 1-1-2 formation here, the rest of TALON will have to be forced into a later rotation. Might just be meeting out with Axel. They could go to that very tiny hill for a good hold and terrain as well, but they also have to worry about their own heads here, because teams like FaZe Clan, like BTR, even the Xavier are being very cautious about where they're going to be. Boboho in trouble. The rest of the teams up there on this terrain, they're running out of space.
Oof. That nade almost connected to Bobohu. Oof. Okay, lots of fights going to happen on the right side and also on the left later on, as the circle will push these teams in. And now Red Bull still with high ground advantage, trying to locate Bobohu. Bobohu behind this hill. It's not that easy for Red Bull. He wants to secure that one extra point, but Bobohu is still not staying put. Okay, he's trying to be as difficult as possible for FaZe Clan. And whatever happens, he might deny away his point. He's still hugging around the hill side here. But the moment he moves forward, it's going to be Vampire Esports. So he's pretty much picking his poison right now. Nade onto Bobohu did connect by Tony K. One more nade. And here comes Tony K. Bobohu trying to close the gap with Tony K.
Oh
and Tony
my
K switches to a shotgun to finish him off.
Great positioning and also read, as well as a lot of teams are starting to get mad desperate. And Sem9 is going to capitalize off this. They have a high ground advantage here. They have crossfires about as well. But the sprays coming in from Superman is just honestly disgusting. Managing to knock down Fear, managing to knock down Trexie as well. And now the other team members are trying to refill that space. Depth, huge. Finds that one member here. He's going to try and isolate and pick one off. Gets the one isolated fight in the end, but cannot win the fight that really matters the most. And MVKE, they're gonna win this despite the low ground disadvantage. But not out of the woods yet, because suddenly on the other end, you also have TODAK here. You also have the blue zone pushing into them. It's hard to really hold on with your life.
Oh, and TODAK will need to hold on with their dear life right now with the fact that eArena has that high ground against them. There's also another team on the inner side trying to stop them from coming in. Anyway, TODAK, they have this heal to give them a little bit more cover for now. But when it comes to stage 7, they might not get the blessing of the circle no more. But anyway, good news for them. eArena, they choose to rotate up north, staying clear of all the other teams to survive a little bit longer in the stage.
The eastern and western side of the circle is just so packed right now, and the terrains are just so unforgiving. D Xavier, once again, doing what they do best here, being the one of the first to get in the middle of the circle. They have a package to loot as well. And they're going to stay fairly hidden because they have a low ground as well, which means that they're going to be so vulnerable. They're just going to bank on other teams to fight off each other as well. FaZe could be one of these teams going to go toe-to-toe with Boom Esports, perhaps even BPE to get a bit more active, as BTR probably laughing and giggling inside of the compounds. They can steal away so many kills. They can do the same thing that D Xavier did last game.
And we're back on the TODAK right now, Tash. still with eArena above them, and Turning K tries to stop TODAK from coming in. Spraying from the side with his M4. Trying to get TODAK. Okay, can't get a good clear shot as TODAK moves slightly forward. And they are in the circle still, but this circle will be crucial. Will it favor the left or the right? Looks like it favors the Xavier. In the circle still, with an airdrop just beside them.
But the pressure is really hurting Boom Esports right now with barely any terrain and movement. Oh, those nades are gone! Completely obliterating the entirety of Vampire Esports. They cannot hold on, especially since they are also choked in from the other end. And this aggression is not stopping because FaZe Clan, they are trying to get into the circle. They need to bridge this compound. Canary falls. Red Bull barely alive right now. Gewi alone. Mercury, what are you going to do here? They are going to still be moving as a unit, finding an alternative way into the compound. As BTR, they are separated. They don't have enough numbers in terms of, firepower and bodies. This could potentially be dangerous as Snape is rendered so low. And that angle played by Red Bull that was not seen at all by BTR will be enough to chip away the HP from the final remaining member, of BTR. And he's going to fall. And this is a very swift take for FaZe Clan into this terrain and compound.
Nice follow-up there by Red Bull. He knew he did the damage at the Sata. All he needed to do was just be brave. Follow up, and he got his reward. Now, they're not done yet. Now they need to deal with TALON. But a lot more teams here on the right side, including Boom Esports as well from the lower ground that needs to hike up. TALON, one player currently down. And Yui, now 1v1 against Nate on the other side. Yui takes a bit of damage as Nate will lob a second nade into the smoke. But Yui, he relocates himself into the shack behind him. Here comes the rest of FaZe Clan.
The Xavier this time around, it's gonna be hard for them to hold on to this area. This is exactly what I was worried about here. That low ground terrain, the wide open areas, not gonna be the easiest for them to take. And even Boom Esports, they were trying to steal away eliminations, go up a little bit aggressive to make their way into that circle here. But now FaZe Clan is in the same predicament of being chunked in terms of damage from the other side of the terrain. eArena, full control of that northern side terrain. They have the high grounds in their favor. They took out a member of TODAK as well in that same scuffle as well as TALON rallies back.
And now 0 for Boom Esports. We need to win this fight against Nate on the other side. Nate, can he pull a 1v2? The circle is just right behind Nate. But before that, he has to finish off 0. If not, 0 will be a nuisance for him. But look at this stash. eArena, they have the larger portion of the circle right now. But we're going to focus on Nate. 10% of health. 0 almost got him.
But he's still holding on. Despite everything, 0 is going to try and flush each other out. It's going to be a 1v1 here for the time being as FaZe are just so preoccupied with trying to bring themselves back into that game. So good read by 0. But FaZe, because of the cacophony and the sound, they have already marked his location there. Mercuries tries to secure that kill, can't do that because of the pressure coming in from the high ground from eArena as well as TALON. This is huge because you have these two teams, Boom Esports and FaZe, who are on the back foot, not having numbers advantage compared to say eArena as well as TALON. Could potentially ask these two teams to fight first before going on to the other side of that map. With eArena going for a 2-2 formation, this could be huge. Joker spotting out FaZe Clan, doesn't matter who's who, still puts in the damage. Any point is massive for them to be able to, bring themselves all the way to the top side of the ladder. As Red Bull out there in the open takes a bit of a hit, but not enough to take him down. Goes for a prone, reposition himself one more time before finally running into another member of Boom Esports. 0. What the heck? This is a very, very ballsy play.
Man, 0 is just like this fly in your ear that just doesn't want to let you go, that just keeps buzzing. Man, they're trying to zap him, zap this fly away. But this fly is just so difficult to deal with. Look at the damage of the Mercuries, and 0 might just get him. 0, right now, can he actually pull off a hero's performance here against the two players of FaZe as he's actually rushing in onto Mercuries? And from the lower ground, 0 actually got Mercuries.
He's been zigzagging forward here, dodging every single shot coming in from the other edge of the map as well, taking advantage of this, chaos coming in from this fight against eArena as well as TALON. TALON in trouble. The nades are just putting in so much pressure to them. Boy Chill waiting a little bit more far back, hoping to clip anyone's hit if they can, but the nades are coming through, and 0 as well provides a bit of aid and pressure for the time being to dwindle down the numbers. Boy Chill running for his life and straight into 0's crosshairs. Boy Chill cannot move at all, and Axel's kills are being stolen away. 10 eliminations already. The damage damage has been done before finally eArena is going to silence them. Boom Esports next will be falling and it's going to go to FaZe Clan. And now a 1v4 eArena. What are you going to do? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, because when you're a 1v4, all you have to do is just choke.
Or
and now
deny.
with no space to work with, denying points is all you can do. And eArena take a second chicken dinner here.
Though I must say, Zero actually stole the show towards that very end. He turned from zero to hero. It's just too bad that he could have scored a chicken dinner and come up with a insane run, but that's okay. There was still a lot of great moves there for Zero. But eArena, 2 chicken dinners here today. We're not going to take that away from them. Again, it's maintaining Mormon in the lineup that brought them this success.
But the thing is, it's such a different look for the team as well. I want to say, is Mormon and friends anymore? No, I think they've been, I don't know what it is, but they've been rallying together as a team. They have a nice 2-2 formation to the northern side as well to really be able to put pressure on the eastern and western side of that map. And in a lot of situations, while we have players like, say, D Xavier in the already rack smack dab in the middle of the circle, it's about being able to hold on. And without the lack of, terrain, the lack of cover as well, it really put them on the back end. Teams are later to the circle, like say eArena, like TALON, Boom Esports even, that benefited from that terrain. Everyone was at the edges of that circle and everyone was fighting for their lives. This is one of the most competitive endings we've seen so far, but eArena, they made it look so easy, especially with the amount of damage and eliminations coming in from the likes of Sakura.
Yeah, what made it easy for eArena is that because they rotated up north and they knew, they had the information that, hey, you know what, if we move up north, we'll be clear from the other teams. And with 4 players still intact, they stand a very good chance of putting themselves in a good position and scoring the chicken dinner towards the end. They had the option of still staying on the left side of the circle to try to continue to block out TODAK, but they told themselves that, you know what, it's a survival game at the end of the day, let's survive. And that's where they made that call. They move up north, clear from other teams to have the chicken dinner. Let's check out the best moments here through this highlights.
This is a whole 180 in terms of how eArena played in the group stage and today as well. It's really clear that they've been holding back the pages in their playbook on how aggressive they can be and how passive they can be as well in terms of calculated play.
Hey, we might say the same for FaZe Clan as well. Interesting, during the first interview today, it was mentioned that, we're still finding our chemistry and all that. Well, it looks like they have found a formula. Look at this, 2,757 damage. Although they didn't score a chicken dinner, but they saw a lot of action and they won fight after fight after fight after fight. And I'm pretty sure they scored a lot of eliminations in the process. Also, shout out to Boom Esports and also TALON. as our top 4 teams in this round. And in general, we can say that, well, it's the teams with the red-ish sort of logos that's all up here.
Oh yeah. Anyways, coming back to your point, I think it's really exciting to see these teams and how exactly they manage their way getting here as well. Perhaps a birthday buff for eArena. I don't know, man, because this is one of the biggest games they've played today. 2 chicken dinners today is phenomenal. On top of that, we haven't seen this kind of performance coming in from this team as well. So I think if anything, this is good. Now, looking into this particular game, it hasn't been about Mormon. It's been about Sakura, and I think it's important to talk about this because in a lot of these fights, in a lot of these situations, Sakura has not been the player to watch out for. He's fairly quiet. He's more to giving that support. But this time around, he went nuclear. He went huge. And he was the one to net his team a majority of eliminations and putting in quite a number of damage onto other players on the map.
Mormon will only be the MVP again if he does the Mormon dance. I'm disappointed. 2 chicken dinners, no Mormon dance. I need the Mormon dance, okay? But what FaZe Clan needs are points. And because of 19 points collected, 30 whooping eliminations, they will surely be back at their throne. eArena, second chicken dinner today, 18 points. Pretty sweet as well. VOIN Esports, 15 points. Ooh, that's a very nice double digit for the top 3 teams. That only means that there's a chance that we will see a lot more zeros this time.
Yeah, I think in this situation, since the circle was not the easiest either to navigate, especially since it was a very terrainous area as well, a lot of teams, I think, I wouldn't say they didn't go with 0. Everyone got a point each, but it's not the majority or the lion's share of the points that a lot of teams want. You want to be able to make this impactful plays to really push yourself forward. And most of these fights have been happening early. Alter Ego got 1 early. Clog, I think they got 1 or 2 stragglers early before they even hit the ground as well. These early fights are to be expected, obviously, but at the very least as well, to be able to survive in the end is the name of the game here, as FaZe is going to be taking that first spot again. I think they have a sizable lead over eArena, about 6 points, but it's still not the most. I think we still have 1 more, Miramar to go. It could be anyone's game here since Boom Esports also has joined the charts, and for them, it's been all about eliminations there. You really got to give it to Boom Esports because you mentioned just now about 0, right? Rallying, the last man standing, still putting in damage, still not afraid to make some noise and still, put in that damage and steal away kills. This is what we call being efficient, and Boom Esports is definitely number 1 at that.
Oh yeah, and 0, if we don't traditionally choose the MVP from the chicken dinner team, to me, 0 did an insane performance and stole away the show. Now, the one that needs an insane performance is the teams at the bottom. 3 Malaysian teams stacked up with each other, TODAK, CelcomDigi Alliance, and unfortunately Sem9. The fact that Sem9 is now the only team with a single digit, I can imagine that Boss Tommy is very, very unhappy. So Sem9, they really need to put in the biggest performance of their life here in the next round.
Regardless, let's have a look at head-to-head here. eArena and Alter Ego, the 4th spot and the 2nd seed right now. Both teams securing chicken dinners. But in terms of damage, in terms of eliminations, it's going to skew heavily toward eArena. And, understandably so, eArena has been a little bit more active in terms of their positioning, in terms of the rotation. And they're no longer doing that late rotation style, They're no longer doing their usual aggressive style play over on the group stages. It's very calculated how they play. A lot of firepower coming into the game as well, especially toward the last few circles, and it's been looking massive. Alter Ego this time around, they had a massive start of the day. It's starting to slow down already, understandably so. This is a very, very different map for them as well, and that terrain did not do them any dividends. So for them, I think for them, it's all about trying to find positions a little bit earlier and less about trying to figure out how exactly to, force fights.
You see a pattern here, Tash? Red-ish teams getting chicken dinners all around. And 3 of them from Thailand, 2 of them from Indonesia, while Alter Ego is the one representing Indonesia to bring in the chicken dinner. 1 more game to go today. Miramar. Okay. And, whatever it is, it's not the end of the world because it's all about setting the tone for tomorrow's Smash Rule Day. So, of course, ideally, you want to try to close the gap, but if you can't, well, tomorrow you can still make up for it.
Absolutely. It's all about playing catch up and, being able to just deny that first place spot, that 10 points plus chicken dinner is key here for many, many of these teams to be able to get that first place spot, to earn yourself that first seed or those points to be able to really give yourself a heads up in the grand finals later. As we go into this map, I have to say that, I'm not gonna lie, I'm very disappointed I would say my prediction for TODAK. I mean, they did a big splash onto the group stage itself, but again, this is a very rough circle. This is also getting a lot more hot, especially since this is the third day for many of these teams, for all of these teams to be playing as well. So a lot of teams has really fallen into groove. Some of them are slow cookers. I would say eArena is definitely one of them, Boom Esports one of them, Alter Ego as well. And once these teams have found their groove, it's really hard to stop the momentum. They need to find that edge to be able to overcome, to stop them in their tracks, to be able to give themselves that confidence one more time. Because I think for all of these teams, they need to remember who they are and what they were able to achieve here in the group stages. If what they're working on in the group stages is not working, it's time to turn that page and see what works and start again from scratch. We saw a big change coming in, with Iftar coming into the mix, with Brian coming into the mix. Perhaps is not really the answer again. They need to go back to that drawing board. But as the last map of the day, predictions are up here as well. I am still staying through, and I would see Alter Ego rallying back.
Well, I ran out of teams in the last map, mathematically. So I rolled back like the top number one, number two team. So I happened to fall to CelcomDigi Alliance and also TODAK that we'd like to see a little bit of a balance, right? To make tomorrow a little bit more interesting. So I do hope genuinely that CelcomDigi Alliance and TODAK can close the gap so that tomorrow, who knows, they can come up with a surprise. Well, at least looking over at the camera, CelcomDigi Alliance is still in a good mood. So hopefully they can bring those good vibes into the final map.
Yeah. I think for them, it's always been about, I think they have a great mentality. I think in an interview last season, I asked him, you guys are so used to being one of the most consistent teams, but sometimes when things go bad and you are losing so many games in a row, how do you recover mentally? Do you have a coach or something to help you, mentally? And they said, no, we have a more different approach to how we approach these games. And it's all about being able to think it's okay, there's always the next game. And I think this is a good mindset to have because it gives you that mental shift that you need to start again from ground zero instead of bringing those worries from the last game into the next game.
Well, the other team that is in the middle, whether they want to say that they're worried, they're not, it's BTR because right now they are doing just okay. But knowing BTR, I mean, they're touted as the team to beat this season. I'm sure they will set a huge benchmark for them to be able to perform well. And of course, BTR has invested a lot this season by bringing in another new import player, that's Ryan, not to be played yet. And also not to be played yet today, it seems, since we're coming into the last map. So that's fine. Hopefully we get to see Ryan being deployed later on. And for Boom, they're doing okay. They're up there at the top 3. So we can expect them to continue to perform. But of course, tomorrow will be very different since the Smash rule will be introduced. In case some of you, I notice you're still asking about, what the Smash rule is about. Don't worry, we'll give you a better explanation tomorrow. But for now, let's check out the last game. And it is Miramar, the last game for today. Ladies and gentlemen, the game that will set the bar for tomorrow's Smash Sunday. So let's see who will get the best out of this. Of course, we're going to start off with the fly path. I do see the right side of this map. Oh, okay. It's actually around the area of La Trilera, going down onto Puerto Paraiso. So it's a southern-ish flight path. So naturally, like teams want to drop on the slightly northern side, maybe up to somewhere El Pozo. They need to grab a vehicle somewhere, and that's normally the drop spot for D Xavier. Lost Illness, as usual, it will be able to house up to 3 teams. So if any team wants to change their drop spot, it's still okay. It's still manageable. Power Grid, going to be BTR again. TODAK, who needs a lot of points. They could start off in Valle de Mar. Going to be unchallenged. I doubt we'll see a big challenge from any of these teams, just like how we saw in the previous round. Though we did see an early first split, but that was because like parachute down, Glide was carved from Roy, happened to meet another team, and that was just unfortunate. But this time, it looks like we're not going to see that thing again.
Nah, centralized circle here this time around. BTR is great. I think they're just still gonna hang around. Power grid. They could just fairly be staying safe there. Hope for teams in the middle of rotations to get a little bit more aggressive with each other and snipe away kills.
And you know what, Tash? This is almost the same circle as before, at least stage one. And we might see some similar patterns like BTR trying to take the high ground on the right side of power grid. Expect that to happen. Some teams inside of Picado as well. We saw at least up to like 3 teams inside of Picado. So again, that pattern might happen. But at least the different pattern for Roy is that this time, no first blood given away. So that's good news for Roy.
A lot better this time around as well. Trying to figure out how exactly to really chase. I think, with 55 points already, this is a big lead for most teams in the lobby, as majority of them are currently either in the 20 point mark or even below as well. Since only a handful of teams are over 40 points right now, which is Ultra Ego, Boom Esports, and also FaZe. And now for the rest of the teams here, this is where things get a bit more interesting, especially because we're seeing many teams taking a long way around in terms of rotations. They want to take their time, maybe go in for the late rotations. Fine, that's cool. But when you are taking your time outside of those circles, a lot of the high grounds have already been inhabited. Maybe the mindset is to really force fights, maybe eventually later. But you are right, Sir Cloud. In terms of patterns, we are seeing the same thing happen from BTR, from eArena as well over on San Martin. The only difference right now is that MEC going northern side a bit more instead of hanging out to the in the middle side of Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, they sent Kim up to the high ground in the previous round. So we don't know whether they will repeat the same strategy again, or they might want to play a little bit slower to come into the circle later, and that's fine as well. They want to have a good feel of where the other teams are at, instead of playing that we are there first and then we have to play the defensive game after that, which is also fine. So there's no real right or wrong to how you want to play the game, because it's not like a one team versus one team. It's like one versus other 15 teams. So you just need to be very adaptable with every step that you take.
Puerto Paraiso. Oh, this is interesting. For Boom Esports and Ultra Ego coming in from the southwestern side of the map here, Puerto Paraiso. Okay, I mean, since CD Alliance and MVKE are in the middle of Los Leones, it's a big, map, to be honest, that area. They could just really slink their way through a little bit later, maybe hope for these the teams to fight and just completely overwhelm. I think Boom Esports has a history of third partying. The same thing could be said about Ultra Ego as well. Now, I really want to bring attention to the elephant in the room right now, which is the last 3 teams at the bottom here. All of it are Malaysian teams, and 2 of them were the top performing teams in the group stages. They're not beating any allegations here that they are group stage teams, but what do you think can be changed to make them better right now?
Ooh. It's kind of hard to answer that question when we're talking about like the number 1 and number 2 team from the group stages. It's like, hey, they did everything good during that stage, right? But all of a sudden, when it comes to this stage, when you put the best of the best 16 teams together, and then all of a sudden everything just falters. Okay, and what makes it harder to answer the question is that we don't always get to see them do well when action happens. And I guess I'm answering myself at the same time. So that means that they need to win fights. It's just that. So to break that down further, maybe it's like talking about their coordination, talking about how they spread themselves out, what sort of off angle should they take, and things like that. So I do think that it's probably really down to just the action part for, at least for TODAK and CelcomDigi Alliance.
Because usually we see Jimmy going a bit more aggressive, all alone on one end. I did look a little bit more toward the support side on the back, and it just doesn't seem that we're able to see these cohesions. We're seeing them survive, yes, but we haven't really seen what firepower that we saw during the week for CD Alliance as well. They're changing up their roster. They're bringing in Iftar. I don't think we saw Iftar play until the final few matches on day 2 as well here. So it has to be, and personally for me, at first I thought, oh, okay, maybe you're bringing Iftar in to give him some reps as well, to keep him a bit more fresh in this game. But it is clear right now that they're trying to change up their pacing and tempo of this game, but they still haven't found that cohesion. And for me personally, I mean, a team as dominating as CD Alliance at the bottom there is ringing a lot of alarm bells, because a team that was at the bottom of the barrel coming into the Super Weekend was eArena.
So I want to put out this theory out there, right, Tash? Maybe it's because like they are the number 1 and number 2 team. So when other teams do their VOD review in preparation for the Super Weekend, they would learn, especially onto like TODAK and CelcomDigi Alliance, on what made them successful. And maybe because of how they learn, their movements, their positioning, it eventually became a counter to CelcomDigi Alliance and TODAK.
Yeah. And that was my biggest worry. I think Contra and I had a brief conversation about it in the beginning of the week as well, in terms of, I mentioned the word playbook a lot, and I really emphasize this because when you want to go into a tournament, you best be having so many different strategies and so many styles of play as well. I'm not even talking about, your macro and micro that is just adjusted because this is a battle royale. There's a lot to be brought into that factor. It's more about how you play together as a team. There's a lot of decision, making involved as well. And, especially when like players like say Adit Look, or even say Jimmy, who likes to play alone and is able to find for themselves in 1vx situations, being clipped out fairly early as well, it makes you realize, okay, if this is happening, perhaps it's time to rally and play together as a team, or maybe go for a 2-2 formation instead of using your same formation of having one player a little bit more aggressive. But again, it's hard to really figure out the inner workings of a team, because maybe that's something that works or is more comfortable for them. But at the same time, what's comfortable for them might easily be countered, especially if you're doing it over and over again.
You know what? For us to gain more insight on that, maybe Tash, we should send you now a flight to Jakarta just to be the host to interview like the bottom teams. Because
let's ask Windy instead. Windy, I hope you're listening to us. Can you ask them?
Exactly, right. Windy, can you please make a request? Because we'd like to hear from the bottom teams as well. It's like, what's happening to you guys? Come on, the fans are rooting for you.
Yeah, I think that's a bit hard when you have managed the expectations that well as well. And, eArena changing up the pace, changing up their style of play. FaZe Clan, they're still maintaining that their usual style of play. I mean, what's not broken? Why change it, right? Because for them, it's all about making that space. It's all about being a little bit more patient when it comes to fights. It's all about like making these mid to long range fights work before fully committing to them as well. So in a lot of situations for these teams, they just taking it easy. The same could be said about Ultra Ego as well. We always talk about firepower, especially with Krypton in the roster, and now even they are taking a slower approach.
Yeah, right now, Alter Ego, they can sort of afford a slower approach because their gap between the number 1 is not that big. So even if they have like a chill round, they still maintain the pace for tomorrow. So that's fine for them. Of course, ideally, if they can be the one that sets the trend at number 1, they'll be the best. Brian is setting a bit of a trend here. The moment he came in, after being subbed in for the second time, he's starting to show a little bit more grit here, especially fighting against Superman. And Tam comes in as a follow-up when Brian went down, and Superman found his kryptonite against Tam.
And the timing was just off for MVKE here as well. They were trying to buy time for the rest of the team to rally towards them, and now it's a bit too late. TODAK has fully taken control of this compound, and MVKE, they are out here for blood. They're trying to deny the situation for TODAK to be able to be back in the game as a 4. And Duke is going aggressive. He's going to throw in that nade here. They need to move real fast. Brian playing first contract there. He's very low. He's been knocked out. Frenzy as well. 9 is barely alive right now, and I would say this is a very dangerous predicament for these team. Tom, he needs to win this fight to be able to survive till the end, at least as a 4 here. And he just rallies all the way to the backside, gonna force this revive as Brian also falls. And in this situation, MVKE has served their cold, sweet revenge. 2 for 2, tit for tat. And now this off angle played by Tam will eventually be found out. He's going to reposition himself on the backside, reading Wunti's nade like to a T as Tam hides. The footsteps known, but the pre-angle and the pre-fires and off angles played is massive by 9. And now MVKE, what are you gonna do when so many members have already been knocked down? Duke is alone right now, and he wants to change this trajectory of this match.
Yoru actually stole that point away. TODAK didn't get that point. Okay, anyway, a little bit of help from Yoru from TALON. Now it's going to be TDUK against the two players of TODAK, while TALON, they're just looking from afar. Anyway, TDUK right now with his DBS, a very flexible weapon, and he actually clutched it! He clutched it! TODAK, two players, they were standing next to each other, and that DBS gameplay took them all out!
Oh my god, Duke, that was insanely clutch. Being able to just, bring it in the end, the timing was just so unfortunate. But the same can be said about Sem9 here, as Dep low, one member knocked out already. Sem9 cannot hold on to their compound. Trexie's around as well. Gonna try and rally off each other here. Nice three-way formation, but in a very desperate situation where they could be forced into isolated fights. Dep out here in the open, forced to run away, jumping somehow slippery as an eel. Trading blows one by one. The nade clips onto Juki and also to Hoi Kong as well, managing to get that knock. Mango and Ka in the same compound. I'm not too sure the other members of Sem9 are aware.
The battle for the bottom between Roy and Sem9 right now. Sem9, they have to win this fight. Roy, they need the points as well. So both of these teams as desperate. And Sem9, Kenny on each side, spraying into the smoke, not hitting on the car. Car is safe inside the building. At the same time, Roy will recover their fallen teammate. Trexie with the vehicle. Okay, looks like they're going to reposition themselves. They are aware that they're on the outside of the circle, and Trexie will move his way onto the inner side. Is he going to find an off angle there against Roy, or is he just going to find a safe space for his teammates to rotate in? Looks like Trexie still around the corner, not too far away, and he will play from the inner side to block Roy from moving into the inside of the circle.
Could be a great crossfire as well for them. But he's still on the back foot here for Sem9, especially since they are playing as a 2 against the rest of the teams of Roy right now. And Dep has really shown his hand here. So what Roy is going to do here is just try to flood in together as a team. Dep is close, a crossfire bound, but Dep is ready for one. Tries to isolate more. He gets 2, 3, one by one. What are you doing? It is phenomenal and insane, prolonging their presence on this final map of the day.
Now that's what Sem9 is talking about. That bit of DBS gameplay. Solo-handedly Roy. Just like that. And with the fact that Roy have been eliminated, Sem9 has the chance to overtake them in the overalls.
I'm still at a loss here. We saw so many insanely good clutches already. As Tatar stuck literally inside of this hut with two teams completely chunking at him from so many different angles. The one that steals away that point is going to be Leon's finally. And the circle will still shift central side as well. We already have, 3 teams knocked out fairly early. And we're only into, minute number 14 of this game. There's still another 14 minutes to go.
Ooh. And a lot more teams to go as well. 13 teams in total. As for TDUK, after winning the fight against TODAK, now he has to deal with the presence of MEC across that road. On the inner side of the circle, we have FaZe Clan coming in. Our number 1 team right now playing with 3 players, finding their next spot. 1 player, Mercuries, taking a lot of damage, vehicle smoking up as well. Hopefully he'll be able to remove himself away. Okay, he's in a safer position right now. It's M249 in hand in the circle. On the outside, we have D Xavier making a rotation from the northern side, and they will meet with VOIN Donkey.
VOIN Donkey have Potato all alone on the back foot here as the rest of the team will go making a beeline onto that terrain right outside the area where the Alliance is holding. But Potato, because he was a little bit too late, will be chunked in from different angles as well. So I don't think that he's going to be recoverable. Going to be an early night for him as the rest of VOIN Donkey safely onto the other end of that map. Now, I'm more interested toward the northern side here because there are a few teams that are trying to rotate into the area. We have eArena that's in the compound right side by side with the Vampire Esports. And on the top side here, Xavier is trying to play with the terrain to slowly just find their way into this circle.
Well, not going to be a slow approach here by Xavier, perhaps. On the VOIN Donkey, as VOIN Donkey is on the inner side, Xavier arriving into the circle. But they have to be careful. There's another team behind. One player of Xavier left behind there. They might make a U-turn to save their teammate, okay? Here comes Claw. And it's going to be the rest of Xavier. They're going to focus on the Claw right now because they have to find space for Lamborghini to get away. And the best space is to try to win this fight. Nade on the Lamborghini by Chipeng, knocking him down at the same time. The blue is on the Claw.
Yeah. And it's looking interesting as well because you have one member of Claw already in the circle and the rest just said, you know what, let's collectively decide to stay back and just completely obliterate the team behind us because we're going to be having an advantage in terms of terrain. With Lamborghini down and Nate T rendered so low, you can start to see them get a bit more aggressive in terms of taking up that space. But they're going to be kept at bay for the time being as well because they're understanding that VOIN Donkey is going to be the gatekeeper for the time being. And Xavier sandwiched. Where are you gonna go? What are you gonna do here? As Claw said, you know what? We have noted the presence of VOIN Donkey. Let's just go and play safe inside of the compound instead, inside of the circle.
Yeah, and they have to let Lamborghini go. Looks like the zone will deny away Lamborghini. Okay, at least that's some news. Paragon will be knocked down. Like what you said. Where are they gonna go? Everywhere they go, there's crosshairs onto them, and Claw is still not letting them go at all, especially Zuxi, the one left behind to try to bring the pain onto Xavier, tapping away from afar. As long as he still has time, as long as he still has space, he will continue to do that. But now time is up for Red Race and Zuxi. Time for them to go in with Vexi putting pressure back onto them, but they should be okay.
That is risky. You're moving as a 2 on a buggy. You're so out there in the open. But it was a high risk, high reward play that Claw is very much known for. You know, knowing them being just rushing away from the compound, going all the way northern side to really chunk away a team. And then after that, going back into the area as well is already saying a lot about how they think and how they want to dominate as a team. Now, Circle shifts toward the eastern side where CD Alliance has the compound. They are looking really great right now and prepped for the time being. They could potentially go for, you know, a crossfire play, anyone rotating in from northern side, even southern side if they want to as well. So this could be huge, especially if Sem9 decides to take a fight against, I believe it's TALON.
But the one that needs to take a fight right now is going to be Xavier still against VOIN Donkey. 3 players have arrived. 15 seconds before the zone starts to close again. On the elimination phase, Sakura blew up Mela's vehicle elsewhere. Vampire Esports, they seem to be in trouble. They lose Tony K to CelcomDigi Alliance. So many teams looking at Vampire Esports right now, including eArena from the back. Sakura dealing the damage, spraying down from afar into the smoke, hoping to land the bullets onto Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, they're in the circle, but they're not safe from the other teams. Vehicle blown up, and Vampire Esports, poof, out of this round.
And it's rough because they were going in for a later rotation. That area that they were crossing into was basically a trap, you know, with so many different teams just crossing over at them as well. And now in this situation for Xavier here, we thought that they would be on the back foot. No, they're bringing the fight to VOIN Donkey, putting in the damage. Reza is barely alive right now, and Nate T is just dying for his team to slowly come up toward them as well. But more pressure coming from both areas, and Levi's decides to play a little bit more aggressive and boldly with that shotgun. But unfortunately for him, none of the shots are gonna be hitting, and they're gonna be choked in from 2 different angles. VOIN Donkey has done the most in terms of not only preserving the teammates, but also choking the team from multiple angles.
But now from the hunter to the hunted, VOIN Donkey don't have the circle. They have to move in, and another team's waiting for them. We'll check on them later on, because right now it's going to be PUBG Esports with this high ground, dealing damage onto the other side. They see teams on the inner side, but they also have to manage teams on the flank. So they have to be aware of that. On the elimination phase, CelcomDigi Alliance against FaZe Clan, they're fighting elsewhere as well. With CelcomDigi Alliance seems to be winning against FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan only has 1 active player now.
And most of these fights for CD Alliance have mostly been from the confinements of the compound itself. Rotators, people in the midst of fights as well are going to be completely chunked away. FaZe Clan cannot hold, so they fall. And now for the rest of Sem9, here's the question. You break into the circle, you take this fight against 2 members of eArena. There's also TALON on the outer edge area with a terrain as well to work with. Breaking into this is not going to be easy. And in fact, it's going to be a pain in the butt because you have to watch out for 6 players that are gatekeeping you out of that circle. I'm starting to see a big shift here from Sem9. They had to play on the side of the train instead of forcing these fights. And on top of that as well, one of their vehicles have already been blown up here. So that means moving or mobility for this team is going to be even harder.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the fact that they're actually surrounded by at least 2 different teams. One of them including eArena, and the other one is going to be TALON. So stage 6 is going to be crucial for Sem9. They might need to clear one of their flanks before they're able to move in. Okay, let's see. Will the circle somehow still favor Sem9? But looks like it's going to be a middle circle. And look who's in the middle. It's TODAK from MVKE. He's lasting until now.
Sometimes the best course of action is to be out in plain sight. Because no one's going to be checking that area because you're out there in the open. And many of these teams are gate capped as well. So the only team that's fairly inside of the circle with a bit of advantage here is CD Alliance. They could have a 2-2 formation, have 2 members go out there in the open if they want to, be a bit more aggressive in taking out space. But I don't think they want to force this out quite yet. They want to wait for other teams to get a bit more active here. And somehow eArena are on the back foot as Sem9, Kenny is putting so much damage onto the players. eArena left with only Sakura left alive. And on top of that, in a very, very dangerously smoking car, the car could go off any moment and his life could be in jeopardy.
Oh, it's in jeopardy right now with the fact that CelcomDigi Alliance, they saw Sakura moving in. Now he has this vehicle as a bunker. This is definitely a temporary spot for Sakura. For Sem9, time for them to get into the circle. Do they have that space, I wonder? Too much open space if they follow the footsteps of Sakura. They need to decide properly on something else. Pushing forward to the right side of the circle right now, the 2 Indonesian teams, Boom Esports and Alter Ego, both of them needing to get into the circle. Sem9 moves forward as if that finishes off Sakura, but Sem9, now then, they're still not in the circle yet, but they have CelcomDigi Alliance on the left side to deal with.
Everyone northern side cannot get into the circle safely, that is. You rotate out, CD Alliance just chunks at you, and with little to no consequence as well. And the same could be said about VOIN Donkey here, who is just crunched between Claw as well as a CD Alliance. So CD Alliance this time around, they're going to be dictating a lot of these fights.
Oh, wait. Zaxi just needed himself. Okay, not too sure what happened there. But we check that on Claw later on. Right now, it's going to be TALON against MEC. Well, TALON, they still have a full squad. And here we go. The nade by Axel. Trying to aim it on the Kim. Kim on the high ground. Kim, this nade lob across. It's going to be Amazon down. Kim, the second nade by Boyter will land onto him. And that's where he got eliminated together with the rest of MEC. Now TALON, we need to deal with Boom. And next up on the lower ground gets one.
Oh man, despite the disadvantages, you pop your head and catch someone off guard. Just beautiful sprays abound as well, but it's not enough to really secure those kills. And with those utilities, that means that TALON's going to try to get a little bit more active and aggressive. And it does pay dividends as Pawnbit falls. Yummy, the last man standing, but Zero is very much back in the game as well. But all of these fights are still going on over on the other end, as the other 2 members of TALON are very preoccupied by members of Sem9.
Oh, look at this. Nade after nade after nade. And speaking of Sem9, Kenny got Axel. Alright, Achul knocked out as well by Deb this time. Here comes Sem9. But Kenny is currently down. Deb together with Trexie, they have to do the business here against TALON. The good news is that they're somewhat within the circle, but Trexie unfortunately will be gunned down as well and will be eliminated by Yummy from the other side. And here comes the blue. It's going to put pressure onto Sem9, but Sem9 at least they're still in the circle. But now it's only down to 1 player of Sem9. Can he actually make it? Can Deb actually do it here? He's rushing in onto TALON. TALON will need to defend the ground. And looks like Sem9 eliminated. But here comes CelcomDigi Alliance.
getting very aggressive this time around and wanted to take advantage of this terrain as well. They're forced out in the open from their compound as well. Aditlo falls, Ponbit. He played a very high-risk game and it just pays dividends here as Yummy gonna retake and overcome that space that's been taken away from TECNO Alliance here from the high ground. Goes super active as Jimmy from the lower ground tries to make it a little bit more competitive. Takes up a bit more space as well to really catch the members of Boom Esports off guard! But Iftar gets one before he falls. Jimmy here, Precision, and Leons as well have to make this work. They already have done the damage onto the team as well here. Their teammates are bleeding, and Talon Boychill is just changing the trajectory from their off-angle play, and he's not done. He's making it work as well, as Boom Esports are going to be happy with this predicament. We have him all alone right now. The shotgun is good as Leons finally gets it in the end, but at the end of the day, Talon, the final member standing, is the one to change the fates for both of these teams.
That stun grenade on the boy to apply there for that split second, allowing Boom Esports to take him out. But the fight's not over yet, Tash. Now we have Alter Ego coming in. They want to be the cleanup crew. But Boom Esports, they have 3 active players. Maybe 4 soon. Okay, Yummy is back up. So they have a full squad right now to fight against Alter Ego.
They took fight after fight after fight, and Boom have insane protocols in order to refill the spaces left by fallen members, to deny teams from being able to secure these kills. And now Alter Ego, they're gonna get active. They've had a very, very quiet game, and now they're looking to overcome. With Rosemary being that first contact play, Daybot is able to go for these long range pickoffs and just play off of one another. Now that they're all so distracted, MAQNA already noting the presence of the Claw members as well, throws those nades, wants to clear out close as well, and Boom Esports cannot hold on. This is a very clean and decisive style play coming in from Alter Ego when it comes to take out space and also overwhelming a team.
All Indonesia finale, and this could be the fastest Miramar round. And here comes MAQNA taking out Red Face. One more to go on the other side. It's going to be Jipe, the final player for Claw. All in by Alter Ego. Jipe will secure the elimination point out of MAQNA first. And Alter Ego, 3v1, definitely. They want to finish this up quick and fast. It is the last game anyway. Jipang 1v3, unless he can pull up a big clutch here against Alter Ego. But Alter Ego, they're still making their approach together. 3v1. Alter Ego will not drop this chicken dinner. Another chicken dinner for Alter Ego.
Honestly, what the heck is this when you have a very, very quiet week, hiding all your strats and going nuclear on day number 1? This is the team that wants to set the bar on how exactly day 2 of Super Weekend is going to go. And it is very competitive as well, playing on the sides of the terrain. But if anything, Alter Ego's silence is the reason why they're able to go far here. We saw early pickups, or very, very early, but never really full commits as well. And I think for a lot of these teams as well, this could be a moment where they're gonna have to really rethink and reflect how exactly you want to approach tomorrow, especially when the amount of points set by Alter Ego or even FaZe Clan or even eArena, who knows right now who's on number 1, is the way they want to approach tomorrow as well. 8 maps to play, but how do you deny that from being stopped?
Well, as what my librarian friend would say, silence is golden. You stay silent when it's needed, you just put it to action. And that's what Alter Ego did this time. Not the sexiest of eliminations, 5 eliminations, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner at the end of the day. And look who came in with the best stats of them all. Rosemary. Most damage, least damage received, most eliminations, and well, total use doesn't really matter. Still, it's Rosemary and Alter Ego. He performs, everyone else performs.
Now, interestingly enough today, I think, when I talked about Daybot in the beginning of the week, I saw him as more of like that just one player providing support to really activate the 3 frontliners, just Rosemary, Alva, and even Krypton. But now with MAQNA into the roster and even Daybot today, I'm seeing a lot of individual brilliance coming from him as well. I'm starting to understand what he can bring to the table as a support player and the different facets of style of play that he's able to show as well. We'll talk about this more after this highlights onto our final Miramar as we go into the Super Weekend.
Well, top 4 teams here. Interesting enough, CelcomDigi Alliance is actually put at the top, followed by Alter Ego, and then we have Claw, and then Boom. Now, CelcomDigi Alliance, being one of the teams at the bottom before this round started, they needed this sort of performance, Dash.
Yeah, they really did, and I think for CD Alliance to be able to clutch up, all the way in the end, it just really tells us a different tale on what to expect for them maybe into tomorrow. They took a while to really warm up today, and I was getting a little bit more concerned. Now for the rest of the team as well, I think it's consistent showing from them throughout the entirety of the week. Claw, as I said before, the story always starts off with those 3 slower maps, and still a consistent showing through today with still 5 maps. I think 5 points average per map as well, regardless of their performance. Regardless, Rosemary will be the MVP here, and it's not surprising seeing how he plays in terms of survivability, being that first contact and being able to pop up his head, put the damage, move back, and allow his teammate in the backside to trade off him as well. Very, very fun to watch in terms of how exactly they communicate. Sometimes when I watch them play, it's almost like breathing. It's very, very intuitive.
Wow, I like the way how you put it. It's almost like breathing. That means it's like natural to them, right? And it's also natural to Alter Ego. Rosemary performs, he is the daily MVP, and Alter Ego performs naturally. So they have to keep Rosemary at the peak of his performance as well. But of course, by him performing, it's also his other teammates doing the work as well. So it's everybody all around the Alter Ego. What a great day that they're having. And speaking about great, CelcomDigi Alliance, best performance here in this round with 12 eliminations that bring them a total of 16 points.
Honestly, this kind of CD Alliance is what I wanted to see here, because usually, we talked about how they play in terms of survivability as well as their positioning, but I think that we really fail to notice what they can bring to the table when it comes to situations that are dire. In this situation, they understood what they had right now is their compound, is the area that they had so much advantage compared to the rest of the teams. It was high grounds around the entirety of the area, which means that everyone has to go downwards to get to the middle of the circle. And they took full advantage of that situation. None of the fights they did, except toward the end that they got overcome, were fights that they went, that they fully committed into 4v4s. It was more about getting into the third party, stealing away kills, and they were able to collect so many points through that.
Well, what surprised me other than that is that BTR actually scored 0 points when this circle is a starting circle that they had in the middle where Power Grid is at. When they talk about them, okay, going up the high ground again, and it should be an okay round for BTR, but just too bad that it's 0 points for them. But it's not Alter Ego at the top, surprisingly. It's no chicken, no problem for Boom Esports to be the number 1 team to set the number, 59 points. So tomorrow's bar is going to be 69 points before a team is able to smash it.
Yeah, 69 points, and then the chicken dinner to end the day. Now, Boom Esports, they are playing that no chicken, no problem. Tomorrow, they need to get a chicken dinner. My question is, how are you going to be achieving this? I mean, they did have a few chicken dinners throughout the entirety of this week as well, but today is a whole different story. It's all about eliminations, but if anything, from, interviews with different players before as well, I think most of them want to be able to play that whole 8-mapper.
Oh. But some of the team, if you're the number 1 team or you're the team that already crossed the threshold, you don't want to play the whole 8-mapper. You want to be like,
of course not.
Yeah, let's just smash it. We end the day with we can still go out while the shops are still open.
We can go to bed early.
We can go to bed early as well. That's not a bad idea. But Yummy will be going to bed with a smile as he's our daily MVP from Boom Esports. Well, I guess we didn't really see him coming up on our stats just because Boom Esports did not score the chicken dinner. But overall, Boom Esports' performance is also because Yummy has been putting in the damage and also the eliminations for Boom.
Yeah, I think for Yummy, I think for him, he has to be that all-rounder, and I think he did talk a little bit about what it means to be the senior player in the team, to be able to set an example and be able to rein in his juniors. And I think it's good that he's able to still put in the numbers, be an all-rounder, while still being able to, to rally the team to keep their spirits up high. It's great. And, most of the times, we see other players of Boom Esports to put in, the pressure, the damage, the MVP title even. But for Yummy, this is a different look. For now, let's have a look at the interview to see what's in store.
All right, Alright guys, so 58 point plus 10 point will be our match point for tomorrow's match rule, and it was set by Alter Ego. So please welcome here, we got Daybot and also Rosemary. Hi guys.
Hai.
How are you feeling today?
Gimana kabarnya?
Bagus, aman.
Great.
Bagus.
Feeling great. All right. So for the first question, I think it's going for Rosemary. So Rosemary, congratulations on earning 3 winner chicken dinners today, and tomorrow is finally the Smash rule. Do you have any strategies in mind going into Smash rule?
Oke, pertama buat Rosemary, selamat atas 3 WWCD-nya. Dan karena besok juga mumpung lagi Smash Rule ini, ada nggak strategi khusus buat Smash Rule-nya?
Kalau untuk ditanya strategi khusus sih nggak ada sih, main kayak biasa aja. Dan kalau bisa game kedua udah selesai.
So basically we don't really have a specific strategy. It's just like we're just gonna play like normal. But then I really hope that after 2 games the match gonna end.
Wow, always keep what's already good for you, Alter Ego. So next, Rosemary, for you personally, with so many changes in Alter Ego roster this season, how has that affected to that player, to our player?
Oke, jadi karena Alter Ego juga banyak ngerubah roster, menurut kamu sendiri ada nggak nge-effect dari mungkin playstyle lu ataupun playstyle tim?
Kalau ditanya efek sih ada ya, banyak yang bisa dibilang masih ada 3 player baru kan, yang dimana mereka dari komunitas baru masuk. Masih ada jiwa membara lah yang ada di dalam diri mereka, biar bisa gimana ya, membantu kita lah yang udah lama gitu kan, mengingatkan kita waktu dulu gimana kita bangkit gitu.
So basically, yes, of course, there's a lot of effects from the 3 player, the new player from community itself. But then it's lean towards a positive way, which is 3 of them still new in the scene, and then they are really motivated to win the tournament. And in a way, they help us to feel motivated like how we used to be.
So are you used to it right now, Rosemary?
Jadi apakah udah nyaman, apa udah cocok sama tim sekarang?
80%.
Yeah, of course, 80%.
Alright, 80%. So now let's move on to Daybot. Alright, so Daybot, we know you've been in the scene for quite a while, but this is your first season for this PMSL stage, and you managed to secure the MVP titles in game number 4 with 1,106 damage. How does it feels returning to this big stage?
Oke, Debot, nama kamu nggak asing lah di skena PUBG Mobile, dan ini juga pertama kali buat kamu lah main PMSL. Dan tadi di game match 4 kamu mendapatkan MVP dengan 1106 damage. Ya, menurut kamu sendiri ya gimana perasaannya balik lagi ke skena kompetitif PUBG Mobile?
Kalau dari aku ya, aku sangat bahagia, sangat senang karena bisa balik lagi ke scene PUBG Mobile. Ini udah penantianku dari 2 tahun lalu, karena dari PMNC kemarin gagal terus buat lolos ke PMSL, dan puji Tuhan season ini bisa ke PMSL.
Yeah, of course I feel very very happy. It's because of it's been 2 years I've been waiting for this moment, and I've been trying hard from PMNC, and yeah, thanks to God that I'm back.
And what do you miss the most about this offline tournament?
Jadi apakah yang paling dirindukan lah buat offline turnamen menurut kamu sendiri?
Suasana turnamen offline yang kayak gini, sama ya bacot-bacotan sama player lain.
Yeah, of course, it was the vibe for the offline tournament, and one more thing is basically we just like shouting to each other.
Alright, so for the next question, what are your thoughts on the Smash rule personally?
Oke, jadi gimana tanggapan kamu soal Smash rule buat diri kamu sendiri?
Aman-aman aja.
Maksudnya kayak lebih ke arah ya tanggapan kamu soal peraturan baru itu?
Buat peraturan baru sih lebih bikin seru turnamennya.
For me, I think yeah, it's normal, but then I think it's gonna help to improve for the viewership. Yeah.
And how many games do you think we will have for tomorrow?
Jadi kira-kira menurut kamu berapa game doang nih yang kita main besok?
2.
Yeah, only 2.
Sam
2
and
matches.
Ryan, 2 matches. Alright, so for the last questions, do you think you'll be more focused on tracking the drop spots of other teams that have reached the match point and try to deny them to take the chicken dinner?
Adakah kamu ngerasa besok nih siapa tahu ada tim-tim yang juga udah nyentuh match point, apakah kamu bakal incar mereka ataupun ya gagalin WWCD-nya mereka gitu?
Enggak sih, lebih fokus ke tim sendiri.
yeah, I don't really think that we have a team that we wanna hot drop or we wanna chase them. It's just like we're gonna focus on ourselves.
Alright, just stick to the plan. So thank you so much for this amazing interview. Thank you so much, Debut, Rosemary, and also Jans. And now let's hand it over to our casters to hear their final word. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
How many games do you want to play tomorrow? 2, they said. If you ask the other teams, how many games do they want to play tomorrow? 8.
Yeah, depends on where you are in the ranking, right? But if I ask a caster, how many games do you want to see tomorrow, Tash?
I want 5. Just right there in the middle.
Okay. You're finding that balance, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the theme for today, right? Being able to find the balance between eliminations and kills. I want them off maps that are safe to be able to have a nice cast and also an insane performance. That's just me, though.
Yeah, but I do like that interview earlier. It also reminds me of the lore of Daybot. He actually had almost a 2 or 3 year break from his last professional outing. He was last professionally playing with GDG IDS, and then he moved to Daewoo United. But when he was playing with GDG IDS, he was actually teammates with Satar that time before Satar moved to BTR. So welcome back, Daybot, to the professional scene, and I must say that this is a very, very interesting transfer that Alter Ego did. Basically bringing out a player that was pretty much forgotten by the community there, and now he's performing.
I think it's really important that you have these kinds of players, which means that the Indonesian scene is thriving, and it's really good to be able to bring in those tier 2, tier 3 players up onto the tier 1 stage as well, which means that you have a lot of understudies and you are actively trying to uplift the Indonesian PUBG mobile community as well. And I think we're seeing this a lot happen as well across the rest of the regions, even mixed rosters as well. So, be excited because there's a lot of new hidden gems that are waiting to be discovered. Regardless, tomorrow, whether or not we're going to be playing 2 games or 8 games is yet to be seen. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place for the PMSL SEA Summer 2025. See you guys tomorrow.